To Hegel, the state has no aim other than association as such. In other words, it has no aim at all if the social and economic order constitutes a true association. The process of bringing the individual into harmony with the universal would engender the withering away of the state, rather than the opposite. Hegel, however, separated the rational order of the state from the contingent interrelations of the society because he looked upon society as civil society, which is not a true association. The critical character of his dialectic forced him to see society as he did. Dialectical method understands the existent in terms of the negativity it contains and views realities in the light of their change. Change is a historical category. The objective mind, with which the philosophy of right deals, unfolds itself in time, and the dialectical analysis of its content has to be guided by the forms that this content has taken in history. The truth thus appears as a historical achievement, so that the stage man has reached with civil society fulfills all preceding historical efforts. Some other form of association may come in the future, but philosophy, as the science of the actual, does not enter into speculations over it. The social reality, with its general competition, selfishness, and exploitation, with its excessive wealth and excessive poverty, is the foundation on which reason must build. Philosophy cannot jump ahead of history, for it is a son of its time apprehended in thought. The times are those of a civil society wherein has been prepared the material basis for realizing reason and freedom, but a reason distorted by the blind necessity of the economic process and a freedom perverted through competition of conflicting private interests. Yet this self-same society has much that makes for a truly free and rational association. It upholds the inalienable right of the individual, increases human wants and the means for their satisfaction, organizes the division of labor, and advances the rule of law. These elements must be freed from private interests and submitted to a power that stands above the competitive system of civil society, in a specially exalted position. This power is the state. Hegel sees the state as an independent and autonomous power in which the individuals are mere moments, as the march of God in the world. He thought this to be the very essence of the state, but, in reality, he was only describing the historical type of state that corresponded to civil society. We reach this interpretation of Hegel's state by placing his concept in the socio-historical setting that he himself implied in his description of civil society. Hegel's idea of the state stems from a philosophy in which the liberalistic conception of state and society has all but collapsed. We have seen that Hegel's analysis led to his denying any natural harmony between the particular and the general interest, between civil society and the state. The liberalist idea of the state was thus demolished. In order that the framework of the given social order may not be broken, the common interest has to be vested in an autonomous agency, and the authority of the state set above the battleground of competing social groups. Hegel's deified state, however, by no means parallels the fascist one. The latter represents the very level of social development that Hegel's state is supposed to avoid, namely, the direct totalitarian rule of special interests over the whole. Civil society under fascism rules the state, Hegel's state rules civil society. And in whose name does it rule? According to Hegel, in the name of the free individual and in his true interest. The essence of the modern state is the union of the universal with the full freedom of the particular, and with the welfare of individuals. The prime difference between the ancient and the modern world rests on the fact that in the latter the great questions of human life are to be decided not by some superior authority, but by the free I will of man. This I will must have its peculiar niche in the great building of state. The basic principle of the state is the full development of the individual. Its constitution and all its political institutions are to express the knowledge and the will of its individuals. At this point, however, the historical contradiction inherent in Hegel's political philosophy determines its fate. The individual who knows and wishes his true interest in the common interest, this individual simply doesn't exist. Individuals exist only as private owners, subjects of the fierce processes of civil society, cut off from the common interest by selfishness and all it entails. As far as civil society reaches, none is free of its toils. Outside of society, however, lies nature. If there could be found someone who possesses his individuality by virtue of his natural and not his social existence, and who is what he is simply by nature and not by the social mechanisms, he might be the stable point from which the state could be ruled. Hegel finds such a man in the monarch, a man chosen to his position by natural birth. Ultimate freedom can rest with him, for he is outside a world of false and negative freedom and is exalted above all that is particular and conditional. The ego of everyone else is corrupted by the social order that molds all. The monarch alone is not so influenced and is hence able to originate and decide all his acts by reference to his pure ego. He can cancel all particularity in the simple certainty of his self. We know what the self-certainty of the pure ego means to Hegel's system. It is the essential property of the substance as subject, and thus characterizes the true being. The use of this principle historically to yield the monarch's natural person again points up the frustration of idealism. Freedom becomes identical with the inexorable necessity of nature, and reason terminates in an accident of birth. The philosophy of freedom again turns into a philosophy of necessity. Classical political economy described modern society as a natural system whose laws appeared to have the necessity of physical laws. This point of view soon lost its magic. Marx showed how the anarchic forces of capitalism assume the quality of natural forces as long as they are not made subject to human reason, that the natural element in society is not a positive but a negative one. Hegel seems to have had some inkling of this. He sometimes seems to be smiling at his own idealization of the monarch, declaring that the decisions of the monarch are only formalities. He is a man who says yes and so puts the dot upon the I. He notes that monarchs are not remarkable for intellectual or physical strength and that, despite this, millions permit themselves to be ruled by them. Nevertheless, the intellectual weakness of the monarch is preferable to the wisdom of civil society, Hegel feels. The fault with Hegel lies much deeper than in his glorification of the Prussian monarchy. He is guilty not so much of being servile as of betraying his highest philosophical ideas. His political doctrine surrenders society to nature, freedom to necessity, reason to caprice. And in so doing, it mirrors the destiny of the social order that falls, while in pursuit of its freedom, into a state of nature far below reason. The dialectical analysis of civil society had concluded that society was not capable of establishing reason and freedom of its own accord. Hegel therefore put forward a strong state to achieve this end and tried to reconcile that state with the idea of freedom by giving a strong constitutional flavoring to monarchy. The state exists only through the medium of law. Laws express the content of objective freedom. They are an absolute final end and a universal work. Hence the state is bound by laws that are the opposite of authoritarian decrees. The body of laws is a universal work that incorporates the reason and the will of associated men. The Constitution expresses the interests of all, now, of course, their true, purified interests, and the executive, legislative and judiciary powers are but the organs of constitutional law. Hegel repudiates the traditional division of these powers, as detrimental to the state's unity. The three functions of government are to work in permanent actual collaboration. The emphasis on the state's unity is so strong that it occasionally leads Hegel to formulations that come close to the organicist theory of the state. He declares, for instance, that the Constitution, though begotten in time, should not be contemplated as made by man, but rather as divine and perpetual. Such utterances spring from the same motives that impelled the most far-seeing philosophers to set the state above any danger of criticism. They recognized that the tie that most effectively binds the conflicting groups of the ruling class is the fear of any subversion of the existing order. We shall not spend time upon Hegel's outline of the Constitution, since it hardly adds essentially to his earlier writings on the same subject, although some important features of his system are worthy of brief notice. The traditional trinity of political powers is altered to consist of the monarchic, the administrative, and the legislative power. These overlap so that the executive power belongs to the first two and includes the judicial, while the legislative power is exercised by the government together with the estates. The entire political system again converges towards the idea of sovereignty, which, though now rooted in the natural person of the monarch, still pervades the whole structure. Alongside the state's sovereignty over the antagonisms of civil society, Hegel now stresses its sovereignty over the people, Volk. The people is that part of the state which does not know what it wants, and whose movement and action would be elemental, void of reason, violent, and terrible if not regulated. Here again, Hegel may have been thinking of the Volksbewegung of his time. The Prussian monarchy may well have seemed a paragon of reason compared to that Teutonic movement from below. Yet, Hegel's advocacy of a strong hand over the masses is part of a more general trend, which threatens the whole constitutional structure of his state. The state provides a unity for the particular and the general interest. Hegel's view of this unity differs from the liberalistic, inasmuch as his state is imposed upon the social and economic mechanisms of civil society and is vested in independent political powers and institutions. The objective will is in itself rational in its very conception, whether or not it be known by the individuals or willed as an object of their caprice. Hegel's exaltation of the state's political power has, however, some clearly critical traits. Discussing the relation between religion and the state, he points out that religion is principally commended and resorted to in times of public distress, disturbance, and oppression. It is taught to furnish consolation against wrong and the hope of compensation in the case of loss. He notes the dangerous function of religion in its tendency to divert man from his search for actual freedom and to pay him fictitious damages for real wrongs. It would surely be regarded as a bitter jest if those who were oppressed by any despotism were referred to the consolations of religion, nor is it to be forgotten that religion may assume the form of a galling superstition, involving the most abject servitude, and the degradation of man below the level of the brute. Some force has to interfere to rescue the individual from religion in such a case. The state comes to champion the rights of reason and self-consciousness. It is not strength, but weakness which has in our times made religion a polemical kind of piety. The struggle for man's historical fulfillment is not a religious but a social and political struggle, and its transplantation to an inner sanctum of the soul, of belief and morality, means regression to a stage long since past. Nevertheless, these critical qualities are dwarfed by the oppressive trends inherent in all authoritarianism, which manifest their full force in Hegel's doctrine of external sovereignty. We have already shown how Hegel elevated the national interests of the particular state to the place of highest and most indubitable authority in international relations. The state puts forward and asserts the interests of its members by welding them into a community, in this way fulfilling their freedom and their rights and transforming the destructive force of competition into a unified whole. Undisputed internal authority of the state is a prerequisite for successful competition, and the latter necessarily terminates in external sovereignty. The life and death struggle of individuals in civil society for mutual recognition has its counterpart among sovereign states in the form of war. War is the inevitable issue of any test of sovereignty. It is neither an absolute evil nor an accident, but an ethical element, for war achieves that integration of interests that civil society cannot establish by itself. Successful wars have prevented civil broils and strengthened the internal power of the state. Hegel was thus as cynical as Hobbes on the subject of the bourgeois state, ending in a complete rejection of international law. The state, the final subject that perpetuates competitive society, cannot be bound by a higher law, for such a law would amount to an external restriction of sovereignty and destroy the life element of civil society. No contract is valid among states. Sovereignty cannot be circumscribed by treaties that imply in their very nature a mutual dependence of the parties involved. Sovereign states stand outside the world of civil interdependence, they exist in a state of nature. We note again that blind nature enters and elbows aside the self-conscious rationality of objective mind. States find themselves in a natural more than a legal relation to each other. There is hence a continuous struggle between them. They conclude treaties and therewith establish a legal relation between themselves. On the other hand, however, they are autonomous and independent. Right, therefore, cannot be real as between them. They may break treaties arbitrarily, and they must constantly find themselves distrusting one another. Since they are in a state of nature, they act according to violence. They maintain and procure their rights through their own power and must as a matter of necessity plunge into war. Hegel's idealism comes to the same conclusion as did Hobbes's materialism. The rights of sovereign states have reality not in a general will which is constituted as a superior power, but in their particular wills. Accordingly, disputes among them can be settled only by war. International relations are an arena for the wild play of particular passions, interests, aims, talents, virtues, force, wrong, vice, and external contingency. The moral end itself, the state's autonomy, is exposed to chance. But is this drama of chance and violence really final? Does reason terminate in the state and in that play of reckless natural forces in which the state must perforce engage? Hegel has repudiated such conclusions throughout the philosophy of right. The state right, though not bound by international law, is still not the final right, but must answer to the right of the world mind, which is the unconditional absolute. The state has its real content in universal history, Weltgeschichte, the realm of the world mind, which holds the supreme absolute truth. Furthermore, Hegel emphasizes that any relation between autonomous states must be external. A third must therefore stand above and unite them. This third is the mind which materializes itself in world history, and constitutes itself absolute judge over states. The state, even laws and duties, are merely a determinate reality, they pass up into and rest upon a higher sphere. What, then, is this final sphere of state and society? How are state and society related to the world mind? These questions can only be answered if we turn to an interpretation of Hegel's philosophy of history. 7. The philosophy of history. Being, for dialectical logic, is a process through contradictions that determine the content and development of all reality. The logic had elaborated the timeless structure of this process, but the intrinsic connection between the logic and the other parts of the system, and, above all, the implications of the dialectical method destroy the very idea of timelessness. The logic had shown that the true being is the idea, but the idea unfolds itself in space, as nature, and in time, as mind. Mind is of its very essence affected by time, for it exists only in the temporal process of history. The forms of the mind manifest themselves in time, and the history of the world is an exposition of mind in time. The dialectic thus gets to view reality temporally, and the negativity that, in the logic, determined the process of thought appears in the philosophy of history as the destructive power of time. The logic had demonstrated the structure of reason, the philosophy of history expounds the historical content of reason. Or, we may say, the content of reason here is the same as the content of history, although by content we refer not to the miscellany of historical facts, but to what makes history a rational whole, the laws and tendencies to which the facts point and from which they receive their meaning. Reason is the sovereign of the world. This, according to Hegel, is a hypothesis, and the only hypothesis in the philosophy of history. This hypothesis, which distinguishes the philosophic method of treating history from any other method, does not imply that history has a definite end. The teleological character of history, if indeed history has such, can only be a conclusion from an empirical study of history and cannot be assumed a priori. Hegel states emphatically that in history, thought must be subordinate to what is given, to the realities of fact. This is its basis and guide. Consequently, we have to take history as it is. We must proceed historically, empirically, an odd approach for an idealistic philosophy of history. The laws of history have to be demonstrated in and from the facts. Thus far, Hegel's is the empirical method. But these laws cannot be known unless the investigation first has the guidance of proper theory. Facts of themselves disclose nothing, they only answer adequate theoretical questions. True scientific objectivity requires the application of sound categories that organize data in their actual significance, and not a passive reception of given facts. Even the ordinary, the impartial historiographer, who believes and professes that he maintains a simply receptive attitude, surrendering himself only to the data supplied him, is by no means passive as regards the exercise of his thinking powers. He brings his categories with him, and sees the phenomena, exclusively through these media. But how does one recognize the sound categories and the proper theory? Philosophy decides. It elaborates those general categories that direct investigation in all special fields. Their validity in these fields, however, must be verified by the facts, and the verification is had when the given facts are comprehended by the theory in such a way that they appear under definite laws and as moments of definite tendencies, which explain their sequence and interdependence. The dictum that philosophy should provide the general categories for understanding history is not arbitrary, nor did it originate with Hegel. The great theories of the 18th century all took the philosophic view that history was progress. This concept of progress, soon to degenerate into a shallow complacency, originally pointed sharp condemnatory criticism on an obsolete social order. The rising middle class used the concept of progress as a means to interpret the past history of mankind as the prehistory of its own reign, a reign that was destined to bring the world to maturity. When, they said, the new middle class would get to shape the world in accordance with its interests, an unheard of spurt in material and intellectual forces would make man master of nature and would initiate the true history of humanity. As long as all this had not yet materialized, history was still in a state of struggle for truth. The idea of progress, an integral element in the philosophy of the French Enlightenment, interpreted historical facts as signposts marking man's path to reason. The truth still lay outside the realm of fact, in a state to come. Progress implied that the given state of affairs would be negated and not continued. This pattern still prevails in Hegel's philosophy of history. Philosophy is the material as well as the logical a priori of history, so long as history has not yet won the level adequate to human potentialities. We know, however, that Hegel thought history had reached its goal and that idea and reality had found common ground. Hegel's work thus marks the apogee and end of the critical philosophic historiography. He still looks to freedom's interest in his dealing with historical facts, and still views the struggle for freedom as the only content of history. But this interest has lost its vigor and the struggle has come to an end. The concept of freedom, as the philosophy of right has shown, follows the pattern of free ownership. As a result, the history of the world that Hegel looks out upon exalts and enshrines the history of the middle class, which based itself on this pattern. There is a stark truth in Hegel's strangely certain announcement that history has reached its end. But it announces the funeral of a class, not of history. At the close of the book, Hegel writes, after a description of the Restoration, this is the point which consciousness has attained. This hardly sounds like an end. Consciousness is historical consciousness, and when we read in the philosophy of right that one form of life has grown old, it is one form, not all forms of life. The consciousness and the aims of his class were open to Hegel. He saw they contained no new principle to rejuvenate the world. If this consciousness was to be mind's final form, then history had entered a realm beyond which there was no progress. Philosophy gives historiography its general categories, and these are identical with the basic concepts of the dialectic. Hegel has summarized them in his introductory lectures. We shall get to them later. First, we must discuss the concepts he calls specific historical categories. The hypothesis on which the philosophy of history rests has already been verified by Hegel's logic: the true being is reason, manifest in nature and come to realization in man. The realization takes place in history, and since reason realized in history is mind, Hegel's thesis implies that the actual subject or driving force of history is mind. Of course, man is also part of nature and his natural drives and impulses play a material role in history. Hegel's philosophy of history does more justice to this role than do many empirical historiographies. Nature, in the form of the sum total of natural conditions for human life, remains the primary basis of history throughout Hegel's book. As a natural being, man is confined to particular conditions, he is born in this or that place or time, a member of this or that nation, bound to share the fate of the particular whole to which he belongs. Yet, despite all this, man is essentially a thinking subject, and thought, we know, constitutes universality. Thought lifts men beyond their particular determinations and also makes the multitude of external things the medium for the subject's development. This double universality, subjective and objective, characterizes the historical world wherein man unfolds his life. History, as the history of the thinking subject, is of necessity universal history, Weltgeschichte, just because it belongs to the realm of mind. We apprehend the content of history through general concepts, such as nation, state, agrarian, feudal, civil society, despotism, democracy, monarchy, proletariat, middle class, nobility, and so on. Caesar, Cromwell, Napoleon are for us Roman, English, French citizens. We understand them as members of their nation, responding to the society and the state of their time. The universal asserts itself in them. Our general concepts grasp this universal to be the actual subject of history, so that, for example, the history of mankind is not the life and battles of Alexander the Great, Caesar, the German emperors, the French kings, the Cromwells and Napoleons, but the life and battles of that universal which unfolds itself in different guises through the various cultural wholes. The essence of this universal is mind, and the essence of mind is freedom. Philosophy teaches that all the qualities of mind exist only through freedom, that all are but means for attaining freedom, that all seek and produce this and this alone. We have discussed these qualities, and we have seen that freedom terminates in the self-assurance of complete appropriation, that the mind is free if it possesses and knows the world as its property. It is therefore quite understandable that the philosophy of history should end with the consolidation of middle-class society and that the periods of history should appear as necessary stages in the realization of its form of freedom. The true subject of history is the universal, not the individual. The true content is the realization of the self-consciousness of freedom, not the interests, needs, and actions of the individual. The history of the world is none other than the progress of the consciousness of freedom, yet, the first glance at history convinces us that the actions of men proceed from their needs, their passions, their characters, and talents, and impresses us with the belief that such needs, passions, and interests are the sole springs of action, the efficient agents in the scene of activity. To explain history thus means to depict the passions of mankind, its genius, its active powers. How does Hegel resolve the apparent contradiction? There can be no question that the needs and interests of individuals are the levers of all historical action, and that in history it is the individual's fulfillment that should come to pass. Something else asserts itself, however, historical reason. As they follow out their own interests, individuals promote the progress of mind, that is, perform a universal task that advances freedom. Hegel cites the example of Caesar's struggle for power. In his overthrow of the traditional form of Roman state, Caesar was certainly driven by ambition, but, in satisfying his personal drives he fulfilled a necessary destiny in the history of Rome and of the world. Through his actions, he achieved a higher, more rational form of political organization. A universal principle is thus latent in the particular aims of individuals, universal because a necessary phase in the development of truth. It is as if mind uses individuals for its unwitting tool. Let us take an example from Marxian theory that may elucidate the connection between Hegel's philosophy of history and the subsequent evolution of the dialectic. Marx held that during a developed industrial capitalism individual capitalists are compelled to adapt their enterprises to the rapid progress of technology in order to assure their profits and outdo their competitors. They thereby reduce the amount of labor power they employ and thus, since their surplus value is produced only by labor power, reduce the rate of profit at the disposal of their class. In this way they accelerate the disintegrating tendencies of the social system they want to maintain. The process of reason working itself out through individuals, however, does not occur with natural necessity, nor does it have a continuous and unilinear course. There are many considerable periods in history in which this development seems to have been intermittent, in which, we might rather say, the whole enormous gain of previous culture appears to have been entirely lost, after which, unhappily, a new commencement has been necessary. There are periods of retrocession alternating with periods of steady advance. Regress, when it occurs, is not an external contingency but, as we shall see, is part of the dialectic of historical change. An advance to a higher plane of history first requires that the negative forces inherent in all reality get the upper hand. The higher phase, however, is finally to be reached. Every obstacle on the road to freedom is surmountable, given the efforts of a self-conscious mankind. This is the universal principle of history. It is not a law, in the scientific sense of the term, such, for example, as governs matter. Matter in its structure and motion has unchangeable laws that carry on and maintain it, but matter is nowhere the subject of its processes, nor has it any power over them. A being, on the other hand, that is the active and conscious subject of its existence stands under quite different laws. Self-conscious practice becomes part of the very content of the laws, so that the latter operate as laws only in so far as they are taken into the subject's will and influence his acts. The universal law of history is, in Hegel's formulation, not simply progress to freedom, but progress in the self-consciousness of freedom. A set of historical tendencies becomes a law only if man comprehends and acts on them. Historical laws, in other words, originate and are actual only in man's conscious practice, so that if, for instance, there is a law of progress to ever higher forms of freedom, it ceases to operate if man fails to recognize and execute it. Hegel's philosophy of history might amount to a deterministic theory, but the determining factor is at least freedom. Progress depends on man's ability to grasp the universal interest of reason and on his will and vigor in making it a reality. But if the particular wants and interests of men are the sole springs of their action, how can self-consciousness of freedom ever motivate human practice? To answer this question we must again ask, who is the actual subject of history? Whose practice is historical practice? Individuals, it would seem, are merely agents of history. Their consciousness is conditioned by their personal interest, they make business, not history. There are some individuals, however, who rise above this level. Their actions do not repeat old patterns but create new forms of life. Such men are men of history katexikon, wealthhistorisk individuen, like Alexander, Caesar, Napoleon. Their acts, too, spring from personal interests, but in their case these become identical with the universal interest and the latter far transcends the interest of any particular group. They forge and administer the progress of history. Their interest must necessarily clash with the particular interest of the prevailing system of life. Historical individuals are men of a time when momentous collisions arise between existing, acknowledged duties, laws, and rights, and those potentialities which are adverse to this fixed system, which assail and even destroy its foundations and existence. These potentialities appear to the historical individual as choices for his specific power, but they involve a universal principle in so far as they are the choice of a higher form of life that has ripened within the existing system. Historical individuals thus anticipated the necessary, sequent step in progress which their world was to take. What they desired and struggled for was the very truth for their age, for their world. Conscious of the requirements of the time and of what was ripe for development, they acted. Even these men of history, however, are not yet the actual subjects of history. They are the executors of its will, the agents of the world mind, no more. They are victims of a higher necessity, which acts itself out in their lives. They are still mere instruments for historical progress. The final subject of history Hegel calls the world mind, Weltgeist. Its reality lies in those actions, tendencies, efforts, and institutions that embody the interest of freedom and reason. It does not exist separate from these realities, and acts through these agents and agencies. The law of history, which the world mind represents, thus operates behind the backs and over the heads of individuals, in the form of an irresistible anonymous power. The transition from Oriental culture to that of the Greek world, the rise of feudalism, the establishment of bourgeois society, all these changes were not man's free work, but the necessary results of objective historical forces. Hegel's conception of the world mind emphasizes that in these previous periods of recorded history man was not the self-conscious master of his existence. The divine power of the world mind appeared then an objective force that rules over the actions of men. The sovereignty of the world mind, as Hegel portrays it, exhibits the dark traits of a world that is controlled by the forces of history instead of controlling them. While these forces are as yet unknown in their true essence, they bring misery and destruction in their wake. History then appears as the slaughter bench at which the happiness of peoples, the wisdom of states, and the virtue of individuals have been victimized. Hegel at the same time extols the sacrifice of individual and general happiness that results. He calls it the cunning of reason. Individuals lead unhappy lives, they toil and perish, but though they actually never win their goal, their distress and defeat are the very means by which truth and freedom proceed. A man never reaps the fruits of his labor, they always fall to future generations. His passions and interests, however, do not succumb, they are the devices that keep him working in the service of a superior power and a superior interest. This may be called the cunning of reason, that it sets the passions to work for itself, while that which develops its existence through such impulsion pays the penalty, and suffers loss. Individuals fail and pass away, the idea triumphs and is eternal. The idea triumphs precisely because individuals perish in defeat. It is not the idea that is implicated in opposition and combat, and that is exposed to danger. It remains in the background, untouched and uninjured while individuals are sacrificed and abandoned. The idea pays the penalty of existence and of transitoriness not from itself, but from the passions of individuals. But can this idea still be regarded as the incarnation of truth and freedom? Kant had emphatically insisted that it would contradict man's nature to use him as a mere means. Only a few decades later Hegel declares himself in favor of the idea that individuals, their desires, and the gratification of them, are sacrificed, and their happiness given up to the empire of chance, to which it belongs, and that as a general rule, individuals come under the category of means. He confesses that where man is simply an object of superior historical processes he can be an end in himself only in the domain of morality and religion. The world mind is the hypostatic subject of history, it is a metaphysical substitute for the real subject, the unfathomable God of a frustrated humanity, hidden and awful, like the God of the Calvinists, the mover of a world in which all that occurs does so despite the conscious actions of man and at the expense of his happiness. History is not the theater of happiness. Periods of happiness are blank pages in it. This metaphysical subject, however, assumes concrete form as soon as Hegel raises the question of how the world mind materializes itself. In what material is the idea of reason wrought out? The world mind strives to realize freedom and can materialize itself only in the real realm of freedom, that is, in the state. Here, the world mind is, as it were, institutionalized, here it finds the self-consciousness through which the law of history operates. The philosophy of history does not discuss, as did the philosophy of right, the idea of the state, it discusses its various concrete historical forms. Hegel's well-known schema distinguishes three main historical stages in the development of freedom: the Oriental, the Greco-Roman, and the German Christian. The Orientals have not attained the knowledge that mind, man as such, is free, and because they do not know this, they are not free. They only know that one is free. But on this very account, the freedom of that one is only caprice. That one is therefore only a despot, not a free man. The consciousness of freedom first arose among the Greeks, and therefore they were free, but they, and the Romans likewise, knew only that some are free, not man as such. The Greeks, therefore, had slaves, and their whole life and the maintenance of their splendid liberty, was implicated with the institution of slavery. The German nations, under the influence of Christianity, were the first to attain the consciousness, that man, as man, is free, that it is the freedom of mind which constitutes its essence. Hegel distinguishes three typical state forms to correspond to the three main phases in the development of freedom. The East knew and to the present day knows only that one is free, the Greek and Roman world, that some are free, the German world knows that all are free. The first political form, therefore, which we observe in history, is despotism, the second democracy and aristocracy, the third monarchy. At first, this is no more than the Aristotelian typology applied to universal history. The monarchic holds first rank as the perfectly free state form, by virtue of its rule of right and law under constitutional guarantees. In monarchy, there is one lord and no serf, for servitude is abrogated by it, and in it right and law are recognized. It is the source of real freedom. Thus in monarchy, the caprice of individuals is kept under, and a common gubernatorial interest established. Hegel's judgment here is based on the fact that he regards the modern absolutist state to be an advance over the feudal system. He has reference to the strongly centralized bourgeois state that overcame the revolutionary terror of freedom. He has shown, begins with property, unfolds itself in the universal rule of law that acknowledges and secures the equal right to property, and terminates in the state, which is able to cope with the antagonisms that attend freedom of property. Consequently, the history of freedom comes to an end with the advent of modern monarchy, which, in Hegel's time, achieved this goal. The philosophy of right had concluded with the statement that the right of the state is subordinate to the right of the world mind and to the judgment of universal history. Hegel now develops this point. He gives the various state forms their place in the course of history, first coordinating each with its representative historical period. Hegel does not mean to say that the Oriental world knew only despotism, the Greco-Roman only democracy, and the German only monarchy. His scheme rather implies that despotism is the political form most adequate to the material and intellectual culture of the Orient, and the other political forms respectively to the other historical periods. He then proceeds to assert that the unity of the state is conditioned by the prevailing national culture, that is, the state depends on such factors as the geographical location and the natural, racial, and social qualities of the nation. This is the purport of his concept of national mind, Volksgeist. The latter is the manifestation of the world mind at a given stage of historical development. It is the subject of national history in the same sense as the world mind is the subject of universal history. National history must be understood in terms of universal history. Each particular national genius is to be treated as only one individual in the process of universal history. The history of a nation has to be judged according to its contribution to the progress of all mankind towards the self-consciousness of freedom. The various nations do not contribute equally, some are active promoters of this progress. These are the world historical nations, Welthistorische Volksgeister. The decisive jumps to new and higher forms of life occur in their history, while other nations play more minor roles. The question as to the relation of a particular state to the world mind may now be answered. Every form of state must be evaluated according to whether it is adequate to the stage of historical consciousness that mankind has reached. Freedom does not and cannot mean the same thing in the different periods of history, for in each period one type of freedom is the true one. The state must be built on the acknowledgement of this freedom. The German world, through the Reformation, produced in its course that kind of freedom which recognized the essential equality of men. Constitutional monarchy expresses and integrates this form of society. It is for Hegel the consummation of the realization of freedom. Let us now consider the general structure of the historical dialectic. Since Aristotle, historical change has been contrasted with changes in nature. Hegel held to the same distinction. He says historical change is an advance to something better, more perfect, whereas mutation in nature exhibits only a perpetually self-repeating cycle. It is only in historical changes that something new arises. Historical change is therefore development. Everything depends on apprehending the principle of this development. The principle implies first that there exists a latent destiny, a potentiality striving to realize itself. This is obvious in the case of the living being whose life is the unfolding of potentialities contained in the germ, and their constant actualization, but the highest form of development is reached only when self-consciousness exercises mastery over the whole process. The life of the thinking subject is the only one that may be called a self-realization, in the strict sense. The thinking subject produces itself, expands itself actually to what it always was potentially. And it achieves this result in so far as every particular existential condition is dissolved by the potentialities that are inherent in it and transformed into a new condition, which fulfills these potentialities. How is this process manifested in history? The thinking subject lives in history, and the state furnishes in large part the existential conditions of its historical life. The state exists as the universal interest amid individual actions and interests. Individuals experience this universal in various forms, each of which is an essential phase in the history of every state. The state appears first as an immediate, natural unity. At this stage, social antagonisms have not yet intensified and individuals find satisfaction in the state without consciously opposing their individualities to the commonwealth. This is the golden youth of every nation, and the golden youth of universal history. Unconscious freedom prevails, but because it is unconscious, it is a stage of mere potential freedom. Actual freedom comes only with the self-consciousness of freedom. The prevailing potentiality has to actualize itself. In doing so it shatters the unconscious stage of human organization. Thought is the vehicle of this process. The individuals become conscious of their potentialities and organize their relations in accordance with their reason. A nation composed of such individuals has apprehended the principle of its life and condition, the science of its laws, right, and morality, and has consciously organized the state. This state, also, is subject to thought, the element that leads ultimately to its destruction, the same element that has given this state its form. Social and political reality cannot, for any length of time, conform to the demands of reason, for the state seeks to maintain the interest of that which is, and thus to fetter the forces that tend to a higher historical form. Sooner or later, the free rationality of thought must come into conflict with the rationalizations of the given order of life. Hegel saw in this process a general law of history, as unalterable as time itself. No power whatsoever could, in the long run, stop the march of thought. Thinking was not a harmless activity but a dangerous one, which, as soon as it would flow among citizens and determine their practice, would drive them to question and even to subvert the traditional forms of culture. Hegel illustrated this destructive dynamics of thought by means of an ancient myth. The god Cronus first ruled over the lives of men, and his rule signified a golden age during which men lived in immediate unity among themselves and with nature. But Cronus was the god of time, and time devoured its own children. Everything that man had accomplished was destroyed, nothing remained. Then, Cronus himself was devoured by Zeus, a power greater than time. Zeus was the god who brought forth reason and promoted the arts. He was the political god who created the state and made it the work of self-conscious and moral individuals. This state was generated and maintained by reason and morality. It was something that could persist and endure. Reason's productive power seemed to bring time to a standstill. This moral and rational community, however, was dissolved by the same force that had created it. The principle of thought, of reasoning, and knowledge destroyed the beautiful work of art that was the state, and Zeus, who had put an end to the devouring force of time, was himself swallowed up. The work of thought was destroyed by thought. Thought is thus drawn into the process of time, and the force that compelled knowledge in the logic to negate every particular content is disclosed, in the philosophy of history, as the negativity of time itself. Hegel says, time is the negative element in the sensuous world. Thought is the same negativity, but it is the deepest, the infinite form of it. Hegel connected the destructive dynamics of thought with historical progress towards universality. The dissolution of a given form of the state is, at the same time, the crossing to a higher form of state that is more universal than the preceding form. Man's self-conscious activity on the one hand destroys the reality, the permanence of what is, but at the same time it gains, on the other side, the essence, the notion, the universal. According to Hegel, historical progress is preceded and guided by a progress of thought. As soon as thought is emancipated from its attachment to the prevailing state of affairs, it goes beyond the face value of things and tries for their notion. The notion, however, comprehends the essence of things as distinguished from their appearance. The prevailing conditions appear as limited particularities that do not exhaust the potentialities of things and men. Those who adhere to principles of reason, if they succeed in establishing new social and political conditions, will endeavor, through their higher conceptual knowledge, to incorporate more of these potentialities into the order of life. Hegel saw history progressing at least so much that the essential freedom and equality of men was being increasingly recognized, and the particular limitations on this freedom and equality were being increasingly removed. When thought becomes the vehicle of practice, it realizes the universal content of the given historical conditions by shattering its particular form. Hegel viewed the development of mankind as a process to real universality in state and society. The history of the world is the discipline of the uncontrolled natural will to universality and to subjective freedom. In the logic, Hegel had designated the notion as the unity of the universal and the particular, and as the realm of subjectivity and freedom. In the philosophy of history, he applied these self-same categories to the final goal of historical development, that is, to a state in which the freedom of the subject is in conscious union with the whole. The progress of conceptual thinking, the comprehension of the notion, was here linked to the progress of freedom. The philosophy of history thus gave a historical illustration of this essential connection between freedom and the notion, which had been explained in the logic. Hegel elucidated this connection by analyzing the work of Socrates. Instead of surveying the content of Hegel's philosophy of history, we shall discuss his analysis of the Socratic contribution. Hegel begins with a description of the early period of the Greek city-state during which the subjectivity of will was not yet awake within the natural unity of the polis. Laws existed and the citizenry obeyed them, but they looked upon them as having a necessity of nature. This period was the one of the great constitutions, Thales, Bias, Solon. The laws were held valid because they were laws. Freedom and right existed only in the form of custom, Gewohnheit. The natural, continuous character of the state made the democratic constitution, here the only possible one. The citizens were still unconscious of particular interests, and therefore of a corrupting element. The absence of conscious subjectivity was the condition for an undisturbed functioning of democracy. The interest of the community could be intrusted to the will and resolve of the citizens because these citizens did not yet have an autonomous will that could at any moment turn against the community. Hegel makes this point general for all democracy. True democracy, he holds, expresses an early phase in human development, a phase prior to that in which the individual is emancipated, and one incompatible with emancipation. His evaluation is obviously based on the conviction that the progress of society will necessarily engender a conflict between the interest of the individual and that of the community. Society cannot free the individual without separating him from the community and opposing his wish for subjective liberty to the demands of the whole. The reason the Greek city-state could be a democracy, Hegel implies, is that it was made up of citizens who were not yet conscious of their essential individuality. Hegel held that a society of emancipated individuals conflicted with democratic homogeneity. Any recognition of individual freedom consequently seemed to involve tearing down the ancient democracy. That very subjective freedom which constitutes the principle and determines the peculiar form of freedom in our world, which forms the absolute basis of our political and religious life, could not manifest itself in Greece otherwise than as a destructive element. This destructive element was brought into the Greek city-state by Socrates, who taught precisely the subjectivity that Hegel calls the destructive element for the ancient democracy. It was in Socrates that, the principle of subjectivity, of the absolute independence of thought, attained free expression. Socrates taught that man has to discover and recognize in himself that which is right and good, and that this right and good is in its nature universal. There are beautiful things in the state, good and brave deeds, true judgments, just judges, but something exists that is the beautiful, the good, the brave, etc. It is more than all these particulars and common to all of them. Man has an idea of the beautiful, the good, etc., in his notion of beauty, goodness, etc. The notion comprises what is truly beautiful and good, and Socrates charged the thinking subject to discover this truth and to maintain it against all external authority. Socrates thus set the truth apart as a universal and attributed the knowledge of this universal to the autonomous thought of the individual. By so doing he set the individual up as the subject of all final decisions, against the fatherland and customary morality. Socrates' principles thus show a revolutionary opposition to the Athenian state. He was condemned to death. This act was justified in so far as the Athenians were condemning their absolute foe. On the other hand, the death sentence contained the deeply tragical element that the Athenians thereby also condemned their society and their state. For, their sentence recognized that what they reprobated in Socrates had already struck firm root among themselves. A decisive historical turn thus followed upon a turn in the development of thought. Philosophy began to elaborate universal concepts, and this was the prelude of a new phase in state history. Universal concepts, however, are abstract concepts, and the construction of the state in the abstract struck at the very foundations of the existing state. The homogeneity of the city-state was achieved through the exclusion of slaves, other Greek citizens, and barbarians. Though Socrates himself may not have developed this implication, abstract universal concepts of their very nature imply a crossing beyond every particularity and a championing of the free subject, of man as man. The same process that made abstract thought into truth's abode emancipated the individual as a real subject. Socrates could not teach men to think in the abstract without making them free from the traditional standards of thought and existence. The free subject, as the logic had maintained, is indeed intrinsically connected with the notion. The free subject arises only when the individual no longer accepts the given order of things but stands up to it because he has learned the notion of things and learned that the truth does not lie in the current norms and opinions. He cannot know this unless he has ventured into abstract thought. It gives him the necessary detachment from the prevailing standards, and, in the form of critical, oppositional thought, it constitutes the medium in which the free subject moves. When the principle of subjectivity first appeared, with Socrates, it could not be concretized and made the foundation of the state and society. The principle made its real debut with Christianity and thus arose first in religion. The various relations of the actual world involves a more extensive problem than its simple implantation, a problem whose solution and application require a severe and lengthened process of culture. In proof of this, we may note that slavery did not cease immediately on the reception of Christianity. Still less did liberty predominate in states, or governments and constitutions adopt a rational organization, or recognize freedom as their basis. That application of the principle of Christianity to political relations, the thorough molding or interpenetration of society by it, is a process identical with history itself. The German Reformation marks the first successful attempt to introduce the principle of subjectivity into changing social and political relations. It placed the sole responsibility for his deeds on the free subject and challenged the traditional system of authority and privilege in the name of Christian freedom and human equality. While, then, the individual knows that he is filled with the divine spirit, all are ipso facto abrogated. There is no longer a distinction between priests and laymen. We no longer find one class in possession of the substance of the truth, as of all spiritual and temporal treasures of the Church. The inmost subjectivity of man was recognized as that which can and ought to come into possession of the truth, and this subjectivity is the common property of all mankind. Hegel's picture of the Reformation is fully as erroneous as his description of the subsequent social development, confusing the ideas by which modern society glorified its rise for the reality of this society. He was thus led to a harmonistic interpretation of history, according to which the crossing to a new historical form is at the same time a progress to a higher historical form, a preposterous interpretation, because all the victims of oppression and injustice are witness against it, as are all the vain sufferings and sacrifices of history. The interpretation is the more preposterous because it denies the critical implications of the dialectic and establishes a harmony between the progress of thought and the process of reality. Hegel did not, however, consider the historical realization of man to be an unswerving progress. The history of man was to him at the same time the history of man's alienation, Entfremdung. What mind really strives for is the realization of its notion, but in doing so, it hides that goal from its own vision, and is proud and well satisfied in this alienation from its own essence. The institutions man founds and the culture he creates develop laws of their own, and man's freedom has to comply with them. He is overpowered by the expanding wealth of his economic, social, and political surrounding and comes to forget that he himself, his free development, is the final goal of all these works. Instead he surrenders to their sway. Men always strive to perpetuate an established culture, and in doing so perpetuate their own frustration. The history of man is the history of his estrangement from his true interest and, by the same token, the history of its realization. The concealment of man's true interest in his societal world is part of the cunning of reason and is one of those negative elements without which there is no progress to higher forms. Marx was the first to explain the origin and significance of this estrangement. Hegel had little more than a general intuition of its meaning. Hegel died in the preceding year had brought the first revolutionary concussion to the political system of the Restoration, the same system that Hegel thought signified the realization of reason in civil society. The state began to totter. The Bourbons in France were overthrown by the July Revolution. British political life was rent with heated discussions of the Reform Bill, which provided for far-reaching changes in the English electoral system, changes that favored the city bourgeoisie, and for the strengthening of Parliament at the expense of the Crown. The French and the English movements resulted merely in an adjustment of the state to the prevailing power relationships so that the process of democratization that went on in political forms nowhere crossed beyond the social system of civil society. Nevertheless, Hegel knew full well the dangers of even the small transformations that were going on. He knew that the dynamics inherent in civil society, once loosed from the protective mechanisms of the state, could, at any moment, release forces to shake the whole system. One of Hegel's latest writings, published the year of his death, was an extended paper on the English Reform Bill. It contained a severe criticism of the bill, claiming that it weakened the sovereignty of the monarch by setting up a parliament that would place the abstract principles of the French Revolution in opposition to the concrete hierarchy of the state. The strengthening of parliament, he warns, will eventually unleash the terrifying power of the people. Reform, in the given social situation, might suddenly turn into revolution. Were the bill to succeed, the struggle would threaten to become even more dangerous. There would no longer exist any higher power mediating between the interest of positive privilege and the demand for more real freedom, a higher power that might restrict and reconcile these. For, in England, the monarchic element does not have the power that other states have and through which they could effect transition from legislation based merely on positive rights to one based on the principles of real freedom. Other states have been able to effect transformations without upheaval, violence, and robbery. In England, the transformation would have to be carried through by another force, by the people. An opposition building itself on a program hitherto foreign to Parliament and feeling itself unable to expand its influence among the other parties in Parliament might be induced to seek its strength among the people, then, instead of achieving a reform it would bring forth a revolution. Rudolf Heim, who interpreted Hegel according to German liberalism, recognized that Hegel's article was a document of fear and anxiety rather than of reactionary political philosophy, for Hegel did not disapprove of the tendency and content of the Reform Bill, but feared the danger of reform as such. Hegel's belief in the stability of the Restoration state was seriously shaken. Reform might be a good thing, but this state could not afford the liberty of reform without endangering the system of power on which it rested. Hegel's article on the Reform Bill is not a document expressive of any faith or confidence that the existing form of the state will eternally endure, any more than is his preface to the Philosophy of Right. Here, too, Hegel's philosophy ends in doubt and resignation. Part 2. The Rise of Social Theory. Introduction. From philosophy to social theory. The transition from philosophy to the domain of state and society had been an intrinsic part of Hegel's system. His basic philosophic ideas had fulfilled themselves in the specific historical form that state and society had assumed, and the latter became central to a new theoretical interest. Philosophy had in this way devolved upon social theory. To understand the impact of Hegel's philosophy on subsequent social theory, we must deviate from the usual explanation. The traditional account of the post-history of Hegelian philosophy begins by pointing to the fact that the Hegelian school after Hegel's death split into a right and a left wing. The right wing, consisting of Michelet, Gaskell, Johann Eduard Erdmann, Gabler, and Rosenkranz, to name only the most representative thinkers of this group, took up and elaborated the conservative trends in the Hegelian system, particularly in the logic, metaphysic and the philosophies of right and of religion. The left wing, made up of David Friedrich Strauss, Edgar and Bruno Bauer, Feuerbach, and Siskowski, among others, developed the critical tendencies in Hegel, beginning this with a historical interpretation of religion. This latter group came into greater and greater social and political conflict with the Restoration and ended either in out-and-out socialism and anarchism, or in a liberalism of the petty bourgeois stamp. By the middle of the 19th century, the influence of Hegelianism was almost dead. It got its rebirth in the last decades of the century in British Hegelianism, Green, Bradley, Bosanquet, and, later still, gained a new political impetus in Italy, where the interpretation of Hegel was used as a preparation for fascism. In a totally different form, the Hegelian dialectic also became an integral part of Marxian theory and its Leninist interpretation. Apart from these main lines, certain of Hegel's concepts found employment in sociology, in Lorenz von Stein's work, for example, in jurisprudence, the historical school, Lassalle, and in the field of history, Droysen, Ranke. Such an account as this, though formally accurate, is a little too schematic, and obliterates certain important distinctions. The historical heritage of Hegel's philosophy, for instance, did not pass to the Hegelians, neither of the right nor of the left. They were not the ones who kept alive the true content of this philosophy. The critical tendencies of the Hegelian philosophy, rather, were taken over by, and continued in, the Marxian social theory, while, in all other aspects, the history of Hegelianism became the history of a struggle against Hegel in which he was used as a symbol for all that the new intellectual, and to a considerable extent even the practical political, efforts opposed. Hegel's system brings to a close the entire epoch in modern philosophy that had begun with Descartes and had embodied the basic ideas of modern society. Hegel was the last to interpret the world as reason, subjecting nature and history alike to the standards of thought and freedom. At the same time, he recognized the social and political order men had achieved as the basis on which reason had to be realized. His system brought philosophy to the threshold of its negation and thus constituted the sole link between the old and the new form of critical theory, between philosophy and social theory. Before we attempt to show how the inner workings of Western philosophy necessitated the transition to the critical theory of society, we must indicate the way in which the historical efforts that distinguish the modern era entered into and shaped the philosophic interest. The social forces at work in this historical surge used philosophy in its predominantly rationalistic form, and the idea of reason might well serve again as the starting point for our discussion. Beginning with the 17th century, philosophy had quite definitely absorbed the principles of the rising middle class. Reason was the critical slogan of this class, with which it fought all who hampered its political and economic development. The term saw service in the war of science and philosophy against the Church, in the attack of the French Enlightenment on absolutism, and in the debate between liberalism and mercantilism. No clear-cut definition of reason, and no single meaning for it, ran through these periods. Its meaning changed with the changing position of the middle class. We shall try to gather up its essential elements and evaluate its varying historical impact. The idea of reason is not necessarily anti-religious. Reason allows the possibility that the world might be the creature of God and that its order might be divine and purposive, but this should not exclude man's right to mold it in accordance with his needs and knowledge. The meaning of the world as rational implied, first, that it could be comprehended and changed by man's knowingful action. Nature was regarded as rational in its very structure, with subject and object meeting in the medium of reason. Secondly, human reason, it was explained, is not once and for all restricted to a pre-established order, whether social or otherwise. The multitude of talents that man possesses all originate and develop in history, and he may employ them in many ways for the best possible satisfaction of his desires. Satisfaction itself will depend on the extent of his control over nature and society. The standard of reason was ultimate in this wide range of control. That is to say, nature and society alike were to be organized so that existing subjective and objective endowments freely unfolded. Bad organization in society was to a considerable extent held responsible for the harmful and iniquitous forms that institutions had assumed. With the advance towards a rational social order, these, it was held, would lose their vitiating character. Man would by education become a rational being in a rational world. The completion of the process would see the laws of his individual and social life all derived from his own autonomous judgment. The realization of reason thus implied an end to all external authority such as set man's existence at odds with the standards of free thought. Thirdly, reason involves universality. 4. The emphasis on reason declares that man's acts are those of a thinking subject guided by conceptual knowledge. With concepts as his instruments, the thinking subject can penetrate the contingencies and recondite devices of the world and reach universal and necessary laws that govern and order the infinitude of individual objects. He thus discovers potentialities that are common to multitudes of particulars, potentialities that will explain the changing forms of things and dictate the range and direction of their course. Universal concepts will become the organon of a practice that alters the world. They might arise only through this practice and their content might change with its progress, but they will not depend on chance. Genuine abstraction is not arbitrary, nor is it the product of free imagination, it is strictly determined by the objective structure of reality. The universal is as real as the particular, it only exists in a different form, namely, as force, dynamis, potentiality. Fourthly, thought unites the manifold not only of the natural but of the socio-historical world. The subject of thought, the source of conceptual universality, is one and the same in all men. The specific contents of universal concepts and their connotations may vary, but the thinking ego that is their source is a totality of pure acts, uniform in all thinking subjects. To say, then, that the rationality of the thinking subject is the ultimate basis for the rational organization of society is, in the last analysis, to recognize the essential equality of all men. Moreover, the thinking subject, as the creator of universal concepts, is necessarily free, and its freedom is the very essence of subjectivity. The mark of this essential freedom is the fact that the thinking subject is not chained to the immediately given forms of being, but is capable of transcending them and changing them in line with his concepts. The freedom of the thinking subject, in turn, involves his moral and practical freedom. 4. The truth he envisions is not an object for passive contemplation, but an objective potentiality calling for realization. The idea of reason implies the freedom to act according to reason. Fifthly, this freedom to act according to reason was regarded as exercised in the practice of natural science. A mastery of nature and of its recently unearthed resources and dimensions was a requisite of the new process of production that strove to transform the world into a huge commodity market. The idea of reason came under the sway of technical progress, and the experimental method was seen as the model of rational activity, that is, as a procedure that alters the world so that its inherent potencies become free and actual. Modern rationalism, as a result, had a tendency to pattern individual as well as social life on the model of nature. We point, for instance, to Descartes' mechanistic philosophy, Hobbes's materialist political thought, Spinoza's mathematical ethics, and Leibniz's monadology. The human world was presented as governed by objective laws, analogous or even identical with the laws of nature, and society was set forth as an objective entity more or less unyielding to subjective desires and goals. Men believed their relations to each other to result from objective laws that operate with the necessity of physical laws, and their freedom to consist in adapting their private existence to this necessity. A strikingly conformist skepticism thus accompanied the development of modern rationalism. The more reason triumphed in technology and natural science, the more reluctantly did it call for freedom in man's social life. Under the pressure of this process, the critical and ideal elements slowly vanished and took refuge in heretical and oppositional doctrines, for example, in atheistic materialism during the French Enlightenment. The representative philosophers of the middle class, particularly Leibniz, Kant, and Fichte, reconciled their philosophical rationalism with the flagrant irrationality of the prevailing social relations, and inverted human reason and freedom so that they became ramparts of the isolated soul or mind, internal phenomena quite compatible with external realities, even if these contradicted reason and freedom. We have already indicated the motives that prompted Hegel to break with the tendency of introversion and to proclaim the realization of reason in and through given social and political institutions. We have stressed the role of the dialectic in the process that brought philosophy to grips with social reality. It resulted in the dissolution of the harmonious world of fixed objects posited by common sense and in the recognition that the truth philosophy sought was a totality of pervasive contradictions. Philosophical concepts now came to reflect the actual movement of reality, but since they were themselves patterned on its social content, they stopped where the content stopped, that is, in the state that governed civil society, while the ideas and values that pointed beyond this social system were stowed away in the realm of the absolute mind, in the system of dialectical philosophy. The method, however, that operated in this system reached farther than the concepts that brought it to a conclusion. Through the dialectic, history had been made part of the very content of reason. Hegel had demonstrated that the material and intellectual powers of mankind had developed far enough to call upon man's social and political practice to realize reason. Philosophy itself thus made direct application to social theory and practice, not as to some external force but as to its legitimate heir. If there was to be any progress beyond this philosophy, it had to be an advance beyond philosophy itself and, at the same time, beyond the social and political order to which philosophy had tied its fate. This is the intrinsic connection that compels us to abandon chronological order and to discuss the foundations of Marxian theory before dealing with the early French and German sociology. The impact of the Hegelian philosophy upon social theory, and the specific function of modern social theory cannot be understood except from the fully unfolded form of Hegel's philosophy and its critical tendencies, as they went over to Marxian theory. The foundations of the dialectical theory of society. The negation of philosophy. The transition from Hegel to Marx is, in all respects, a transition to an essentially different order of truth, not to be interpreted in terms of philosophy. We shall see that all the philosophical concepts of Marxian theory are social and economic categories, whereas Hegel's social and economic categories are all philosophical concepts. Even Marx's early writings are not philosophical. They express the negation of philosophy, though they still do so in philosophical language. To be sure, several of Hegel's fundamental concepts crop up in the development from Hegel to Feuerbach to Marx, but the approach to Marxian theory cannot be made by showing the metamorphosis of old philosophical categories. Every single concept in the Marxian theory has a materially different foundation, just as the new theory has a new conceptual structure and framework that cannot be derived from preceding theories. As a first approach to the problem, we may say that in Hegel's system all categories terminate in the existing order, while in Marx's they refer to the negation of this order. They aim at a new form of society even when describing its current form. Essentially they address themselves to a truth to be had only through the abolition of civil society. Marx's theory is a critique in the sense that all concepts are an indictment of the totality of the existing order. Marx considered Hegel's philosophy to be the most advanced and comprehensive statement of bourgeois principles. The German middle class of Hegel's day had not yet reached the level of economic and political power held by the middle classes of the Western European nations. Hegel's system therefore unfolded and completed in thought all those bourgeois principles, completed in reality in other Western nations, that were not yet part of social reality. It made reason the sole universal standard of society. It recognized the role of abstract labor in integrating divergent individual interests into a unified system of wants. It discovered the revolutionary implications of the liberalist ideas of freedom and equality. It described the history of civil society as the history of the irreconcilable antagonisms inherent in this social order. Marx lays particular stress on the decisive contributions of Hegel's concept of labor. Hegel had said that the division of labor and the general interdependence of individual labor in the system of wants alike determine the system of state and society. Moreover, the process of labor likewise determines the development of consciousness. The life and death struggle between master and servant opens the path to self-conscious freedom. Furthermore, we must recall that Hegel's philosophy rests upon a specific interpretation of the subject-object relation. The traditional epistemological antagonism between subject, consciousness, and object, Hegel makes into a reflection of a definite historical antagonism. The object first appears as an object of desire, something to be worked up and appropriated in order to satisfy a human want. In the course of the appropriation, the object becomes manifest as the otherness of man. Man is not with himself when he deals with the objects of his desire and labor, but is dependent on an external power. He has to cope with nature, chance, and the interests of other proprietors. Development beyond this point of the relation between consciousness and the objective world is a social process. It leads first to the total estrangement of consciousness. Man is overpowered by things he has himself made. The realization of reason therefore implies the overcoming of this estrangement, the establishment of a condition in which the subject knows and possesses itself in all its objects. This demonstration of the role of labor, and of the process of reification and its abolition, is, Marx declares, the greatest achievement of Hegel's phenomenology of mind. But the weight of the demonstration is lost. For, Hegel makes the claim that the unity of subject and object has already been consummated and the process of reification overcome. The antagonisms of civil society are set at rest in his monarchic state, and all contradictions are finally reconciled in the realm of thought or the absolute mind. Did the truth actually coincide with the given social and political order? Had history, then, discharged theory from any need to transcend the given system of life in society? Hegel's affirmative answer rested on the assumption that social and political forms had become adequate to the principles of reason, so that the highest potentialities of man could be developed through a development of existing social forms. His conclusion implied a decisive change in the relation between reality and theory. Reality was held to coincide with theory. In the form Hegel finally gave it, theory, the adequate repository of the truth, seemed to give welcome to the facts as they were and hailed them as conforming to reason. The truth, Hegel maintained, is a whole that must be present in every single element, so that if one material element or fact cannot be connected with the process of reason, the truth of the whole is destroyed. Marx said there was such an element, the proletariat. The existence of the proletariat contradicts the alleged reality of reason, for it sets before us an entire class that gives proof of the very negation of reason. The lot of the proletariat is no fulfillment of human potentialities, but the reverse. If property constitutes the first endowment of a free person, the proletarian is neither free nor a person, for he possesses no property. If the exercises of the absolute mind, art, religion, and philosophy, constitute man's essence, the proletarian is forever severed from his essence, for his existence permits him no time to indulge in these activities. Furthermore, the existence of the proletariat vitiates more than just the rational society of Hegel's philosophy of right, it vitiates the whole of bourgeois society. The proletariat originates in the labor process and is the actual performer or subject of labor in this society. Labor, however, as Hegel himself showed, determines the essence of man and the social form it takes. If the existence of the proletariat, then, bears witness to the complete loss of man, and this loss results from the mode of labor on which civil society is founded, the society is vicious in its entirety and the proletariat expresses a total negativity, universal suffering and universal injustice. The reality of reason, right, and freedom then turns into the reality of falsehood, injustice and bondage. The existence of the proletariat thus gives living witness to the fact that the truth has not been realized. History and social reality themselves thus negate philosophy. The critique of society cannot be carried through by philosophical doctrine, but becomes the task of socio-historical practice. Before we outline the development of Marxian theory, we have to distinguish it from the other contemporary forms that were built on the negation of philosophy. The deep surge of conviction that philosophy had come to an end colored the first decades after Hegel's death. The assurance spread that the history of thought had reached a decisive turn and that there was only one medium left in which the truth could be found and put into operation, namely, man's concrete material existence. Philosophical structures had hitherto domiciled the truth, setting it apart from the historical struggle of men, in the form of a complex of abstract, transcendental principles. Now, however, man's emancipation could become man's own work, the goal of his self-conscious practice. The true being, reason, and the free subject could now be transformed into historical realities. Hegel's successors accordingly exalted the negation of philosophy as the realization of God through the deification of man, Feuerbach, as the realization of philosophy, Feuerbach, Marx, and as the fulfillment of the universal essence of man, Feuerbach, Marx. Kierkegaard. Who and what will fulfill the essence of man? Who will realize philosophy? The different answers to these questions exhaust the trends of post-Hegelian philosophy. Two general types may be distinguished. The first, represented by Feuerbach and Kierkegaard, seizes upon the isolated individual, the second, represented by Marx, penetrates to the origins of the individual in the process of social labor and shows how the latter process is the basis of man's liberation. Hegel had demonstrated that the fullest existence of the individual is consummated in his social life. Critical employment of the dialectical method tended to disclose that individual freedom presupposes a free society, and that the true liberation of the individual therefore requires the liberation of society. Fixation on the individual alone would thus amount to adopting an abstract approach, such as Hegel himself set aside. Feuerbach's materialism and Kierkegaard's existentialism, though they embody many traits of a deep-rooted social theory, do not get beyond earlier philosophical and religious approaches to the problem. The Marxian theory, on the other hand, focuses down as a critical theory of society and breaks with the traditional formulations and trends. Kierkegaard's individualistic interpretation of the negation of philosophy inevitably developed a fierce opposition to Western rationalism. Rationalism was essentially universalistic, as we have shown, with reason resident in the thinking ego and in the objective mind. The truth was lodged either in the universal pure reason, which was untouched by the circumstances of individual life, or in the universal mind, which could flourish though individuals might suffer and die. Man's material happiness was deserted in both cases, by the introversion of reason as well as by its premature adequation to the world as it is. Rationalist philosophy, the individualists contended, was not concerned with man's actual needs and longings. Though it claimed to respond to his true interests, it gave no answer to his simple quest for happiness. It could not help him in the concrete decisions he constantly had to make. If, as the rationalists maintained, the real unique existence of the individual, which could never be reduced to a universal, was not the primary subject matter of philosophy, and the truth could not be found in or related to this unique existence. All philosophical efforts were superfluous, nay, dangerous. For they serve to divert man from the only realm in which he seeks and needs the truth. Only one criterion, therefore, held for a genuine philosophy, its capacity to save the individual. According to Kierkegaard, the individual is not the knowing but only the ethically existing subjectivity. The sole reality that matters to him is his own ethical existence. Truth lies not in knowledge, for sense perception and historical knowledge are mere semblance, and pure thought is nothing but a phantom. Knowledge deals only with the possible and is incapable of making anything real or even of grasping reality. Truth lies only in action and can be experienced only through action. The individual's own existence is the sole reality that can actually be comprehended, and the existing individual himself the sole subject or performer of this comprehension. His existence is a thinking existence, but his thought is determined by his individual living, so that all his problems arise and are resolved in his individual activity. Every individual, in his innermost individuality, is isolated from all others, he is essentially unique. There is no union, no community, no universality to contest his dominion. Truth is forever the outcome of his own decision, Entscheidung, and can be realized only in the free acts that spring from this decision. The sole decision open to the individual is that between eternal salvation and eternal damnation. Kierkegaard's individualism turns into the most emphatic absolutism. There is only one truth, eternal happiness in Christ, and only one proper decision, to live a Christian life. Kierkegaard's work is the last great attempt to restore religion as the ultimate organon for liberating humanity from the destructive impact of an oppressive social order. His philosophy implies throughout a strong critique of his society, denouncing it as one that distorts and shatters human faculties. The remedy was to be found in Christianity, and the fulfillment in the Christian way of life. Kierkegaard knew that in this society such a way of life involved incessant struggle and ultimate humiliation and defeat, and that a Christian existence within current social forms was ever an impossibility. The Church had to be separated from the state, for any dependence on the state would betray Christianity. The true role of the Church, freed of any restrictive force, was to denounce prevailing injustice and bondage and to point up the individual's ultimate interest, his salvation. Salvation could not rely upon external institutions and authorities, nor could it ever be attained by pure thought. Consequently, Kierkegaard now shifts the burden of achieving a life in truth to the concrete individual, the same individual who is the basic concern of Christianity. The individual is the truth, not reason or mankind or the state, for the individual is the only reality. That which exists is always an individual, the abstract does not exist. Kierkegaard returns to the original function of religion, its appeal to the destitute and tormented individual. He thus restores to Christianity its combative and revolutionary force. The appearance of God again assumes the terrifying aspect of a historical event suddenly breaking in upon a society in decay. Eternity takes on a temporal aspect, while the realization of happiness becomes an immediately vital matter of daily life. Kierkegaard, however, was holding to a content that could no longer take a religious form. Religion was doomed to share the fate of philosophy. The salvation of mankind could not any longer rest in the realm of faith, especially since advancing historical forces were in motion, bearing forward the revolutionary core of religion in a concrete struggle for social liberation. In these circumstances the religious protest was weak and impotent, and religious individualism could even turn against the individual it set out to save. If left to the inner world of the individual, the truth gets separated from the social and political vortex in which it belongs. Kierkegaard's attack on abstract thought led him to assail certain universal concepts that uphold the essential equality and dignity of man. He holds humanity, rein Menschheit, to be a negativity, a mere abstraction from the individual and a leveling of all existential values. The totality of reason, in which Hegel saw the completion of the truth, is also a mere abstraction. We can best see how far from a purely philosophical matter is this focusing of philosophy on the uniqueness of the individual and how much it entails his social and political isolation, when we consider Kierkegaard's attitude to the socialist movement. There is no doubt, he says, that the idea of socialism and community, Gemeinschaft, cannot save this age. Socialism is just one among many attempts to degrade individuals by equalizing all so as to remove all organic, concrete differentiations and distinctions. It is a function of resentment on the part of the many against the few who possess and exemplify the higher values. Socialism is thus part of the general revolt against extraordinary individuals. The anti-rationalist attack on universals becomes increasingly important in the subsequent development of European thought. The assault upon the universal reason was easily swung to an attack on the positive social implications of this universal. We have already indicated that the concept of reason was connected with advanced ideas, like the essential equality of men, the rule of law, the standard of rationality in state and society, and that Western rationalism was thus definitely linked with the fundamental institutions of liberalist society. In the ideological field, the struggle against this liberalism began with the attack on rationalism. The position called existentialism played an important part in this attack. First, it denied the dignity and reality of the universal. This led to a rejection of any universally valid rational norms for state and society. Later, it was claimed that no bond joins individuals, states, and nations into a whole of mankind, that the particular existential conditions of each cannot be submitted to the general judgment of reason. Laws, it was held, are not based upon any universal qualities of man in whom a reason resides, they rather express the needs of individual people whose lives they regulate in accordance with their existential requirements. This demotion of reason made it possible to exalt certain particularities, such as the race or the folk, to the rank of the highest values. Feuerbach starts with the fact Kierkegaard had failed to recognize, namely, that in the present age the human content of religion can be preserved only by abandoning the religious, otherworldly form. The realization of religion requires its negation. The doctrine of God, theology, must be changed into the doctrine of man, anthropology. Everlasting happiness will begin with the transformation of the kingdom of heaven into a republic of earth. Feuerbach agrees with Hegel that mankind has reached maturity. The earth is ready to be transformed, through the collective and conscious practice of men, into a domain of reason and freedom. He therefore sketches a philosophy of the future, which he regards as the logical and historical fulfillment of Hegel's philosophy. The new philosophy is the realization of the Hegelian, moreover, of the entire preceding philosophy. The negation of religion had begun with Hegel's transformation of theology into logic, it ends with Feuerbach's transformation of logic into anthropology. Anthropology, to Feuerbach, is a philosophy aiming at the concrete emancipation of man, outlining therefore the conditions and qualities of an actually free human existence. Such a philosophy cannot be idealist, for the means are at hand for carrying through a free human existence by liberation in fact. Hegel's great error was that he stuck to idealism at a time when a materialistic solution of the problem was at hand. The new philosophy, then, is a realization of Hegelian philosophy only as its negation. When he accepted the given state of the world as adequate to the standard of reason, Hegel contradicted his own principles and hitched philosophy to an external content, that given in his day. His critical distinctions are in the end merely distinctions within that given, and his philosophy has a critical, but not a genetico-critical significance. The latter type of philosophy would not simply demonstrate and understand its object, but would investigate its origin and thus question its right to exist. The prevailing state of man is the result of a long historical process in which all transcendental values have been secularized and made the aims of man's empirical life. The happiness he sought in heaven and in pure thought can now be satisfied on earth. Only a genetic analysis will enable philosophy to furnish the ideas that might help man in his real liberation. Hegel, Feuerbach insists, undertook no such analysis. His construction of history presupposed throughout that the prevailing stage of development reached in his time was the imminent end of all preceding stages. Moreover, genetic analysis is not only a matter of the philosophy of history, but of logic and psychology as well. Here, Hegel failed the more, for thought receives no genetic analysis in his system. Being is conceived as thought from the outset. It enters the system not as the fact of the external world, which is at first simply given and other than thought, but as notion. And in the elaboration of the system being becomes a derivative mode of thought, or, as Feuerbach says, the predicate of thought. Consequently, nature is derived from the structure and movement of thought, a complete reversal of the true state of affairs. Feuerbach's genetic analysis of thought starts, per contra, from the obvious fact that nature is the primary and thought the secondary reality. The true relation of thought to being is this: being is subject, thought is predicate. Thought springs from being, but being does not spring from thought. Philosophy must thus begin with being, not Hegel's abstract being as such, but with being in the concrete, that is, with nature. The essence of being qua being is the essence of nature. The new philosophy is not, however, to be a philosophy of nature in the traditional sense. Nature becomes relevant only in so far as it conditions human existence. Man is to be the proper content and interest. The liberation of man requires the liberation of nature, of man's natural existence. All science must be founded on nature. Theory is a mere hypothesis as long as the natural basis of theory has not been established. This holds especially true for the theory of freedom. The new philosophy will succeed in naturalizing freedom, the same that was hitherto merely an antinatural and supernatural hypothesis. Feuerbach joins the great tradition of materialist philosophers who, taking as the point of departure for their views man's actual state in nature and in society, could see that the idealistic solutions were illusory. The hard fact that man's natural drives were permitted no satisfactory outlet showed freedom and reason to be a myth, as far as social realities were concerned. Hegel had committed the unpardonable offense against the individual of constructing a realm of reason on the foundations of an enslaved humanity. Despite all historical progress, Feuerbach cries out, man is still in need, and the pervasive fact philosophy encounters is suffering. This, and not cognition, is primary in man's relation to the objective world. Thought is preceded by suffering. And no realization of reason is in the offing until that suffering has been eliminated. We have mentioned that the universal suffering that Marx saw in the existence of the proletariat negated for him the reality of reason. The principle of suffering, Marx held, was rooted in the historical form of society and required social action for its abolition. Feuerbach, per contra, introduces nature as the basis and medium for liberating mankind. Philosophy is negated and fulfilled by nature. Man's suffering is a natural relation of the living subject to its objective environment, for the subject is opposed and overwhelmed by the object. Nature shapes and determines the ego from without, making it essentially passive. The process of liberation cannot eliminate this passivity, but can transform it from a source of privation and pain to one of abundance and enjoyment. Feuerbach's conception of the ego reverses the traditional conception of it, which motivated modern philosophy since Descartes. The ego, according to Feuerbach, is primarily receptive, not spontaneous, determined, not self-determining, the passive subject of perception, not the active subject of thought. True objective thought, true objective philosophy arises only out of the negation of thought, out of being determined by the object, out of passion, the source of all pleasure and need. Feuerbach's naturalism thus maintains that perception, sensuousness, Sinnlichkeit, sensation, Empfindung, are the proper organon of philosophy. The object, in its true meaning, is given only by the senses. Nothing is unquestionably and immediately certain except the object of the senses, of perception and sensation. This is the point at which Marx's critique of Feuerbach begins. Marx upholds Hegel on this point, as against Feuerbach. Hegel had denied that sense certainty is the final criterion of the truth, on the ground that, first, the truth is a universal that cannot be won in an experience that conveys particulars, and, second, that truth finds fulfillment in a historical process carried forward by the collective practice of men. The latter is basic, with sense certainty and nature alike drawn into the movement so that they change their content in its course. Hegel's point was that labor brings sense certainty and nature into the historical process. Because he conceived human existence in terms of sense, Feuerbach disregarded this material function of labor altogether. Not satisfied with abstract thought, Feuerbach appeals to sense perception, but he does not understand our sensuous nature as practical, human sensuous activity. Labor transforms the natural conditions of human existence into social ones. By omitting the labor process from his philosophy of freedom, therefore, Feuerbach omitted the decisive factor through which nature might become the medium for freedom. His interpretation of man's free development as a natural development neglected the historical conditions for liberation and made freedom into an event within the framework of the given order. His perceptual materialism perceives only separate individuals in bourgeois society. Marx focused his theory on the labor process and by so doing held to and consummated the principle of the Hegelian dialectic that the structure of the content, reality, determines the structure of the theory. He made the foundations of civil society the foundations of the theory of civil society. This society operates on the principle of universal labor, with the labor process decisive for the totality of human existence. Labor determines the value of all things. Since the society is perpetuated by the continued universal exchange of the products of labor, the totality of human relations is governed by the immanent laws of the economy. The development of the individual and the range of his freedom depend on the extent to which his labor satisfies a social need. All men are free, but the mechanisms of the labor process govern the freedom of them all. The study of the labor process is, in the last analysis, absolutely necessary in order to discover the conditions for realizing reason and freedom in the real sense. A critical analysis of that process thus yields the final theme of philosophy. Marx, alienated labor. Marx's writings between and treat the form of labor in modern society as constituting the total alienation of man. The employment of this category links Marx's economic analysis with a basic category of the Hegelian philosophy. The social division of labor, Marx declares, is not carried out with any consideration for the talents of individuals and the interest of the whole, but rather takes place entirely according to the laws of capitalist commodity production. Under these laws, the product of labor, the commodity, seems to determine the nature and end of human activity. In other words, the materials that should serve life come to rule over its content and goal, and the consciousness of man is completely made victim to the relationships of material production. The materialistic proposition that is the starting point of Marx's theory thus states: first, a historical fact, exposing the materialistic character of the prevailing social order in which an uncontrolled economy legislates over all human relations. At the same time, Marx's proposition is a critical one, implying that the prevailing relation between consciousness and social existence is a false one that must be overcome before the true relation can come to light. The truth of the materialist thesis is thus to be fulfilled in its negation. Marx emphasizes time and again that his materialistic starting point is forced upon him by the materialistic quality of the society he analyzes. He states that he begins with a fact, an economic fact recognized even by classical political economy. As modern society runs its course, the worker becomes the poorer the more wealth he produces and the more his production increases in power and extent. The worker becomes a cheaper commodity the more commodities he produces. Hand in hand with the exploitation, Verwertung, of the objective world goes the depreciation of the human world. Classical political economy, Marx quotes Adam Smith and J.B. Say, admits that even great social wealth means nothing but stationary poverty for the worker. These economists had shown that poverty is not at all the result of adverse external circumstance, but of the prevailing mode of labor itself. In the progressing condition of society, the destruction and impoverishment of the worker is the product of his own labor and of the wealth he has himself produced. Misery thus springs from the nature of the prevailing mode of labor and is rooted in the very essence of modern society. What significance does this mode of labor have as far as the development of man is concerned? With this question, the Marxian theory leaves the plane of political economy. The totality of economic relations, laws, and institutions may not be treated simply as an isolated objective cluster of facts, but as making up a historical form within which men carry on their lives. Freed from the limitations of a specialized science, the economic categories are seen to be determining factors for human existence, Daseins formen, Existenzbestimmungen, even if they denote objective economic facts, as in the case of commodity, value, ground rent. Far from being a mere economic activity, Erwerbstätigkeit, labor is the existential activity of man, his free, conscious activity, not a means for maintaining his life, Lebensmittel, but for developing his universal nature. The new categories will evaluate the economic reality with a view to what it has made of man, of his faculties, powers, and needs. Marx summarizes these human qualities when he speaks of the universal essence of man. His examination of the economy is specifically carried on with the question in mind whether that economy realizes man's Gattungswesen, universelles Wesen. These terms point back to Feuerbach and to Hegel. Man's very nature lies in his universality. His intellectual and physical faculties can be fulfilled only if all men exist as men, in the developed wealth of their human resources. Man is free only if all men are free and exist as universal beings. When this condition is attained, life will be shaped by the potentialities of the genus, man, which embraces the potentialities of all the individuals that comprise it. The emphasis on this universality brings nature as well into the self-development of mankind. Man is free if nature is his work and his reality, so that he recognizes himself in a world he has himself made. All this has an obvious resemblance to Hegel's idea of reason. Marx even goes so far as to describe the self-realization of man in terms of the unity between thought and being. The whole problem is, however, no longer a philosophical one, for the self-realization of man now requires the abolition of the prevailing mode of labor, and philosophy cannot deliver this result. The critique does begin in philosophic terms, because the enslavement of labor and its liberation are alike conditions that go beyond the framework of traditional political economy and affect the very foundations of human existence, which are the proper domain of philosophy, but Marx departs from the philosophical terminology as soon as he has elaborated his own theory. The critical, transcendental character of the economic categories, hitherto expressed by philosophical concepts, later, in his Capital, is demonstrated by the economic categories themselves. Marx explains the alienation of labor as exemplified in, first, the relation of the worker to the product of his labor and, second, the relation of the worker to his own activity. The worker in capitalist society produces commodities. Large-scale commodity production requires capital, large aggregations of wealth used exclusively to promote commodity production. The commodities are produced by independent private entrepreneurs for purposes of profitable sale. The worker labors for the capitalist, to whom he surrenders, through the wage contract, the product of his labor. Capital is power to dispose over the products of labor. The more the worker produces, the greater the power of capital becomes and the smaller the worker's own means for appropriating his products. Labor thus becomes the victim of a power it has itself created. Marx summarizes this process as follows: the object which labor produces, its product, is encountered as an alien entity, a force that has become independent of its producer. The realization of labor is its objectification. Under the prevailing economic conditions, this realization of labor appears as its opposite, the negation of the laborer. Objectification appears as loss of and enslavement by the object, and appropriation as alienation and expropriation. Once turned to the laws of capitalist commodity production, labor is inevitably impoverished. For, the more the worker toils, the more powerful becomes the alien world of objects he produces to oppose him, and the poorer he himself becomes. Marx shows this mechanism at work in the movement of wages. The laws of commodity production, without any external aids, maintain wages at the level of stationary poverty. The realization of labor appears as negation to such an extent that the worker is negated to the point of starvation. The objectification appears as a loss of the objects to such an extent that the worker is deprived of the most necessary objects of life and labor. Moreover, labor itself becomes an object of which he can make himself master only by the greatest effort and with incalculable interruptions. Appropriation of the object appears as alienation to such an extent that the more objects the worker produces, the less he possesses and the more he comes under the sway of his product, of capital. The worker alienated from his product is at the same time alienated from himself. His labor itself becomes no longer his own, and the fact that it becomes the property of another bespeaks an expropriation that touches the very essence of man. Labor in its true form is a medium for man's true self-fulfillment, for the full development of his potentialities. The conscious utilization of the forces of nature should take place for his satisfaction and enjoyment. In its current form, however, it cripples all human faculties and enjoins satisfaction. The worker does not affirm but contradicts his essence. Instead of developing his free physical and mental energies, he mortifies his body and ruins his mind. He therefore first feels he is with himself when he is free from work and apart from himself when he is at work. He is at home when he does not work and not at home when he does. His working is, therefore, not done willingly but under compulsion. It is forced labor. It is, therefore, not the satisfaction of a need, but only a means for the satisfaction of wants outside of it. In consequence, man feels himself acting freely only in his animal functions like eating, drinking, and begetting, whereas in his human functions he is nothing but an animal. The animal becomes the human and the human the animal. This holds alike for the worker, the expropriated producer, and for him who buys his labor. The process of alienation affects all strata of society, distorting even the natural functions of man. The senses, the primary sources of freedom and happiness according to Feuerbach, are reduced to one sense of possessing. They view their object only as something that can or cannot be appropriated. Even pleasure and enjoyment change from conditions under which men freely develop their universal nature into modes of egoistic possession and acquisition. Marx's analysis of labor under capitalism is thus quite deep-seated, going further than the structure of economic relationships to the actual human content. Relations such as those between capital and labor, capital and commodity, labor and commodity, and those between commodities are understood as human relations, relations in man's social existence. Even the institution of private property appears as the product, result, and inevitable consequence of the alienated mode of labor, and derives from the mechanisms of the social mode of production. The alienation of labor leads to the division of labor so characteristic of all forms of class society. Each man has a particular, exclusive sphere of activity, which is forced upon him and from which he cannot escape, a division that is not overcome when the abstract freedom of the individual is proclaimed in bourgeois society. Labor separated from its object is, in the last analysis, an alienation of man from man. The individuals are isolated from and set against each other. They are linked in the commodities they exchange rather than in their persons. Man's alienation from himself is simultaneously an estrangement from his fellow men. Marx's early writings are the first explicit statement of the process of reification, Vertinglichung, through which capitalist society makes all personal relations between men take the form of objective relations between things. Marx expounds this process in his Capital as the fetishism of commodities. The system of capitalism relates men to each other through the commodities they exchange. The social status of individuals, their standard of living, the satisfaction of their needs, their freedom, and their power are all determined by the value of their commodities. The capacities and needs of the individual have no part in the evaluation. Even man's most human attributes become a function of money, the general substitute for commodities. Individuals participate in the social process as owners of commodities only. Their mutual relations are those of their commodities. Capitalist commodity production has this mystifying result, that it transforms the social relations of individuals into qualities of things themselves, and still more pronouncedly transforms the interrelations of production themselves into a thing. The mystifying result arises from the specific mode of labor in commodity production, with its separate individuals working independently of each other, and fulfilling their own needs only through those of the market. The fetishism of commodities has its origin in the peculiar social character of the labor that produces them. As a general rule, articles of utility become commodities only because they are products of the labor of private individuals or groups of individuals who carry on their work independently of each other. The sum total of the labor of all these private individuals forms the aggregate labor of society. Since the producers do not come into contact with each other until they exchange their products, the specific social character of each producer's labor does not show itself except in the act of exchange. In other words, the labor of the individual asserts itself as a part of the labor of society, only by means of the relations which the act of exchange establishes directly between the products, and indirectly, through them, between the producers. To the latter, therefore, the relations connecting the labor of one individual with that of the rest appear, not as direct social relations between individuals at work, but as what they really are, material relations between persons and social relations between things. What does this reification accomplish? It sets forth the actual social relations among men as a totality of objective relations, thereby concealing their origin, their mechanisms of perpetuation, and the possibility of their transformation. Above all, it conceals their human core and content. If wages, as the reification process would indicate, express the value of labor, exploitation is at best a subjective and personal judgment. If capital were nothing other than an aggregate of wealth employed in commodity production, then capital would appear to be the cumulative result of productive skill and diligence. If the creation of profits were the peculiar quality of utilized capital, such profits might represent a reward for the work of the entrepreneur. The relation between capital and labor on this basis would involve neither iniquity nor oppression, it would rather be a purely objective, material relationship, and economic theory would be a specialized science like any other. The laws of supply and demand, the fixing of value and prices, the business cycles, and so on, would be amenable to study as objective laws and facts, regardless of their effect on human existence. The economic process of society would be a natural process, and man, with all his needs and desires, would play in it the role of an objective mathematical quantum rather than that of a conscious subject. Marxian theory rejects such a science of economics and sets in its place the interpretation that economic relations are existential relations between men. It does this not by virtue of any humanitarian feeling but by virtue of the actual content of the economy itself. Economic relations only seem to be objective because of the character of commodity production. As soon as one delves beneath this mode of production, and analyzes its origin, one can see that its natural objectivity is mere semblance while in reality it is a specific historical form of existence that man has given himself. Moreover, once this content comes to the fore, economic theory would turn into a critical theory. When one speaks of private property, one thinks he is dealing with something outside of man. When one speaks of labor, one has to do immediately with man himself. The new formulation of the question already involves its solution. As soon as their mystifying character is uncovered, economic conditions appear as the complete negation of humanity. The mode of labor perverts all human faculties, accumulation of wealth intensifies poverty, and technological progress leads to the rule of dead matter over the human world. Objective facts come alive and enter an indictment of society. Economic realities exhibit their own inherent negativity. We are here touching upon the origins of the Marxian dialectic. For Marx, as for Hegel, the dialectic takes note of the fact that the negation inherent in reality is the moving and creative principle. The dialectic is the dialectic of negativity. Every fact is more than a mere fact, it is a negation and restriction of real possibilities. Wage labor is a fact, but at the same time it is a restraint on free work that might satisfy human needs. Private property is a fact, but at the same time it is a negation of man's collective appropriation of nature. Man's social practice embodies the negativity as well as its overcoming. The negativity of capitalist society lies in its alienation of labor. The negation of this negativity will come with the abolition of alienated labor. Alienation has taken its most universal form in the institution of private property. Amends will be made with the abolition of private property. It is of the utmost importance to note that Marx views the abolition of private property entirely as a means for the abolition of alienated labor, and not as an end in itself. The socialization of the means of production is as such merely an economic fact, just like any other economic institution. Its claim to be the beginning of a new social order depends on what man does with the socialized means of production. If these are not utilized for the development and gratification of the free individual, they will amount simply to a new form for subjugating individuals to a hypostatized universality. The abolition of private property inaugurates an essentially new social system only if free individuals, and not the society, become masters of the socialized means of production. Marx expressly warns against such another reification of society. One must above all avoid setting the society up again as an abstraction opposed to the individual. The individual is the social entity. The expression of his life is therefore an expression and verification of the life of society. The true history of mankind will be, in the strict sense, the history of free individuals, so that the interest of the whole will be woven into the individual existence of each. In all prior forms of society, the interest of the whole lay in separate social and political institutions, which represented the right of society as against the right of the individual. The abolition of private property will do away with all this once and for all, for it will mark man's return from family, religion, state, etc., to his human, that is, social existence. It is, then, the free individuals, and not a new system of production, that exemplify the fact that the particular and the common interest have been merged. The individual is the goal. This individualistic trend is fundamental as an interest of the Marxian theory. We have shown the role of the universal in the traditional theories, placing stress on the fact that human fulfillment, what we have called the truth exemplified, could only be conceived in terms of the abstract universal concept so long as society retained the form it had. Shot through with a conflict at every hand among individual interests, the concrete conditions of social life made a mockery of the universal essence of man and nature. And since the prevailing social realities contradicted that essence, and hence contradicted the truth, the latter had no refuge save the mind, where it was hypostatized as an abstract universal. Marx explains how this state of affairs came about, showing its origin in the division of labor of class society, and particularly in the divorce that was entailed between the intellectual and material forces of production. The forces of production, the state of society and consciousness, can and must come into contradiction with one another, because the division of labor implies the possibility, nay the fact that intellectual and material activity, enjoyment and labor, production and consumption, devolve on different individuals. The division of labor manifests itself also in the ruling class as the division of mental and material labor, so that inside this class one part appears as the thinkers of the class, while the other's attitude to these ideas and illusions is more passive and receptive, because they are in reality the active members of this class and have less time to make up illusions and ideas about themselves. It is self-evident that phantoms like the higher being, notion, are merely the idealistic, spiritual expression, the conception apparently of the isolated individual, the image of very empirical fetters and limitations, within which the mode of production of life, and the form of intercourse coupled with it, move. Just as materially the reproduction of the social whole was the result of blind forces over which man's conscious powers exercised no guidance, so mentally, the universal came forth as a reality that was independent and creative. The groups governing society were compelled to hide the fact that their interests were private by cloaking them in the dignity of the universal. Each new class which puts itself in the place of one ruling before it, is compelled, merely in order to carry through its aim, to represent its interest as the common interest of all the members of society. It will give its ideas the form of universality, and represent them as the only rational, universally valid ones. The claim of universality for the ideas of a ruling class is thus part of the mechanisms of class rule, and the critique of class society will also destroy its philosophical claims. The universal concepts employed are at first those hypostatizing desired forms of human existence, concepts like reason, freedom, justice, and virtue, and also state, society, democracy. All of these envisage that man's universal essence is materialized either within the prevailing social conditions or beyond them in a suprahistorical realm. Marx also points to the fact that such concepts become increasingly universal in scope with the advance of the society. The ideas of honor, loyalty, and so on, which characterized medieval times and which were the dominant ideas of the aristocracy, were far more restricted in appeal and applied to fewer persons than the ideas of freedom, equality, and justice, of the bourgeoisie, which reflect the more far-reaching base of that class. The development of dominant ideas thus keeps step with and mirrors an increasing social and economic integration. The most general abstractions commonly arise only where there is the highest concrete development, where one feature seems to be jointly possessed by many, and to be common to all. Then it cannot be thought of any longer in one particular form. The more society advances, the more do abstract ideas hold sway, that is, ideas which increasingly take on the form of universality. This process, however, turns into its opposite as soon as classes are abolished and the interest of the whole is fulfilled in the existence of every individual, for then it is no longer necessary to represent a particular interest as general or the general interest as ruling. The individual becomes the actual subject of history, in such a way that he is himself the universal and manifests the universal essence of man. Communism, with its positive abolition of private property, is thus of its very nature a new form of individualism, and not only a new and different economic system, but a different system of life. Communism is the real appropriation of the essence of man by and for man, therefore it is man's complete conscious return to himself as a social, that is, human being. It is the true solution of man's conflict with nature and with man, of the strife between existence and essence, reification and self-determination, liberty and necessity, individual and genus. The contradictions that lay beneath the philosophy of Hegel and all traditional philosophy will dissolve in this new form of society. For these are historical contradictions rooted in the antagonisms of class society. Philosophical ideas express material historical conditions, which cast off their philosophical form as soon as they are subjected to the scrutiny of critical theory and are seized by conscious social practice. Hegel's philosophy revolved about the universality of reason. It was a rational system with its every part, the subjective as well as the objective spheres, integrated into a comprehensive whole. Marx shows that capitalist society first put such a universality into practice. Capitalism developed the productive forces for the totality of a uniform social system. Universal commerce, universal competition, and the universal interdependence of labor were made to prevail and transformed men into world historical, empirically universal individuals. This universality, however, as we have explained, is a negative one, for the productive forces are used, as are the things man produces with them, in a way that makes them seem the products of an uncontrolled alien power. It is an empirical fact that separate individuals have, with the broadening of their activity into world historical activity, become more and more enslaved under a power alien to them, a power which has become more and more enormous and, in the last instance, turns out to be the world market. The distribution of supply under international commodity production is a blind and anarchic universal process, wherein the demand of the individual is satisfied only if he can meet the requirements of exchange. Marx calls this anarchic relation of supply to demand a natural form of social integration, meaning that it seems to have the force of a natural law instead of operating, as it should, under the joint control of all men. The abolition of labor. The realization of freedom and reason requires a reversal of the state of affairs. Universal dependence, this natural form of the world historical cooperation of individuals, will be transformed by this communist revolution into the control and conscious mastery of these powers, which, born of the action of men on one another, have till now overawed and governed men as powers completely alien to them. Moreover, since the state of affairs that has prevailed till now is a universal negativity, affecting all spheres of life everywhere, its transformation requires a universal revolution, that is to say, a revolution that would reverse, first, the totality of prevailing conditions and, secondly, would replace this with a new universal order. The material elements of complete revolution must be present so that the convulsion grips not specific conditions in the existent society, but the very production of life prevailing in it, the total activity on which it has been based. This totalitarian character of the revolution is made necessary by the totalitarian character of the capitalist relations of production. Modern universal intercourse can be controlled by individuals, only when controlled by all. The revolutionary convulsion that ends the system of capitalist society sets free all the potentialities for general satisfaction that have developed in this system. Marx accordingly calls the communist revolution an act of appropriation, meaning that with the abolition of private property men are to obtain true ownership over all those things that have hitherto remained estranged from them. Appropriation is determined by the object to be appropriated, that is, by the productive forces, which have been developed to a totality and which only exist within a universal intercourse. From this aspect alone, therefore, this appropriation must have a universal character. The universality that exists in the present state of society will be transposed to the new social order, where, however, it will have a different character. The universal will no longer operate as a blind natural force once men have succeeded in subjecting the available productive forces to the power of individuals united. Man will then for the first time in history consciously treat all natural premises as the creatures of men. His struggle with nature will pursue a general plan formulated by freely combined individuals. The appropriation is also determined by the persons appropriating. The alienation of labor creates a society split into opposing classes. Any social scheme that affects a division of labor without taking account of the abilities and needs of individuals in assigning them their roles tends to shackle the activity of the individual to external economic forces. The mode of social production, the way in which the life of the whole is maintained, circumscribes the life of the individual and harnesses his entire existence to relations prescribed by the economy, without regard to his subjective abilities or wants. Commodity production under a system of free competition has aggravated this condition. The commodities allotted to the individual for the gratification of his needs were supposed to be the equivalent of his work. Equality seemed to be guaranteed, at least in this respect. The individual could not, however, choose his work. It was prescribed for him by his position in the social process of production, which was in turn forced upon him by the prevailing distribution of power and wealth. The fact of classes contradicts freedom, or, rather, transforms it into an abstract idea. The class circumscribes the actual range of individual freedom within the general anarchy, the arena of free play still open to the individual. Each is free to the extent that his class is free, and the development of his individuality is confined to the limits of his class. He unfolds himself as a class individual. The class is the actual social and economic unit, not the individual. It achieves an independent existence over against the individuals, so that the latter find their conditions of existence predestined, and hence have their position in life and their personal development assigned to them by their class, become subsumed under it. The existent form of society accomplishes a universal order only by negating the individual. The personal individual becomes a class individual, and his constituent properties become universal properties that he shares with all other members of his class. His existence is not his, but that of his class. We recall Hegel's statement that the individual is the universal, that he acts historically not as a private person but as a citizen of his state. Marx understands this negation of the individual to be the historical product of class society, effectuated not by the state but by the ordering of labor. The subsumption of individuals under classes is the same phenomenon as their subjection to the division of labor. By division of labor, Marx here means the process of separating various economic activities into specialized and delimited fields. First, industry and commerce separated from agriculture, then industry separated from commerce, and finally the latter subdivided into different branches. This entire differentiation takes place under the requirements of commodity production in its capitalistic form, accelerated by the progress of technology. It is a blind and natural process. The totality of labor required to perpetuate society appears as an a priori given body of work that is organized in a definite way. The specific division of labor that prevails seems an unalterable necessity that drags the individuals into its toils. Business becomes an objective entity that gives men a certain standard of living, a set of interests, and a range of possibilities that mark them off from men engaged in other businesses. The conditions of labor mold the individuals into groups or classes, and are class conditions converging upon the fundamental division into capital and wage labor. The two fundamental classes, however, are not classes in the same sense. The proletariat is distinguished by the fact that, as a class, it signifies the negation of all classes. The interests of all other classes are essentially one-sided, the proletariat's interest is essentially universal. The proletariat has neither property nor profit to defend. Its one concern, the abolition of the prevailing mode of labor, is the concern of society as a whole. This is expressed in the fact that the communist revolution, in contrast to all previous revolutions, can leave no social group in bondage because there is no class below the proletariat. The universality of the proletariat is, again, a negative universality, indicating that the alienation of labor has intensified to the point of total self-destruction. The labor of the proletarian prevents any self-fulfillment, his work negates his entire existence. This utmost negativity, however, takes a positive turn. The very fact that he is deprived of all assets of the prevailing system sets him beyond this system. He is a member of the class which is really rid of all the old world and at the same time stands pitted against it. The universal character of the proletariat is the final basis for the universal character of the communist revolution. The proletariat is the negation not only of certain particular human potentialities, but also of man as such. All specific distinguishing marks by which men are differentiated lose their validity. Property, culture, religion, nationality, and so on, all things that might set one man off from another, make no such mark among proletarians. Each lives in society only as the bearer of labor power, and each is thus the equivalent of all others of his class. His concern to exist is not the concern of a given group, class, or nation, but is truly universal and world historical. The proletariat can thus only exist world historically. The communist revolution, its movement, is therefore necessarily a world revolution. The prevailing social relations that the revolution upsets are everywhere negative because they everywhere result from a negative ordering of the labor process that perpetuates them. The labor process itself is the life of the proletariat. Abolition of the negative ordering of labor, alienated labor as Marx terms it, is hence at the same time the abolition of the proletariat. The abolition of the proletariat also amounts to the abolition of labor as such. Marx makes this an express formulation when he speaks of the achievement of revolution. Classes are to be abolished by the abolition of private property and of labor itself. Elsewhere, Marx says the same thing: the communistic revolution is directed against the preceding mode of activity, does away with labor. And again, the question is not the liberation but the abolition of labor. The question is not the liberation of labor because labor has already been made free. Free labor is the achievement of capitalist society. Communism can cure the ills of the bourgeois and the distress of the proletarian only by removing their cause, namely, labor. These amazing formulations in Marx's earliest writings all contain the Hegelian term Aufhebung, so that abolition also carries the meaning that a content is restored to its true form. Marx, however, envisioned the future mode of labor to be so different from the prevailing one that he hesitated to use the same term labor to designate alike the material process of capitalist and of communist society. He uses the term labor to mean what capitalism actually understands by it in the last analysis, that activity which creates surplus value in commodity production, or, which produces capital. Other kinds of activity are not productive labor and hence are not labor in the proper sense. Labor thus means that free and universal development is denied the individual who labors, and it is clear that in this state of affairs the liberation of the individual is at once the negation of labor. An association of free individuals to Marx is a society wherein the material process of production no longer determines the entire pattern of human life. Marx's idea of a rational society implies an order in which it is not the universality of labor but the universal satisfaction of all individual potentialities that constitutes the principle of social organization. He contemplates a society that gives to each not according to his work but his needs. Mankind becomes free only when the material perpetuation of life is a function of the abilities and happiness of associated individuals. We can now see that the Marxian theory has developed a full contradiction to the basic conception of idealist philosophy. The idea of reason has been superseded by the idea of happiness. Historically, the first was interlaced into a society in which the intellectual forces of production were detached from the material ones. Within this framework of social and economic iniquities, the life of reason was a life of higher dignity. It dictated individual sacrifice for the sake of some higher universal independent of the base impulses and drives of individuals. The idea of happiness, on the other hand, roots itself firmly in the demand for a social ordering that would set aside the class structure of society. Hegel had emphatically denied that the progress of reason would have anything to do with the satisfaction of individual happiness. Even the most advanced concepts of the Hegelian philosophy, as we have shown, preserved and in the last analysis condoned the negativity of the existing social system. Reason could prevail even though the reality shrieked of individual frustration. Idealist culture and the technological progress of civil society bear witness of that. Happiness could not. The demand that free individuals attain satisfaction militate against the entire setup of traditional culture. The Marxian theory consequently rejected even the advanced ideas of the Hegelian scheme. The category of happiness made manifest the positive content of materialism. Historical materialism appeared at first as a denunciation of the materialism prevalent in bourgeois society, and the materialist principle was in this respect a critical instrument of exposé directed against a society that enslaved men to the blind mechanisms of material production. The idea of the free and universal realization of individual happiness, per contra, denoted an affirmative materialism, that is to say, an affirmation of the material satisfaction of man. We have dwelt rather extensively upon Marx's early writings because they emphasize tendencies that have been attenuated in the post-Marxian development of his critique of society, namely, the elements of communistic individualism, the repudiation of any fetishism concerning the socialization of the means of production or the growth of the productive forces, the subordination of all these factors to the idea of the free realization of the individual. Under all aspects, however, Marx's early writings are mere preliminary stages to his mature theory, stages that should not be overemphasized. The analysis of the labor process. Marx rests his theories on the assumption that the labor process determines the totality of human existence and thus gives to society its basic pattern. It now remains for him to give the exact analysis of this process. The early writings took labor to be the general form of man's struggle with nature. Labor is at first a process between man and nature, a process in which man mediates, regulates, and controls the material reactions between himself and nature by his own action. In this respect, labor is basic to all forms of society. The capitalistic ordering of labor is designated in Marx's early essays as alienation, and hence as an unnatural, degenerated form of labor. The question arises, How has such a degeneration become possible? And this is more than a quaestio facti, since alienated labor appears as a fact only in the light of its abolition. The analysis of the prevailing form of labor is simultaneously an analysis of the premises of its abolition. In other words, Marx views the existing conditions of labor with an eye to their negation in an actually free society. His categories are negative and at the same time positive. They present a negative state of affairs in the light of its positive solution, revealing the true situation in existing society as the prelude to its passing into a new form. All the Marxian concepts extend, as it were, in these two dimensions, the first of which is the complex of given social relationships, and the second, the complex of elements inherent in the social reality that make for its transformation into a free social order. This twofold content determines Marx's entire analysis of the labor process. We shall now deal with the conclusions he draws. In the prevailing social system, labor produces commodities. Commodities are use values to be exchanged on the market. Every product of labor is, as a commodity, exchangeable for every other product of labor. It has an exchange value that equates it with all other commodities. This universal homogeneity, by which all commodities are equated with all others, cannot be ascribed to the use values of commodities, for, as use values, they are exchanged only in so far as they are different from one another. Their exchange value, on the other hand, is a purely quantitative relation. As exchange value, one kind of use value is worth as much as another kind, if taken in the right proportion. The exchange value of a palace can be expressed in a certain number of boxes of shoe blacking. Vice versa, London manufacturers of shoe blacking have expressed the exchange value of their many boxes of blacking, in palaces. Thus, entirely apart from their natural forms, and without regard to the specific kind of wants for which they serve as use values, commodities in certain quantities equal each other, take each other's place in exchange, pass as equivalents, and, in spite of their variegated appearance, are all of a piece. The reason for this homogeneity must be sought in the nature of labor. All commodities are products of human labor, they are materialized labor. As embodiment of social labor, all commodities are the crystallization of the same substance. At first this labor appears to be just as diversified as the use values produced by it. Labor performed in the production of wheat is quite different from that used in the production of shoes or cannon. What in reality appears as a difference in use values is, in the process of production, a difference in the work creating those use values. If, then, the property common to all commodities is labor, it must be labor stripped of all qualitative distinctions. That would leave labor as the quantity of labor power expended in the production of a good. This quantity is indifferent to the form, content, and individuality of the labor, it is therefore ready for a purely quantitative measurement, equally applicable to all kinds of individual labor. The standard of such measurement is given by time. Just as the quantitative existence of motion is time, so the quantitative existence of labor is labor time. If all specificity of labor is abstracted, one act of labor is distinguished from another only by its duration. In this abstract, universal form, labor represents the common property of all commodities that becomes constitutive of their exchange value. Labor creating exchange value is, abstract, general labor. But even the time measurement of labor still leaves an individual factor. The amount of labor time spent by different workers in the production of one and the same kind of commodity varies according to their physical and mental condition and their technical equipment. These individual variations are cancelled in a further step of reduction. The labor time is computed for the average technical standard prevailing in production, hence, the time that determines exchange value is socially necessary labor time. The labor time contained in a commodity is the labor time necessary for its production, i.e. it is the labor time which is required for the production of another specimen of the same commodity under the same general conditions of production. Marx thus comes to the fact that the phenomenon of labor covers two entirely different kinds of labor, concrete specific labor, correlative to concrete specific use values, carpentry, shoemaking, agricultural labor, etc., and abstract universal labor, as expressed in the respective exchange values of commodities. Every single act of labor in commodity production comprises both abstract and concrete labor, just as any product of social labor represents both exchange value and use value. The social process of production, however, when it determines the value of commodities, sets aside the variety of concrete labor and retains as the standard of measurement the proportion of necessary abstract labor contained in a commodity. Marx's conclusion that the value of commodities is determined by the quantity of abstract labor socially necessary for their reproduction is the fundamental thesis of his labor theory of value. It is introduced not as a theorem, but as the description of a historical process. The reduction of concrete to abstract labor appears to be an abstraction, but it is an abstraction that takes place daily in the social process of production. Since it is the theoretical conception of a historical process, the labor theory of value cannot be developed in the manner of a pure theory. It is a well-known fact that Marx considered the discovery of the twofold character of labor to be his original contribution to economic theory, and to be pivotal for a clear comprehension of political economy. His distinction between concrete and abstract labor allows him insights to which the conceptual apparatus of classical political economy was necessarily blind. The classical economists designated labor as the sole source of all social wealth, and overlooked the fact that it is only abstract, universal labor that creates value in a commodity-producing society, while concrete particular labor merely preserves and transfers already existing values. In the production of cotton, spinning, for example, the concrete activity of the individual worker merely transfers the value of the means of production to the product. His concrete activity does not increase the value of the product. The product, however, does appear on the market with a new value in addition to that of the means of production. This new value results from the fact that a certain quantity of abstract labor power, that is, labor power irrespective of concrete form, has been added in the process of production to the object of labor. Since the worker does not do double work in the same time, the double result, preservation of value and the creation of new value, can be explained only by the dual character of his labor. By the simple addition of a certain quantity of labor, new value is added, and by the quality of this added labor, the original values of the means of production are preserved in the product. The process in which labor power becomes an abstract quantitative unit characterizes a specifically social form of labor to be distinguished from that form which is the natural condition of human existence, namely, labor as productive activity directed to the adaptation of nature. This specifically social form of labor is that prevalent in capitalism. Under capitalism, labor produces commodities, that is, the products of labor appear as exchange values. But how does this system of universal commodity production, which is not directly oriented to the satisfaction of individual needs, tend to fulfill these needs? How do the independent producers know that they produce actual use values? Use values are means for the gratification of human wants. Since every form of society must satisfy the needs of its members in some degree, in order to maintain their lives, the use value of things remains a prerequisite to commodity production. Under the commodity system, the individual's need is a fraction of the social need made manifest on the market. The distribution of use values takes place according to the social distribution of labor. The satisfaction of a demand presupposes that the use values are available on the market, while the latter will appear on the market only if society is willing to devote a portion of its labor time to producing them. A certain amount of production and consumption goods is required to reproduce and maintain society at its prevailing level. The social need, that is the use value on a social scale, appears here as a determining factor for the amount of social labor which is to be supplied by the various particular spheres of production. A definite quota of labor time is spent in the production of machines, buildings, roads, textiles, wheat, cannon, perfumes, etc. Marx says that society allots the available labor time needed for these. Society, however, is not a conscious subject. Capitalist society provides for no complete association or planning. How, then, does it distribute labor time to various types of production in accordance with social needs? The individual is free. No authority may tell him how he is to maintain himself, everyone may choose to work at what he pleases. One individual may decide to produce shoes, another books, a third rifles, a fourth golden buttons. But the goods each produces are commodities, that is, use values not for himself but for other individuals. Each must exchange his products for the other use values that will satisfy his own needs. In other words, the satisfaction of his own needs presupposes that his own products fill a social need. But he cannot know this in advance. Only when he brings the products of his labor to the market will he learn whether or not he expended social labor time. The exchange value of his goods will show him whether or not they satisfy a social need. If he can sell them at or above his production cost, society was willing to allot a quantum of its labor time to their production, otherwise, he wasted or did not spend socially necessary labor time. The exchange value of his commodities decides his social fate. The form in which this proportional distribution of labor operates, in a state of society where the interconnection of social labor is manifested in the private exchange of the individual products of labor, is precisely the exchange value of these products, and thus determines the proportional fulfillment of the social need. Marx calls this mechanism by which the commodity-producing society distributes the labor time at its disposal among the different branches of production the law of value. The different branches that have been made independent in the development of modern society are integrated through the market, where the exchange value of the commodities produced yields the measure of the social need they satisfy. The supplying of society with use values is thus governed by the law of value, which has superseded the freedom of the individual. He depends, for the gratification of his needs, on the market, for he buys the means for this gratification in the form of exchange values. And he finds the exchange values of the goods he desires to be a pre-given quantity over which he, as an individual, has no power whatever. Moreover, the social need that appears on the market is not identical with the real need, but only with solvent social need. The various demands are conditional upon the buying power of the individuals, and therefore, upon the mutual relations of the different social classes and their relative economic position. The individual's desires and wants are shaped and, with the vast majority, restricted by the situation of the class to which he belongs, in such a way that he cannot express his real need. Marx summarizes the state of affairs when he says, the need for commodities on the market, the demand, differs quantitatively from the actual social need. Even if the market were to manifest the actual social need, the law of value would continue to operate as a blind mechanism outside the conscious control of individuals. It would continue to exert the pressure of a natural law, Naturgesetz, the necessity of which, far from precluding, would rather ensure the rule of chance over society. The system of relating independent individuals to one another through the necessary labor time contained in the commodities they exchange may seem to be one of utmost rationality. In reality, however, this system organizes only waste and disproportion. Society buys the articles which it demands by devoting to their production a portion of its available labor time. That means, society buys them by spending a definite quantity of the labor time over which it disposes. That part of society, to which the division of labor assigns the task of employing its labor in the production of the desired article, must be given an equivalent for it of other social labor, incorporated in articles which it wants. There is, however, no necessary, but only an accidental, connection between the volume of society's demand for a certain article and the volume represented by the production of this article in the total production, or the quantity of social labor spent on this article. True, every individual article, or every definite quantity of any kind of commodities, contains, perhaps, only the social labor required for its production, and from this point of view the market value of this entire mass of commodities of a certain kind represents only necessary labor. Nevertheless, if this commodity has been produced in excess of the temporary demand of society for it, So much of the social labor has been wasted, and in that case this mass of commodities represents a much smaller quantity of labor on the market than is actually incorporated in it. From the point of view of the individual, the law of value asserts itself only ex post. Waste of labor is inevitable. The market provides a correction and a punishment for individual freedom. Any deviation from the socially necessary labor time means defeat in the economic competitive struggle through which men maintain their lives in this social order. The guiding question of Marx's analysis was, how does capitalist society supply its members with the necessary use values? And the answer disclosed a process of blind necessity, chance, anarchy, and frustration. The introduction of the category of use value was the introduction of a forgotten factor, forgotten, that is, by the classical political economy, which was occupied only with the phenomenon of exchange value. In the Marxian theory, this factor becomes an instrument that cuts through the mystifying reification of the commodity world. 4. Restoration of the category of use value to the center of economic analysis means a sharp questioning of the economic process as to whether and how it fills the real needs of individuals. Behind the exchange relations of capitalism it shows the actual human relations, warped to a negative totality and ordered by uncontrolled economic laws. Marx's analysis showed him the law of value as the general form of reason in the existent social system. The law of value was the form in which the common interest, the perpetuation of society, asserted itself through individual freedom. That law, though it manifested itself on the market, was seen to originate in the process of production. The socially necessary labor time that lay at its root was production time. For this reason, it was only an analysis of the process of production that would yield a yes or no answer to the question, can this society ever fulfill its promise, individual liberty within a rational whole? Marx's analysis of capitalist production assumes that capitalist society has actually emancipated the individual, that men enter the productive process free and equal, and that the process turns from its own inner rationale. Marx grants the most favorable conditions to civil society, disregards all complicating disturbances. The abstractions that underlie the first volume of Capital, for example, that all commodities are exchanged according to their values, that external trade is excluded, etc., put the reality so that it conforms with its notion. This methodological procedure is in keeping with the dialectical conception. The inadequacy between existence and essence belongs to the very core of reality. If the analysis were to confine itself to the forms in which reality appears, it could not grasp the essential structure from which these forms and their inadequacy originate. Unfolding the essence of capitalism requires that provisional abstraction be made from those phenomena that might be attributed to a contingent and imperfect form of capitalism. From the beginning, Marx's analysis takes capitalist production as a historical totality. The capitalist mode of production is a specifically historical form of commodity production that originated under the conditions of primary accumulation, such as the wholesale expulsion of peasants from their land, the transformation of arable soil into pasture in order to furnish wool for a rising textile industry, the accumulation of large pools of wealth through the plunder of new colonies, the breakdown of the guild system when it met the power of the merchant and industrialist. There arose in the process the modern laborer, freed of all dependence on feudal lords and guild masters, but likewise cut off from the means and instruments through which he might utilize his labor power for his own ends. He was free to sell his labor power to those who held these means and instruments, to those who owned the soil, the materials of labor, and the proper means of production. Labor power and the means for its material realization became commodities possessed by different owners. This process took place in the 15th and 16th centuries and resulted, with the universal expansion of commodity production, in a new stratification of society. Two main classes faced each other, the beneficiaries of primary accumulation and the impoverished masses deprived of their previous means of subsistence. They were really emancipated. The natural and personal dependencies of the feudal order had been abolished. The exchange of commodities of itself implies no other relations of dependence than those which result from its own nature. Everyone was free to exchange the commodities he owned. The first group exercised this freedom when it used its wealth to appropriate and utilize the means of production, whereas the masses enjoyed the freedom of selling the only good left to them, namely, their labor power. The primary conditions of capitalism were herewith at hand: free wage labor and private property in the means of commodity production. From this point on, capitalist production could go its course entirely under its own power. Commodities are exchanged by the free will of their owners, who enter the market free of all external compulsion, in the full joy of knowledge that their commodities will exchange as equivalents, and that perfect justice will prevail. Also, the exchange value of every commodity is determined by the necessary labor time required for its production, and the measurement of this labor time is apparently the most impartial social standard. What is more, production starts with a free contract. One party sells his labor power to the other. The labor time necessary for the production of this labor power is the labor time that goes into making enough commodities to reproduce the worker's existence. The buyer pays the price of this commodity. Nothing interferes with the perfect justice of the labor contract. Both parties are treated equally as free commodity owners. They deal with each other as on the basis of equal rights, with this difference alone, that one is buyer, the other seller, both, therefore, equal in the eyes of the law. The labor contract, the basis of capitalist production, is ostensibly the realization of freedom, equality, and justice. But labor power is a peculiar kind of commodity. It is the only commodity whose use value it is to be a source not only of value, but of more value than it has itself. This surplus value, created by the abstract universal labor hidden behind its concrete form, falls to the buyer of labor power without any equivalent, since it does not appear as an independent commodity. The value of the labor power sold to the capitalist is replaced in part of the time the laborer actually works, the rest of this time goes unpaid. Marx's statement of the way surplus value arises may be summarized in the following argument, that the production of the commodity, labor power, requires part of a labor day, whereas the laborer really works a full day. The value paid by the capitalist is part of the actual value of the labor power in use, while the other part of the latter is appropriated by the capitalist without remuneration. This argument, however, if isolated from Marx's entire conception of labor, retains an accidental element. Actually, Marx's presentation of the production of surplus value is intrinsically connected with his analysis of the twofold character of labor and must be interpreted in the light of this phenomenon. The capitalist pays the exchange value of the commodity, labor power, and buys its use value, namely, labor. The value of labor power, and the value which that labor power creates in the labor process, are two entirely different magnitudes. The capitalist puts the labor power he bought to work at the machinery of production. The labor process contains both an objective and a subjective factor, the means of production on the one hand and labor power on the other. The analysis of the twofold character of labor has shown that the objective factor creates no new value, the value of the means of production simply reappears in the product. It is otherwise with the subjective factor of the labor process, with labor power in action. While the laborer, by virtue of his labor being of a specialized kind that has a special object, durch dies with Massage Form der Arbeit, preserves and transfers to the product the value of the means of production, he at the same time, by the mere act of working, creates each instant an additional or new value. The quality of preserving value by adding new value is, as it were, a natural gift of labor power, which costs the laborer nothing, but which is very advantageous to the capitalist. This property possessed by abstract, universal labor, hidden behind its concrete forms, though it is the sole source of new value, itself has no proper value. The labor contract thus necessarily involves exploitation. The twofold character of labor, then, is the condition that makes surplus value possible. By virtue of the fact that labor has this dual form, the private appropriation of labor power inevitably leads to exploitation. The result issues from the very nature of labor whenever labor power becomes a commodity. For labor power to become a commodity, however, there must be free labor, the individual must be free to sell his labor power to him who is free and able to buy it. The labor contract epitomizes this freedom, equality, and justice for civil society. This historical form of freedom, equality, and justice is thus the very condition of exploitation. Marx summarizes the whole in a striking paragraph. Within whose boundaries the sale and purchase of labor power goes on, is in fact a very Eden of the innate rights of man. There alone rule freedom, equality, property, and bentham. Freedom, because both buyer and seller of a commodity, say of labor power, are constrained only by their own free will. They contract as free agents, and the agreement they come to, is but the form in which they give legal expression to their common will. Equality, because each enters into relation with the other, as with a simple owner of commodities, and they exchange equivalent for equivalent. Property, because each disposes only of what is his own. And bentham, because each looks only to himself. The only force that brings them together and puts them in relation with each other, is the selfishness, the gain, and the private interests of each. Each looks to himself only, and no one troubles himself about the rest, and just because they do so, do they all, in accordance with the pre-established harmony of things, or under the auspices of an all-shrewd providence, work together to their mutual advantage, for the common will and in the interest of all. The labor contract, from which Marx derives the essential connection between freedom and exploitation, is the fundamental pattern for all relations in civil society. Labor is the way men develop their abilities and needs in the struggle with nature and history, and the social frame impressed on labor is the historical form of life mankind has bestowed upon itself. The implications of the free labor contract lead Marx to see that labor produces and perpetuates its own exploitation. In other words, in the continuing process of capitalist society, freedom produces and perpetuates its own opposite. The analysis is in this wise an immanent critique of individual freedom as it originates in capitalist society and as it develops pari passu with the development of capitalism. The economic forces of capitalism, left to their devices, create enslavement, poverty, and the intensity of class conflicts. The truth of this form of freedom is thus its negation. Living labor, labor power, is the only factor that increases the value of the product of labor beyond the value of the means of production. This increase in value transforms the products of labor into components of capital. Labor, therefore, produces not only its own exploitation, but also the means for this exploitation, namely, capital. Capital, on the other hand, requires that the surplus value be converted anew into capital. If the capitalist were to consume his surplus value instead of reinvesting it in the process of production, the latter would cease to yield him any profit, and the incentive of commodity production would vanish. Accumulation resolves itself into the reproduction of capital on a progressively increasing scale, and this in turn is rendered possible only by a progressively increasing utilization of labor power for commodity production. Capitalist production on a progressively increasing scale is identical with exploitation developing on the same scale. The accumulation of capital means growing impoverishment of the masses, increase of the proletariat. With all these negative features, capitalism develops the productive forces at a rapid pace. The inherent requirements of capital demand that surplus value be increased through increase in the productivity of labor, rationalization and intensification. But technological advance diminishes the quantity of living labor, the subjective factor, used in the productive process, in proportion to the quantity of the means of production, the objective factor. The objective factor increases as the subjective factor decreases. This change in the technical composition of capital is reflected in the change of its value composition. The value of labor power diminishes as the value of the means of production increases. The net result is an increase in the organic composition of capital. With the progress of production goes an increase in the mass of capital in the hands of individual capitalists. The weaker is expropriated by the stronger in the competitive struggle, and capital becomes centralized in an ever smaller circle of capitalists. Free individual competition of the liberalist stamp is transformed into monopolist competition among giant enterprises. On the other hand, the increasing organic composition of capital tends to decrease the rate of capitalist profit, since the utilization of labor power, the sole source of surplus value, diminishes in ratio to the means of production employed. The danger of the falling rate of profit aggravates the competitive struggle as well as the class struggle. Political methods of exploitation supplement the economic ones, which slowly reach their limit. The requirement that capital be utilized, that there be production for production's sake, leads, even under ideal conditions, to inevitable disproportions between the two spheres of production, that of production goods and that of consumption goods, resulting in constant overproduction. The profitable investment of capital becomes increasingly difficult. The struggle for new markets plants the seed of constant international warfare. We have just summarized some of the decisive conclusions of Marx's analysis of the laws of capitalism. The picture is that of a social order that progresses through the development of the contradictions inherent in it. Still, it progresses, and these contradictions are the very means through which occur a tremendous growth in the productivity of labor, an all-embracing use and mastery of natural resources, and a loosing of hitherto unknown capacities and needs among men. Capitalist society is a union of contradictions. It gets freedom through exploitation, wealth through impoverishment, advance in production through restriction of consumption. The very structure of capitalism is a dialectical one. Every form and institution of the economic process begets its determinate negation, and the crisis is the extreme form in which the contradictions are expressed. The law of value, which governs the social contradictions, has the force of a natural necessity. Only as an internal law, and from the point of view of the individual agents as a blind law, does the law of value exert its influence here and maintain the social equilibrium of production in the turmoil of its accidental fluctuations. The results are of the same blind sort. The falling rate of profit inherent in the capitalist mechanism undermines the very foundations of the system and builds the wall beyond which capitalist production cannot advance. The contrast between the abundant wealth and power of a few and the perpetual poverty of the mass becomes increasingly sharper. The highest development of the productive forces coincides with oppression and misery in full flood. The real possibility of general happiness is negated by the social relationships posited by man himself. The negation of this society and its transformation become the single outlook for liberation. The Marxian dialectic. We may now attempt to summarize the qualities that distinguish the Marxian from the Hegelian dialectic. We have emphasized that Marx's dialectical conception of reality was originally motivated by the same datum as Hegel's, namely, by the negative character of reality. In the social world, this negativity carried forward the contradictions of class society and thus remained the motor of the social process. Every single fact and condition was drawn into this process so that its significance could be grasped only when seen in this totality to which it belonged. For Marx, as for Hegel, the truth lies only in the whole, the negative totality. However, the social world becomes a negative totality only in the process of an abstraction, which is imposed upon the dialectical method by the structure of its subject matter, capitalist society. We may even say that the abstraction is capitalism's own work, and that the Marxian method only follows this process. Marx's analysis has shown that capitalist economy is built upon and perpetuated by the constant reduction of concrete to abstract labor. This economy step by step retreats from the concrete of human activity and needs, and achieves the integration of individual activities and needs only through a complex of abstract relations in which individual work counts merely insofar as it represents socially necessary labor time, and in which the relations among men appear as relations of things, commodities. The commodity world is a falsified and mystified world, and its critical analysis must first follow the abstractions which make up this world, and must then take its departure from these abstract relations in order to arrive at their real content. The second step is thus the abstraction from the abstraction, or the abandonment of a false concreteness, so that the true concreteness might be restored. Accordingly, The Marxian theory elaborates first the abstract relations that determine the commodity world, such as commodity, exchange value, money, wages, and returns from them to the fully developed content of capitalism, the structural tendencies of the capitalist world that lead to its destruction. We have said that for Marx, as well as for Hegel, the truth lies only in the negative totality. However, the totality in which the Marxian theory moves is other than that of Hegel's philosophy, and this difference indicates the decisive difference between Hegel's and Marx's dialectics. For Hegel, the totality was the totality of reason, a closed ontological system, finally identical with the rational system of history. Hegel's dialectical process was thus a universal ontological one in which history was patterned on the metaphysical process of being. Marx, on the other hand, detached dialectic from this ontological base. In his work, the negativity of reality becomes a historical condition which cannot be hypostatized as a metaphysical state of affairs. In other words, it becomes a social condition, associated with a particular historical form of society. The totality that the Marxian dialectic gets to is the totality of class society, and the negativity that underlies its contradictions and shapes its every content is the negativity of class relations. The dialectical totality again includes nature, but only insofar as the latter enters and conditions the historical process of social reproduction. In the progress of class society, this reproduction assumes various forms at the various levels of its development, and these are the framework of all the dialectical concepts. The dialectical method has thus of its very nature become a historical method. The dialectical principle is not a general principle equally applicable to any subject matter. To be sure, every fact whatever can be subjected to a dialectical analysis, for example, a glass of water, as in Lenin's famous discussion. But all such analyses would lead into the structure of the socio-historical process and show it to be constitutive in the facts under analysis. The dialectic takes facts as elements of a definite historical totality from which they cannot be isolated. In his reference to the example of a glass of water, Lenin states that the whole of human practice must enter the definition of the object. The independent objectivity of the glass of water is thus dissolved. Every fact can be subjected to dialectical analysis only insofar as every fact is influenced by the antagonisms of the social process. The historical character of the Marxian dialectic embraces the prevailing negativity as well as its negation. The given state of affairs is negative and can be rendered positive only by liberating the possibilities immanent in it. This last, the negation of the negation, is accomplished by establishing a new order of things. The negativity and its negation are two different phases of the same historical process, straddled by man's historical action. The new state is the truth of the old, but that truth does not steadily and automatically grow out of the earlier state. It can be set free only by an autonomous act on the part of men, that will cancel the whole of the existing negative state. Truth, in short, is not a realm apart from historical reality, nor a region of eternally valid ideas. To be sure, it transcends the given historical reality, but only insofar as it crosses from one historical stage to another. The negative state as well as its negation is a concrete event within the same totality. The Marxian dialectic is a historical method in still another sense. It deals with a particular stage of the historical process. Marx criticizes Hegel's dialectic for generalizing the dialectical movement into a movement of all being, of being as such, and getting therefore merely the abstract, logical, speculative expression of the movement of history. Moreover, the movement to which Hegel gave such abstract expression, and which he thought was general, actually characterizes only a particular phase of man's history, namely, the history of his maturing, Entstehungsgeschichte. Marx's distinction between the history of this maturing and the actual history of mankind amounts to a delimitation of the dialectic. The Entstehungsgeschichte of mankind, which Marx calls his prehistory, is the history of class society. Man's actual history will begin when this society has been abolished. The Hegelian dialectic gives the abstract logical form of the prehistorical development, the Marxian dialectic its real concrete movement. Marx's dialectic, therefore, is still bound up with the prehistorical phase. The negativity with which Marxian dialectic begins is that characterizing human existence in class society. The antagonisms that intensify this negativity and eventually abolish it are the antagonisms of class society. It is of the very essence of the Marxian dialectic to imply that, with the transition from the prehistory represented by class society to the history of classless society, the entire structure of historical movement will change. Once mankind has become the conscious subject of its development, its history can no longer be outlined in forms that apply to the prehistorical phase. Marx's dialectical method still reflects the sway of blind economic forces over the course of society. The dialectical analysis of social reality in terms of its inherent contradictions and their resolution shows this reality to be overpowered by objective mechanisms that operate with the necessity of natural, physical, laws. Only thus can the contradiction be the ultimate force that keeps society moving. The movement is dialectical in itself inasmuch as it is not yet piloted by the self-conscious activity of freely associated individuals. The dialectical laws are the developed knowledge of the natural laws of society, and therefore a step towards their annulment, but they are still a knowledge of natural laws. To be sure, the struggle with the realm of necessity will continue with man's passage to the stage of his actual history, and the negativity and the contradiction will not disappear. Nevertheless, when society has become the free subject of this struggle, the latter will be waged in entirely different forms. For this reason, it is not permissible to impose the dialectical structure of prehistory upon the future history of mankind. The concept that definitely connects Marx's dialectic with the history of class society is the concept of necessity. The dialectical laws are necessary laws. The various forms of class society necessarily perish from their inner contradictions. The laws of capitalism work with iron necessity towards inevitable results, Marx says. This necessity does not, however, apply to the positive transformation of capitalist society. It is true, Marx assumed that the same mechanisms that bring about the concentration and centralization of capital also produce the socialization of labor. Capitalist production begets, with the inexorability of a law of nature, its own negation, namely, property based on cooperation and the possession in common of the land and of the means of production. Nevertheless, it would be a distortion of the entire significance of Marxian theory to argue from the inexorable necessity that governs the development of capitalism to a similar necessity in the matter of transformation to socialism. When capitalism is negated, social processes no longer stand under the rule of blind natural laws. This is precisely what distinguishes the nature of the new from the old. The transition from capitalism's inevitable death to socialism is necessary, but only in the sense that the full development of the individual is necessary. The new social union of individuals, again, is necessary, but only in the sense that it is necessary to use available productive forces for the general satisfaction of all individuals. It is the realization of freedom and happiness that necessitates the establishment of an order wherein associated individuals will determine the organization of their life. We have already emphasized that the qualities of the future society are reflected in the current forces that are driving towards its realization. There can be no blind necessity in tendencies that terminate in a free and self-conscious society. The negation of capitalism begins within capitalism itself, but even in the phases that precede revolution there is active the rational spontaneity that will animate the post-revolutionary phases. The revolution depends indeed upon a totality of objective conditions. It requires a certain attained level of material and intellectual culture, a self-conscious and organized working class on an international scale, acute class struggle. These become revolutionary conditions, however, only if seized upon and directed by a conscious activity that has in mind the socialist goal. Not the slightest natural necessity or automatic inevitability guarantees the transition from capitalism to socialism. Capitalism has itself extended the scope and power of rational practices to a considerable degree. The natural laws that make capitalism work have been counteracted by tendencies of another kind, which have retarded the effect of the necessary processes and thereby protracted the life of the capitalist order. Capitalism has been subjected in certain areas to large-scale political and administrative regulations. Planning, for example, is not an exclusive feature of socialist society. The natural necessity of the social laws Marx expounded implied the possibility of such planning under capitalism, when they referred to an interplay of order and chance, of conscious action and blind mechanisms. The possibility of rational planning under capitalism does not, of course, impair the validity of the fundamental laws that Marx discovered in the system. The system is destined to perish by virtue of these laws. But the process might involve a long period of barbarism. The latter can be prevented only by free action. The revolution requires the maturity of many forces, but the greatest among them is the subjective force, namely, the revolutionary class itself. The realization of freedom and reason requires the free rationality of those who achieve it. Marxian theory is, then, incompatible with fatalistic determinism. True, historical materialism involves the determinist principle that consciousness is conditioned by social existence. We have attempted to show, however, that the necessary dependence enunciated by this principle applies to the prehistorical life, namely, to the life of class society. The relations of production that restrict and distort man's potentialities inevitably determine his consciousness, precisely because society is not a free and conscious subject. As long as man is incapable of dominating these relations and using them to gratify the needs and desires of the whole, they will assume the form of an objective, independent entity. Consciousness, caught in and overpowered by these relations, necessarily becomes ideological. Of course, the consciousness of men will continue to be determined by the material processes that reproduce their society, even when men have come to regulate their social relations in such a way that these contribute best to the free development of all. But when these material processes have been made rational and have become the conscious work of men, the blind dependence of consciousness on social conditions will cease to exist. Reason, when determined by rational social conditions, is determined by itself. Socialist freedom embraces both sides of the relation between consciousness and social existence. The principle of historical materialism leads to its self-negation. The labor process, which shows forth as fundamental in the Marxian analysis of capitalism and its genesis, is the ground on which the various branches of theory and practice operate in capitalist society. An understanding of the labor process, therefore, is at the same time an understanding of the source for the separation between theory and practice, and of the element that re-establishes their interconnection. Marxian theory is of its very nature an integral and integrating theory of society. The economic process of capitalism exercises a totalitarian influence over all theory and all practice, and an economic analysis that shatters the capitalist camouflage and breaks through its reification will get down to the subsoil common to all theory and practice in this society. Marxian economics leaves no room for an independent philosophy, psychology, or sociology. Morality, religion, metaphysics, all the rest of ideology and their corresponding forms of consciousness, thus no longer retain the semblance of independence. When reality is depicted, philosophy, as an independent branch of activity loses its medium of existence. At the best its place can only be taken by a summing up of the most general results, abstractions which arise from the observation of the historical development of men. With the separation of theory from practice, philosophy became the sanctuary of true theory. Science was either pressed into the service of capital or degraded to the position of a leisurely pastime remote from any concern with the actual struggles of mankind, while philosophy undertook in the medium of abstract thought to guard the solutions to man's problem of needs, fears, and desires. Pure reason, reason purified of empirical contingencies, became the proper realm of truth. Towards the conclusion of his critique of pure reason, Kant raises the three questions with which human reason is most vitally concerned: how can I know? What shall I do? What may I hope? These questions and the attempts at their solution indeed comprise the very core of philosophy, its concern for the essential potentialities of man amid the deprivations of reality. Hegel had placed this philosophic concern in the historical context of his time, so that it became manifest that Kant's questions led into the actual historical process. Man's knowledge, activity, and hope were referred in the direction of establishing a rational society. Marx set out to demonstrate the concrete forces and tendencies that prevented and those that promoted this goal. The material connection of his theory with a definite historical form of practice negated not only philosophy but sociology as well. The social facts that Marx analyzed, for example, the alienation of labor, the fetishism of the commodity world, surplus value, exploitation, are not akin to sociological facts, such as divorces, crimes, shifts in population, and business cycles. The fundamental relations of the Marxian categories are not within the reach of sociology or of any science that is preoccupied with describing and organizing the objective phenomena of society. They will appear as facts only to a theory that takes them in the preview of their negation. According to Marx, the correct theory is the consciousness of a practice that aims at changing the world. Marx's concept of truth, however, is far from relativism. There is only one truth and one practice capable of realizing it. Theory has demonstrated the tendencies that make for the attainment of a rational order of life, the conditions for creating this, and the initial steps to be taken. The final aim of the new social practice has been formulated: the abolition of labor, the employment of the socialized means of production for the free development of all individuals. The rest is the task of man's own liberated activity. Theory accompanies the practice at every moment, analyzing the changing situation and formulating its concepts accordingly. The concrete conditions for realizing the truth may vary, but the truth remains the same and theory remains its ultimate guardian. Theory will preserve the truth even if revolutionary practice deviates from its proper path. Practice follows the truth, not vice versa. This absolutism of truth completes the philosophical heritage of the Marxian theory and once for all separates dialectical theory from the subsequent forms of positivism and relativism. 2. The foundations of positivism and the rise of sociology. Positive and negative philosophy. In the decade following Hegel's death, European thought entered an era of positivism. This positivism announced itself as the system of positive philosophy, taking a form quite different from that which later positivism assumed. Kant's Cours de philosophie positive was published between and Stahl's Positive Philosophy of the State between and Schelling began in his Berlin lectures on the positive philosophy that he had been elaborating ever since. While there can be no doubt about Kant's contribution to positivism, Kant himself derived the positivistic method from the foundations of positive philosophy. It may seem preposterous to relate Schelling's and Stahl's positive philosophy to that movement. Was Schelling not an exponent of metaphysics in its most transcendent form, and did Stahl not expound a religious theory of the state? True, Stahl is recognized as a representative of positivism in legal philosophy, but what has Schelling's philosophy of mythology and revelation, which furnished some basic concepts for Stahl's doctrine, to do with positivism? We find, however, in Schelling's Philosophie der Offenbarung the opinion that the traditional metaphysics, since it was occupied only with the notion of things and their pure essence, could not get at their actual existence and thus could not provide real knowledge. In contrast, Schelling's philosophy aims at the truly actual and existent, and by that token claims to be positive. He raises the question whether the rationalistic metaphysics was not a purely negative philosophy, and whether, following Kant's destruction of this metaphysics, the positive should not now organize itself, free and independent of the former, into a science of its own. Moreover, at the conclusion of his lectures on the history of modern philosophy, Schelling undertook to justify the emphasis laid upon experience by the British and French philosophers and defended this empiricism against its German foes. He went so far as to declare that, if we had only a choice between empiricism and the oppressive a priorism of an extreme rationalism, no free mind would hesitate to decide for empiricism. He ended by stating that the great task German philosophy would be to overcome a prioristic metaphysics through a positive system, which would finally transform philosophy into a true science of experience. In its fundamental aspects, Schelling's positive philosophy is certainly greatly different from Kant's. The positives, to Kant, are the matters of fact of observation, while Schelling stresses that experience is not limited to the facts of outer and inner sense. Kant is oriented to physical science and to the necessary laws that govern all reality, while Schelling attempts to expound a philosophy of freedom and maintains that free creative activity is the ultimate matter of fact of experience. Nevertheless, despite these essential differences, there is a common tendency in both philosophies to counter the sway of a priorism and to restore the authority of experience. This common tendency might best be understood by considering what the new positive philosophy was directed against. Positive philosophy was a conscious reaction against the critical and destructive tendencies of French and German rationalism, a reaction that was particularly bitter in Germany. Because of its critical tendencies, the Hegelian system was designated as negative philosophy. Its contemporaries recognized that the principles Hegel enunciated in his philosophy led him to a critique of everything that was hitherto held to be the objective truth. His philosophy negated, namely, it repudiated any irrational and unreasonable reality. The reaction saw a challenge to the existing order in Hegel's attempt to measure reality according to the standards of autonomous reason. Negative philosophy, it was claimed, tries for the potentialities of things, but is incapable of knowing their reality. It stops short at their logical forms and never reaches their actual content, which is not deducible from these forms. As a result, so the critique of Hegel ran, the negative philosophy can neither explain nor justify things as they are. This led to the most fundamental objection of all, that negative philosophy, because of its conceptual makeup, negates things as they are. The matters of fact that make up the given state of affairs, when viewed in the light of reason, become negative, limited, transitory, they become perishing forms within a comprehensive process that leads beyond them. The Hegelian dialectic was seen as the prototype of all destructive negations of the given, for in it every immediately given form passes into its opposite and attains its true content only by so doing. This kind of philosophy, the critics said, denies to the given the dignity of the real, it contains the principle of revolution, Stahl said. Hegel's statement that the real is rational was understood to mean that only the rational is real. Positive philosophy made its counterattack against critical rationalism on two fronts. Kant fought against the French form of negative philosophy, against the heritage of Descartes and the Enlightenment. In Germany, the struggle was directed against Hegel's system. Schelling received an express commission from Frederick William IV to destroy the dragon seed of Hegelianism, while Stahl, another anti-Hegelian, became the philosophic spokesman of the Prussian monarchy in. German political leaders clearly recognized that Hegel's philosophy, far from justifying the state in the concrete shape it had taken, rather contained an instrument for its destruction. Within this situation, positive philosophy offered itself as the appropriate ideological savior. The history of post-Hegelian thought is characterized by this twofold thrust of positive philosophy, which we have just summarized. Positive philosophy was supposed to overcome negative philosophy in its entirety, that is, to abolish any subordinating of reality to transcendental reason. Moreover, it was to teach men to view and study the phenomena of their world as neutral objects governed by universally valid laws. This tendency became particularly important in social and political philosophy. Hegel had considered society and the state to be the historical work of man and interpreted them under the aspect of freedom. In contrast, positive philosophy studied the social realities after the pattern of nature and under the aspect of objective necessity. The independence of matters of fact was to be preserved, and reasoning was to be directed to an acceptance of the given. In this way, positive philosophy aimed to counteract the critical process involved in the philosophical negating of the given, and to restore to facts the dignity of the positive. This is the point at which the connection between positive philosophy and positivism, in the modern sense of the term, becomes clear. Their common feature, apart from their joint struggle against metaphysical a priorism, is the orientation of thought to matters of fact and the elevation of experience to the ultimate in knowledge. The positivist method certainly destroyed many theological and metaphysical illusions and promoted the march of free thought, especially in the natural sciences. The positivistic attack on transcendent philosophy was reinforced through great strides in these sciences around the first half of the last century. Under the impact of the new scientific temper, positivism could claim, as Comte put it, to be the philosophic integration of human knowledge. The integration was to come through the universal application of the scientific method and through excluding all objectives that, in the last analysis, could not be verified by observation. The positivistic opposition to the principle that the matters of fact of experience have to be justified before the court of reason, however, prevented the interpretation of these data in terms of a comprehensive critique of the given itself. Such a criticism no longer had a place in science. In the end, positive philosophy facilitated the surrender of thought to everything that existed and manifested the power to persist in experience. Comte explicitly stated that the term positive by which he designated his philosophy implied educating men to take a positive attitude towards the prevailing state of affairs. Positive philosophy was going to affirm the existing order against those who asserted the need for negating it. We shall see that Comte and Stahl emphatically stressed this implication of their work. The political aims thus expressed linked the positive philosophy with the doctrines of the French Counter-Revolution. Comte was influenced by de Maistre, Stahl by Burke. Modern social theory got its greatest impetus from positivism during the 19th century. Sociology originated in this positivism and through its influence developed into an independent empirical science. Before we continue this line of analysis, however, we must briefly consider the trend in social theory exemplified by the so-called early French socialists, who had different roots from those of the positivists and who led in another direction, although, in their beginnings, they associated themselves with the positivist position. The early French socialists found the decisive motives for their doctrines in the class conflicts which conditioned the after-history of the French Revolution. Industry made great strides, the first socialist stirrings were felt, the proletariat began to consolidate. The social and economic conditions that prevailed were seen by these thinkers to constitute the real basis of the historical process. Saint-Simon and Fourier focused their theoretical implements upon the totality of these conditions, thus making society, in the modern sense of the word, the object upon which their theory worked. Sismondi concluded that the economic antagonisms of capitalism were the structural laws of modern society. Proudhon saw society as a system of contradictions. A number of English writers, beginning in, carried their analyses of capitalism so far that they saw the class struggles as the driving motor of social development. All these doctrines aimed at a critique of the prevailing social forms, with the fundamental concepts serving as instruments for transforming and not for stabilizing or justifying the given order. Between the positivist and the critical streams, however, there lay a connecting link in the form of a systematic attempt to fuse the principle of class struggle with the idea of objective scientific sociology. Von Stein's work, Geschichte der sozialen Bewegung in Frankreich von bis auf unser Tage, made this attempt. He conceived the social antagonisms in terms of the dialectic. The class struggle was the negative principle by which society proceeds from one historical form to another. Von Stein considered himself an orthodox Hegelian. Building on Hegel's separation of state from society, he found that the actual content of historic progress was made up of changes in social structure and that the objective of the warring classes was to possess state power. But he interpreted these tendencies as general sociological laws, so that it was by virtue of some natural mechanism that the class conflicts were supposed to lead to social order and to progress on ever higher levels. The force of the dialectic was thus neutralized and made part of a sociological system in which social antagonisms were just means for establishing social harmony. In the end, von Stein's doctrine is not so far removed from the social theory of positive philosophy. We shall begin our discussion of the development of post-Hegelian social thought with a brief sketch of the main trends in Saint-Simon's work and in the critical social theory that developed in France. We shall then turn to an analysis of the two most influential writings of the positivist social school, Kant's sociology and Stahl's philosophy of right, ending with von Stein's study, which reconciles Hegel's dialectical conceptions with the system of positive philosophy. Saint-Simon. Saint-Simon, like Hegel, begins with the assertion that the social order engendered by the French Revolution proved that mankind had reached the adult stage. In contrast to Hegel, however, he described this stage primarily in terms of its economy. The industrial process was the sole integrating factor in the new social order. Like Hegel, again, Saint-Simon was convinced that this new order contains the reconciliation of the idea and reality. Human potentialities are no longer the concern of theory apart from practice. The content of theory has been transferred to a plane of rational activity carried on by individuals in direct association with one another. Politics, morals, and philosophy, instead of terminating in leisurely contemplation detached from practice, have eventually arrived at their veritable occupation, namely, to create social happiness. In a word, they are ready to realize that liberty is no longer an abstraction, nor society a fiction. The process of realizing this is an economic one. The new era is that of industrialism, which brings with it a guarantee that it can fulfill all human potentialities. Society as a whole is based on industry. Industry is the only guarantor of its existence, and the unique source of all wealth and prosperity. The state of affairs which is most favorable to industry is, therefore, most favorable to society. This is the starting point as well as the goal of all our efforts. The progress of economic conditions necessitates that philosophy pass into social theory, and the social theory is none other than political economy or the science of production. At first Saint-Simon contented himself with proclaiming the principles of radical liberalism. Individuals had been set free in order that they might work, while society was the natural integer that sewed their independent efforts into a harmonious whole. Government was an evil necessary to cope with the danger of anarchy and revolution that lurk behind the mechanisms of industrial capitalism. Saint-Simon began with a predominantly optimistic view of industrial society. The rapid progress of all productive forces, he thought, would soon blot out the growing antagonisms and the revolutionary upheavals within this social system. The new industrial order was above all a positive one, representing the affirmation and fruition of all human endeavor for a happy and abundant life. It was not necessary to go beyond the given. Philosophy and social theory needed but to understand and organize the facts. Truth was to be derived from the facts and from them alone. Saint-Simon thus became the founder of modern positivism. Social theory, Saint-Simon held, would use the same method that is employed in the other sciences of observation. In other words, reasoning must be based upon the facts observed and discussed, instead of following the method adopted by the speculative sciences, which refer all facts to reasoning. Astronomy, physics, and chemistry had already been established on this positive basis. The time had now come for philosophy to join these special sciences and make itself entirely positive. Saint-Simon promulgated this positivism as the ultimate principle of his philosophy. In all portions of my work, I shall be occupied with establishing series of facts, for I am convinced that this is the only solid part of our knowledge. Theology and metaphysics, and, moreover, all transcendental concepts and values were to be tested by the positivistic method of exact science. Once all our knowledge is uniformly founded on observations, the direction of our spiritual affairs must be trusted to the power of positive science. The science of man, another name for social theory, thus was launched on the pattern of a natural science. It had to be impressed with a positive character, by founding it on observation and by treating it with the method employed by the other branches of physics. Society was to be treated like nature. This attitude involved the sharpest deviation from and opposition to Hegel's philosophic theory. The interest of freedom was removed from the sphere of the individual's rational will and set in the objective laws of the social and economic process. Marx considered society to be irrational and hence evil, so long as it continued to be governed by inexorable objective laws. Progress to him was equivalent to upsetting these laws, an act that was to be consummated by man in his free development. The positivist theory of society followed the opposite tendency. The laws of society increasingly received the form of natural objective laws. Men are mere instruments before the omnipotent law of progress, incapable of changing or charting its course. The deification of progress into an independent natural law was completed in Kant's positive philosophy. Saint Simon's own work did contain elements that ran counter to the tendencies of industrial capitalism. According to him, the progress of the industrial system presupposed that the struggle between classes was first transformed and diverted into a struggle against nature, in which all the social classes joined. The form of government he envisaged was not one in which rulers command their subjects, but one in which the government exercises a technical administration over the work to be done. We might say that Saint Simon's philosophy developed in just the reverse way to Hegel's. It began with the reconciliation of idea and reality and ended by viewing them as irreconcilable. Economic crises and class struggles intensified in France as the Revolution approached. By it was evident that the nation and the monarchy were moving in opposite directions. The monarch was preparing to establish a despotism while the nation was drifting toward revolution. The lectures that Saint Simon's pupil, Bazard, gave in these years on his master's doctrine turned it into a radical critique of the existing social order. Bazard's presentation holds to the basic assumption that philosophy must be made identical with social theory, that society is conditioned by the structure of its economic process, and that rational social practice alone will eventually produce a genuine social form oriented to human needs. The given form of society is no longer adequate to progress and harmony as far as Bazard is concerned. He stigmatizes the industrial system as one of exploitation, as the last but by far not the least example of the exploitation of man by man, which has run the gamut of civilization's history. In all its relations, the industrial system is molded by the inevitable struggle between the proletariat on the one hand and the owners of the instruments and machinery of production on the other. The whole mass of workers is today exploited by those whose property it utilizes. The entire weight of this exploitation falls upon the working class, that is, upon the immense majority who are workers. Under such conditions, the worker has become the direct descendant of the slave and the serf. He is, as a person, free, and no longer attached to the soil, but this is all the freedom he has got. He can exist in this state of legal freedom only under the conditions imposed upon him by that small class which a legislation born of the right to conquest has invested with the monopoly of wealth, with the power to command the instruments of labor at will and at leisure. Saint Simon's positivism was thus turned into its opposite. Its original conclusions had glorified liberalism, but it now knew that the system underlying this liberalism holds within it the seed of its own destruction. Bazard showed, as Sismondi had before him, that the accumulation of wealth and the spread of poverty, with their attendant crises and growing exploitations, follow from the economic organization in which the capitalists and proprietors are the ones to arrange the social distribution of labor. Every individual is left to his own devices in the process of production, and no common interest or collective effort exists to combine and administer the multitude of works. When the instruments of labor are utilized by isolated individuals subject to the rule of chance and the fact of power, industrial crises are made inevitable. The social order, then, Bazard said, has become general disorder as a result of the principle of unlimited competition. Progressive ideas like the ones with which capitalist society justified its social scheme at the beginning, ideas of general freedom and of the pursuit of happiness within a rational scheme of life, can reach fruition only with a new revolution that will finally do away with the exploitation of man by man in all its insidious forms. That revolution is inevitable, and until it is consummated all the glowing phrases so oft repeated about the light of civilization and the glory of the century will remain mere language for the convenience of privileged egoists. The institution of private property will have to come to an end, for if exploitation is to disappear, the scheme of property by which exploitation is perpetuated must also disappear. The doctrine Saint-Simonine reflects the social upheavals caused by the progress of industrialism under the Restoration. During this period, machines were introduced on an ever larger scale, especially in the textile mills, and industry began to concentrate. However, France experienced not only the industrial and commercial growth which Saint-Simon's early writings extol, but the reverse of this as well. Costly crises shook the entire system in dash. Workers banded together to destroy the machines that caused them so much misery and unemployment. There could be no doubt that the rise of large-scale industry had an unfavorable influence on the condition of the worker. Agrarian home labor suffered from factory competition. The introduction of machines rendered cheap female and child labor possible, and these in turn served to depress wages. Migration to the cities created a scarcity of housing facilities, and this condition, together with a general lack of proper food, made for a breeding ground of rickets and tuberculosis. Epidemics like the cholera epidemic took their toll, particularly among workers. Misery fosters dipsomania and prostitution. Industrial centers have a mortality far above the average, especially among children. Government intervened, with repressive measures against workers. The Lex Le Chapelier had prohibited organization of workers. Strikes were now answered with the call of the army. Leaders were given lengthy prison sentences. Increasing restrictions were placed on the freedom of workers. While pledging the entire power of the state against the workers, the authorities are extremely lenient with the entrepreneurs. The ship owners of Grenouille associated themselves for the purpose of lowering the wages of their seamen. The judiciary and the Ministry of the Navy declared their procedure contrary to law, but refused any legal action because they feared that the seamen could be driven to rebellion. Occurrences like these made it obvious that the economic process, or factors in it, reached its tentacles into the totality of social relations and held them in grip. Smith and Ricardo had treated this economic process as a specialized science, where wealth, poverty, labor, value, property, and all its other paraphernalia appeared as strictly economic conditions and relations, to be derived from or explained by economic laws. Saint-Simon had made the economic laws the foundation of the whole process of society. Now, when his socialist successors in France were building social theory on an economic base, they were changing the conceptual character of political economy. It ceased to be a pure and specialized science, becoming instead an intellectual force for exposing the antagonisms of the modern social structure and for guiding action in the direction of resolving them. By the same token, the commodity world ceased to be conceived in terms of its own reification. When Sismondi, for instance, argued against Ricardo that political economy is not a science of calculus but a moral science, he was not advocating a regress from scientific to moral criteria in reasoning, but was indicating that the focus of economic theory should be upon human wants and desires. Sismondi's statement belongs in the last analysis with the tendency that operated in Hegel when he gave to social theory a philosophic construction. Hegel was getting at the point that society, which was the historical stage in the self-development of men, had to be interpreted as the totality of human relations, and this with an eye to its role in advancing the realization of reason and freedom. It was precisely this philosophic interpretation of social theory that turned the latter into a critical theory of political economy. For, as soon as it was viewed in the light of reason and freedom, the prevailing form of society appeared as a complex of economic contradictions that bred an irrational and enslaved order. Because the philosophic interpretation of society carried the critical implications that it did, any disjunction between philosophy and social theory was held to weaken these critical motives, which pushed philosophical concepts to see beyond and to go beyond the given state of affairs. Proudhon saw the reason for the apologetic conclusions of economic theory and its consequent frustration of any principle of action to consist in the separation of philosophy from political economy. Philosophy, he said, is the algebra of society, and political economy is the application of this algebra. Philosophy to him, then, was the theory of reason. Following out this beginning, Proudhon defined social theory as the accord between reason and social practice, and in stating the subject matter of social theory he placed great stress on its comprehensive area of application. It deals with the entire life of society, with the ensemble of its successive manifestations, thus reaching far beyond the range of the special science of economics. Emphasis on the philosophic nature of social theory, however, does not attenuate the importance of its economic foundation. Quite the contrary, such emphasis would expand the scope of economic theory beyond the limits of a specialized science. The laws of economy are the laws of history, Proudhon says. The new political economy was quite different from the classical objective science of Adam Smith and Ricardo. It differed from this in that it showed the economy to be contradictory and irrational throughout its structure, with crisis as its natural state and revolution as its natural end. Sismondi's work, the first thoroughgoing immanent critique of capitalism, amply illustrates the contrast. It held to the criterion of a truly critical theory of society. We shall take society in its actual organization, with its workers deprived of property, their wages fixed by competition, their labor dismissed by their masters as soon as they no longer have need of it, for it is to this very social organization that we object. All forms of social organization, Sismondi declared, exist to gratify human wants. The prevailing economic system does so under continuous crisis and growing poverty amid accumulating wealth. Sismondi laid bare the mechanisms of early industrial capitalism that led to this result. The necessity of recurring crises, he stated, is a consequence of the impact of capital on the productive process. The increasing exploitation and the persistent disproportion between production and consumption are consequences of the system of commodity exchange. Sismondi went on to sketch the hidden relations behind exchange value and use value and the various forms for appropriating surplus value. He demonstrated the connection between the concentration of capital, overproduction, and crisis. Through the concentration of wealth among a small number of proprietors, the internal market continues to shrink and industry is ever increasingly compelled to sell on external markets where even greater concussions threaten. Free competition falls far short of giving full development to all productive capacities and to the greatest satisfaction of human needs. It brings wholesale exploitation and repeated destruction of the sources of wealth. To be sure, capitalism brought immense progress to society, but the advance resulted in a constant increase in the working population and in a labor supply that usually surpassed the demand. The economic mechanisms of commodity production is responsible for these antagonisms. Were the tendencies of the system given their full expression, the result would be to transform the nation into a huge factory that, far from creating wealth, would cause general misery. Only 6 years after Saint Simon had inaugurated positivism, social theory gave this radical refutation to the social order by which he had justified his new philosophy. The system of industry was seen as the system of capitalist exploitation. The doctrine of harmonious equilibrium was replaced by the doctrine of inherent crisis. The idea of progress was given a new meaning. Economic progress did not necessarily mean human progress. Under capitalism, progress is made at the expense of freedom and reason. Sismondi repudiated the philosophy of progress together with the entire panoply of optimistic glorification. He called upon the state to exert its protective authority in the interest of the oppressed mass. The fundamental dogma of free and general competition has made great strides in all civilized societies. It has resulted in a prodigious development of industrial power, but it has also brought terrifying distress for most classes of the population. Experience has taught us the need for the protective authority, needed lest men be sacrificed for the advancement of a wealth from which they will derive no benefit. Only a short decade after the publication of Sismondi's work, social philosophy fell back upon the dogma of progress, and, characteristically enough, relinquished political economy as foundational for social theory. Comte's positive philosophy ushered in this regress. We shall deal with it now. The positive philosophy of society, Auguste Comte. Comte severed social theory from its connection with the negative philosophy and placed it in the orbit of positivism. At the same time he abandoned political economy as the root of social theory and made society the object of an independent science of sociology. Both steps are interconnected. Sociology became a science by renouncing the transcendent point of view of the philosophical critique. Society now was taken as a more or less definite complex of facts governed by more or less general laws, a sphere to be treated like any other field of scientific investigation. The concepts that explain this realm were to be derived from the facts that constitute it, while the farther-reaching implications of philosophical concepts were to be excluded. The term positive was a polemical term that denoted this transformation from a philosophic theory to a scientific one. To be sure, Kant wished to elaborate an all-embracing philosophy, as the title of his principal work indicates, but it is readily visible that, in the context of positivism, philosophy means something quite different from what it meant previously, so much so that it repudiates the true content of philosophy. Philosophie positive is, in the last analysis, a contradiction in adjecto. It refers to the synthesis of all empirical knowledge ordered into a system of harmonious progress following an inexorable course. All opposition to social realities is obliterated from philosophic discussion. Kant summarizes the contrast between the positivist and the philosophic theory as follows: positive sociology is to concern itself with the investigation of facts instead of with transcendental illusions, with useful knowledge instead of leisured contemplation, certainty instead of doubt and indecision, organization instead of negation and destruction. In all these cases, the new sociology is to tie itself to the facts of the existing social order and, though it will not reject the need for correction and improvement, it will exclude any move to overthrow or negate that order. As a result, the conceptual interest of the positive sociology is to be apologetic and justificatory. This has not been true of all positivist movements. At the beginning of modern philosophy, and again in the 18th century, positivism was militant and revolutionary. Its appeal to the facts then amounted to a direct attack on the religious and metaphysical conceptions that were the ideological support of the Ancien regime. The positivist approach to history was developed then as proof positive that the right of man to alter the social and political forms of life accorded with the nature and progress of reason. Again, the principle of sense perception as the basis of verification was used by the French Enlightenment philosophers to protest the prevailing absolutistic system. They held that since the senses are the organon of truth and since the gratification of the senses is the proper motivation of human action, the advancement of man's material happiness is the proper end that government and society should serve. The given form of government and society patently contradicted this end. In the last analysis, this was the fact to which the positivists of the Enlightenment made their appeal. They aimed not at a well-ordered science, but at a social and political practice, remaining rationalists in the genuine sense that they tested human practice by the standard of a truth transcendent to the given social order, the standard represented by a social ordering that did not exist as a fact but as a goal. The truth they saw, a society wherein free individuals could use their aptitudes and fulfill their needs, was not derived from any existing fact or facts but resulted from a philosophic analysis of the historical situation, which showed an oppressive social and political system to them. The Enlightenment affirmed that reason could rule the world and men change their obsolete forms of life if they acted on the basis of their liberated knowledge and capacities. Kant's positive philosophy lays down the general framework of a social theory that is to counteract these negative tendencies of rationalism. It arrives at an ideological defense of middle-class society and, moreover, it bears the seeds of a philosophic justification of authoritarianism. The connection between positive philosophy and the irrationalism that characterized the later authoritarian ideology, ushered in with the decline of liberalism, is quite clear in Kant's writings. Hand in hand with the shackling of thought to immediate experience goes his constant widening of the realm of experience, so that it ceases to be restricted to the realm of scientific observation but claims also various types of supersensual power. In fact, the outcome of Kant's positivism turns out to be a religious system with an elaborate cult of names, symbols, and signs. He himself expounded a positive theory of authority and became the authoritative leader of a sect of blind followers. This was the first fruit of the defamation of reason in positive philosophy. It had been the fundamental conviction of idealism that truth is not given to man from some external source but originates in the process of interaction between thought and reality, theory and practice. The function of thought was not merely to collect, comprehend, and order facts, but also to contribute a quality that rendered such activity possible, a quality that was thus a priori to facts. A decisive portion of the human world therefore consisted, the idealists held, of elements that could not be verified by observation. Positivism repudiated this doctrine, slowly replacing the free spontaneity of thought with predominantly receptive functions. This was not merely a matter of epistemology. The idealistic idea of reason, we recall, had been intrinsically connected with the idea of freedom and had opposed any notion of a natural necessity ruling over society. Positive philosophy tended instead to equate the study of society with the study of nature, so that natural science, particularly biology, became the archetype of social theory. Social study was to be a science seeking social laws, the validity of which was to be analogous to that of physical laws. Social practice, especially the matter of changing the social system, was herewith throttled by the inexorable. Society was viewed as governed by rational laws that moved with a natural necessity. This position directly contradicted the view held by the dialectical social theory, that society is irrational precisely in that it is governed by natural laws. The general dogma of the invariability of physical laws Kant calls the true spirit of positivism. He proposes to apply this tenet to social theory as a means of freeing the latter from theology and metaphysics and giving it the status of a science. Theological and metaphysical philosophy do not hold sway today except in the system of social study. They must be excluded from this final refuge. Mainly, this will be done through the basic interpretation that social movement is necessarily subject to invariant physical laws, instead of being governed by some kind of will. The positivist repudiation of metaphysics was thus coupled with a repudiation of man's claim to alter and reorganize his social institutions in accordance with his rational will. This is the element Kant's positivism shares with the original philosophies of counter-revolution sponsored by Bonald and de Maistre. Bonald wished to demonstrate that man cannot give a constitution to religious or political society any more than he can give weight to a body or extension to matter, and that his intervention only prevents society from attaining its natural constitution. De Maistre wished to show that human reason, or what is called philosophy, adds nothing to the happiness of states or of individuals, that creation is beyond the capacities of man and that his reason is completely ineffectual not only for creating but also for conserving any religious or political association. The revolutionary spirit was to be checked by spreading another teaching, that society possesses an immutable natural order to which man's will must submit. Kant also charged sociology to make secure this teaching as a means of establishing the general limits of all political action. Assent to the principle of invariant laws in society will prepare men for discipline and for obedience to the existing order and will promote their resignation to it. Resignation is a keynote in Kant's writings, deriving directly from assent to invariable social laws. True resignation, that is, a disposition to endure necessary evils steadfastly and without any hope of compensation therefore, can result only from a profound feeling for the invariable laws that govern the variety of natural phenomena. The positive politics that Kant advocates would tend, he declares, of its very nature to consolidate public order, even as far as incurable political evils are concerned, by developing a wise resignation. There is no doubt as to the social groups and purposes in whose behalf resignation is adduced. Rarely in the past has any philosophy urged itself forward with so strong and so overt a recommendation that it be utilized for the maintenance of prevailing authority and for the protection of vested interest from any and all revolutionary onset. Kant begins his propaganda for positivism by declaring that genuine science has no other general aim than constantly to establish and fortify the intellectual order which is the indispensable basis of all veritable order. Order in science and order in society merge into an indivisible whole. The ultimate goal is to justify and fortify this social order. Positive philosophy is the only weapon able to combat the anarchic force of purely revolutionary principles. It alone can succeed in absorbing the current revolutionary doctrine. La cause de l'ordre, moreover, will bring even greater advantages. Positive politics will tend spontaneously to divert from the various existing powers, and from all their delegates the greatly exaggerated attention accorded to them by public opinion. The consequence of this diversion will be to concentrate all social effort on primarily a moral renovation. Time and again, Comte stresses the serious and threatening dangers that attend the predominance of purely material considerations in social theory and practice. The innermost interests of his sociology are much more sharply anti-materialistic than Hegel's idealism. The principal social difficulties are today essentially not political but moral ones, and their solution requires a change in opinions and morals rather than in institutions. Positivism is therefore urged to give aid in transforming political agitation into a philosophical crusade, which would suppress radical tendencies as, after all, incompatible with any sane conception of history. The new philosophical movement will in due time teach men that their social order stands under eternal laws against which none may transgress without punishment. According to these laws, all forms of government are provisional, which means that they will painlessly adjust themselves to the irresistible progress of mankind. Revolution under such conditions is without sense. The provisional powers that govern society, Comte argues, will no doubt find their security effectively increased through the influence of positive politics, which is alone able to imbue the people with the feeling that, in the present state of their ideas, no political change is of real importance. The lords of earth will learn, also, that positivism inclines to consolidate all power in the hands of those who possess this power, whoever they may be. Comte becomes even more outspoken. He denounces the strange and extremely dangerous theories and efforts that are directed against the prevailing property order. These erect an absurd utopia. Certainly, it is necessary to improve the condition of the lower classes, but this must be done without deranging class barriers and without disturbing the indispensable economic order. On this point, too, positivism offers a testimonial to itself. It promises to ensure the ruling classes against every anarchistic invasion and to show the way to a proper treatment of the mass. Outlining the meaning of the term positive in his philosophy, Comte summarizes the grounds for his recommendation of himself to the cause de l'ordre by stressing that his philosophy is of its very nature destined not to destroy but to organize, and that it will never pronounce an absolute negation. We have devoted considerable space to the social and political role of Comte's sociology because the subsequent development of positivism has obliterated the strong connection between the social and methodological principles. We now raise the question, which of its principles makes positive philosophy the adequate guardian and defender of the exiting order? In drawing our contrast between the positivist spirit of the Enlightenment and later positivist views, we have already pointed to the latter's negation of metaphysics and to the subordination of imagination to observation, and we have shown that these signified a tendency to acquiesce in the given. All scientific concepts were to be subordinated to the facts. The former were merely to make manifest the real connections among the latter. Facts and their connections represented an inexorable order comprising social as well as natural phenomena. The laws positivist science discovered and that distinguish it from empiricism, were positive also in the sense that they affirmed the prevailing order as a basis for denying the need to construct a new one. Not that they excluded reform and change, on the contrary, the idea of progress loomed large in the sociology of Comte, but the laws of progress were part of the machinery of the given order, so that the latter progressed smoothly to a higher stage without having to be destroyed first. Comte had little difficulty in arriving at this result, for he saw the different stages of historical development as stages of a philosophic movement rather than of a social process. Comte's law of 3 stages illustrates this quite clearly. History, he says, takes the inevitable path of first, theological rule, then, metaphysical rule, and finally, positivist rule. This conception permitted Comte to come forward as a brave warrior against the Ancien regime at a time when the Ancien regime had long been broken and the middle class had long consolidated its social and economic power. Comte interpreted the Ancien regime primarily as the vestige of theological and metaphysical ideas in science. Observation instead of speculation means, in Comte's sociology, an emphasis on order in place of any rupture in the order. It means the authority of natural laws in place of free action, unification in place of disorder. The idea of order, so basic to Comte's positivism, has a totalitarian content in its social as well as methodological meaning. The methodological emphasis was on the idea of a unified science, the same idea that dominates recent developments in positivism. Comte wanted to found his philosophy on a system of universally recognized principles that will draw their ultimate legitimacy solely from the voluntary assent by which the public will confirm them to be the result of perfectly free discussion. The public, just as in neo-positivism, turns out to be a forum of scientists who have the necessary equipment of knowledge and training. Social questions, because of their complicated nature, must be handled by a small group of an intellectual elite. In this way, the most vital issues that are of great moment to all are withdrawn from the arena of social struggle and bottled for investigation in some field of specialized scientific study. Unification is a matter of agreement among scientists whose efforts along this line will sooner or later yield a permanent and definite state of intellectual unity. All the sciences will be poured into the same crucible and fused into a well-ordered scheme. All concepts will be put to the test of one and the same fundamental method until, in the end, they issue forth ordered in a rational sequence of uniform laws. Positivism thus will systematize the whole of our conceptions. The positivist idea of order refers to an ensemble of laws entirely different from the ensemble of dialectical laws. The former are essentially affirmatory and construct a stable order, the latter, essentially negative and destructive of stability. The former see society as a realm of natural harmony, the latter as a system of antagonisms. The notion of natural laws entails at once the corresponding idea of a spontaneous order, which is always coupled with the notion of some harmony. Positivist sociology is basically social statics, quite in keeping with the positivist doctrine that there is a true and permanent harmony between the various existential conditions in society. The harmony prevails, and, because it does so, the thing to do is contemplate the order, for the purpose of correcting it conveniently, but not, and nowhere to create it. A closer scrutiny of Comte's laws of social statics discloses their amazing abstractness and poverty. They center about two propositions. First, men need to work for their happiness. Second, all social actions show that they are overwhelmingly motivated by selfish interests. The principal task of positivist political science is to strike the right balance between the different kinds of work to be done and the skillful employment of self-interest for the common good. In this connection, Comte stresses the need for strong authority. In the intellectual, no less than in the material order, men find above all the indispensable need for some supreme directing hand capable of sustaining their continuous activity by rallying and fixing their spontaneous efforts. When positivism reaches its dominant position in the world, in the last stage of human progress, it changes hitherto existing forms of authority, but it does not by any means abolish authority itself. Comte outlines a positive theory of authority, envisaging a society with all its activity based on the consent of individual wills. The liberalist tinge of this picture is shaded over, however. The instinct to submit triumphs, as the founder of positivist sociology renders a paean to obedience and leadership. How sweet it is to obey when we can enjoy the happiness of being conveniently discharged, by sage and worthy leaders, from the pressing responsibility of a general direction of our conduct. Happiness in the shelter of a strong arm, the attitude, so characteristic today in fascist societies, makes juncture with the positivist ideal of certainty. Submission to an all-powerful authority provides the highest degree of security. Perfect certainty of theory and practice, Comte claims, is one of the basic attainments of positivist method. The idea of certainty did not, of course, emerge with positive philosophy, but had been a strong feature of rationalism ever since Descartes. Positivism did, however, reinterpret its meaning and function. As we have indicated, rationalism asserted that the ground of theoretical and practical certainty was the freedom of the thinking subject. On this foundation it constructed a universe that was rational precisely to the extent that it was dominated by the intellectual and practical power of the individual. Truth sprang from the subject, and the imprint of subjectivity was upon it whatever objective form it took. The world was real to the extent that it conformed to the subject's rational autonomy. Positivism shifts the source of certainty from the subject of thought to the subject of perception. Scientific observation yields certainty here. The spontaneous functions of thought recede, while its receptive and passive functions gain predominance. Kant's sociology, by virtue of the concept of order, is essentially social statics. It is also social dynamics by virtue of the concept of progress. The relation between the two basic concepts Kant has often explained. Order is the fundamental condition of progress, and all progress ultimately tends to consolidate order. The principal reason for the fact that social antagonisms still prevail is that the idea of order and that of progress are still separated, a condition which has made it possible for anarchist revolutionaries to usurp the latter idea. Positive philosophy aims to reconcile order and progress, to achieve a common satisfaction of the need for order and the need for progress. This it can do by showing that progress is in itself order, not revolution, but evolution. His anti-materialistic interpretation of history facilitated Kant's undertaking. He retained the Enlightenment conception that progress is primarily intellectual progress, the continuous advance of positive knowledge. He removed from the Enlightenment conception as much of its material content as he could, thus adhering to his promise to substitute an immense intellectual movement for a sterile political agitation. Servant of the preeminent need to safeguard the existing order, the idea of progress stands in the way of physical, moral, and intellectual development except along lines that the given system of circumstances permits. Kant's idea of progress excludes revolution, the total transformation of the given system of circumstances. Historical development becomes nothing more than a harmonious evolution of the social order under perennial natural laws. Dynamic sociology is to present the mechanics of this evolution. Its outlook is essentially to conceive each state of society as the necessary result of the preceding one and the indispensable motor of the succeeding one. Social dynamics deals with the laws governing this continuity, in other words, the laws of succession, whereas social statics treats of the laws of coexistence. The former makes for the true theory of progress, the latter, the true theory of order. Progress is equated with the persistent growth of intellectual culture in history. The fundamental law of social dynamics is that increasing power accrues to those organic faculties by which man is differentiated in nature from lower organic beings, namely, intelligence and sociability. As civilization proceeds, it comes closer and closer to exhibiting the nature of mankind in the concrete. The highest grade of civilization is the one most in conformity with nature. Historical progress is a natural process and is, as such, governed by natural laws. Progress is order. The process of making social theory compatible with existing conditions is not complete as far as we have developed it. All elements that would transcend or point beyond the validity of the given matters of fact have yet to be excluded. This requires that social theory be made relativistic. The last decisive aspect of positivism, Kant states, as we would expect, is its tendency everywhere to substitute the relative for the absolute. From this irrevocable predominance of the relativist point of view he derives his basic view that social development has a naturally harmonious character. Every historical stage of society is as perfect as the corresponding age of humanity and system of circumstance permit. A natural harmony prevails not only among the coexisting parts of the social scheme, but also between the potentialities of mankind revealed therein and the realization of these. According to Kant, relativism is inseparable from the conception that sociology is an exact science dealing with the invariant laws of social statics and dynamics. These laws are to be discovered only by scientific observation, which, in turn, requires a constant progress in scientific technique to cope with the highly complicated phenomena it has to organize. The attainment of complete knowledge coincides with the completion of scientific progress itself. Prior to such perfection, all knowledge and truth are inevitably partial and relative to the attained level of intellectual development. So far, Kant's relativism is merely methodological, based on a necessary inadequacy in the methods of observation. Owing to the fact, however, that social development is interpreted primarily as intellectual development, his relativism posits a pre-established harmony between the subjective side of sociology, the method, and the objective, the content. All social forms and institutions, as we have mentioned, are provisional in the sense that, as intellectual culture advances, they will pass into others that will correspond with intellectual capacities of an advanced type. Their provisional character, though a sign of their imperfection, is at the same time the mark of their relative truth. The concepts of positivism are relativistic because all reality is relative. Science, to Kant, is the field of theoretical relativism, and the latter the area from which value judgments are excluded. Positivist sociology neither admires nor condemns political facts but looks upon them as simple objects of observation. When sociology becomes a positivist science, it is divorced from any concern with the value of a given social form. Man's quest for happiness is not a scientific problem, nor is the question of the best possible fulfillment for his desires and talents. Kant boasts that he can easily treat the whole realm of social physics without once using the word perfection, which is replaced forever by the purely scientific term development. Each historical level represents a higher stage of development than the one preceding, by force of the fact that the later is the necessary product of the earlier one and contains a plus of experience and new knowledge. Kant holds, however, that his concept of development does not exclude perfection. The essential conditions of men and their capacities have improved with social development, this is incontestable. But the improvement of capacities takes place primarily in science, art, morals, and such, all of which, like the improvement in social conditions, move gradually, within convenient limits. Accordingly, revolutionary efforts for a new order of society have no place in the scheme. They can be dispensed with. The vain search for better government is not necessary, for each established governmental form has its relative right, to be disputed only by those taking an absolutist point of view, which is false per definitionem. Kant's relativism thus terminates in the positive theory of authority. Kant's reverence for established authority was easily compatible with all-around tolerance. Both attitudes hold equally in this brand of scientific relativism. There is no room for condemnation. Without the slightest alteration of its proper principles, positivism can do exact and philosophical justice to all prevalent doctrines, a virtue that will make it acceptable to all the different existing parties. The idea of tolerance had changed its content and function as positivism developed. The French enlighteners who fought the absolute state gave no relativist framework to their demand for tolerance, but asserted that demand as part of their general effort to establish a better form of government, better in precisely the sense Kant repudiates. Tolerance did not mean justice to all existing parties. It meant, in fact, the abolition of one of the most influential of parties, that of the clergy allied with the feudal nobility, which was using intolerance as an instrument for domination. When Kant came on the scene, his tolerance was not a slogan for opponents of the existing order, but for the opponents of these. As the concept of progress was formalized, tolerance was detached from the standard that had given it content in the 18th century. Earlier, the positivist standard had been a new society, while tolerance had been equivalent to intolerance towards those who opposed that standard. The formalized concept of tolerance, on the other hand, amounted to tolerating the forces of reaction and regress as well. The need for this kind of toleration resulted from the fact that all standards that go beyond given realities had been renounced, standards that in Kant's eyes were akin to those seeking an absolute. In a philosophy that justified the prevailing social system, the cry of toleration became increasingly useful to the beneficiaries of the system. Kant, however, does not treat all parties equally. He says many times that there is an essential affinity between positivism and one large social group, the proletariat. Proletarians have an ideal disposition to positivism. Comte has an entire section in the Système de Politique Positive dedicated to the proposition that the new philosophers will find their most energetic allies among our proletarians. The fact of the proletariat worried Comte's sociology as well as it did its antithesis, the Marxian critique. There could be no positive theory of civil society unless the fact of the proletariat could be reconciled with the harmonious order of progress it so patently contradicts. For, if the proletariat is the foundational class in civil society, the laws of this society's advance are the laws of its destruction, and the theory of society must be a negative one. Sociology must, in the face of this, present a refutation of the dialectical thesis that accumulation of wealth takes place alongside an intensification of poverty. Comte regarded the latter thesis as a sinister and immoral prejudice, one that positivism had to eradicate if it would maintain the industrial discipline the society needs in order to function. Comte held that the theory and practice of liberalism could not safeguard discipline. The vain and irrational disposition to allow for only that degree of order that comes of itself, that is, that comes through the free play of economic forces, amounts to a solemn resignation of social practice in the face of every real emergency in the social process. Comte's belief in the necessary laws of progress did not exclude practical efforts in the direction of such social reform as would remove any obstacles in the path of these laws. The positivist program of social reform foreshadows liberalism's turn into authoritarianism. In contrast to Hegel, whose philosophy showed a similar tendency, Comte slurred over the fact that the turn is made necessary because of the antagonistic structure of civil society. Classes in conflict, he held, are but vestiges of an obsolete regime, soon to be removed by positivism, without any threat to the fundamental institution of property. The rule of positivism, Comte says, will improve the condition of the proletariat, first in education and second through the creation of work. The vision entails an all-embracing hierarchic state, governed by a cultural elite composed of all social groups and permeated by a new morality that unites all diverse interests into a real whole. Notwithstanding the many declarations that this hierarchy will derive its authority from the free consent of its members, Comte's state resembles in many respects the modern authoritarian state. We find, for example, that there is to be a spontaneous union of the brain and the hand. Obviously, regulation from above plays an important part in the establishment of such a union. Comte makes the matter more explicit. He states that industrial development has already reached a point at which it becomes necessary to regulate the relation between entrepreneur and worker toward an indispensable harmony that is no longer sufficiently guaranteed in the free natural antagonism between them. The act of combining entrepreneurs and workers, we are assured, is by no means intended as a step towards abolishing the inevitably inferior position of the worker. The latter's activity, Comte holds, is naturally less extensive and less responsible than that of the entrepreneur. Society is a positive hierarchy, and submission to the social stratification is indispensable to the life of the whole. Consequently, the new morality is to be primarily one of duty to the whole. The justified claims of the proletariat become duties, too. The worker will receive first education and then work. Comte does not elaborate on this work creation program, but does speak of a system in which all private functions become public ones, so that every activity is organized and exercised as a public service. This nationalization of labor has nothing to do, of course, with socialism. Comte stresses that in the positive order, the various public enterprises can, to an increasing extent, be entrusted to private industry, provided that such administrative change does not tamper with the necessary discipline. He refers in this connection to an agency that has become increasingly important in maintaining positive order, the army. His effort to do justice to all social groups alike prompts him to recommend his philosophy to the military class, with the reminder that positivism, though it approves of the slow disappearance of military action, directly justifies the important provisional function of the army in the necessary maintenance of the material order. Because of the grave disturbances to which the social system is prone, the army has the increasingly essential task of participating actively, to maintain the constancy of public order. As national wars disappear, we shall witness that the army will more and more be entrusted with the social mission of a great political gendarmerie, un grande maréchaussée politique. In one decisive aspect, however, Comte's system retains the emancipatory function of Western philosophy, for it tends to bridge the gulf between isolated individuals and to unite them in a real universal. We have attempted to show how the positivist method engendered the quest for unification, and we have stressed its negative implications. But the idea of a universal positive order drove Comte beyond the empty conception of a unified science and the oppressive vision of a government of positive high priests. There is still another universality prevalent in Comte's system, that of society. It emerges as the one arena in which man acts out his historical life, and, by the same token, it becomes the only object of social theory. The individual plays almost no part in Comte's sociology, he is entirely absorbed by society, and the state is a mere byproduct of the inexorable laws that govern the social process. On this point, Comte's sociology transcends the limits of Hegel's political philosophy. The positive theory of society sees no reason for confining human development within the boundaries of sovereign national states. Its idea of a universal order is consummated only through the union of all individuals in mankind, and the positivist destruction of obsolete theological and metaphysical standards comes to fruition in the recognition of humanity as the être supreme. Humanity, not the state, is the real universal, nay, it is the only reality. It is the only entity that, in the age of mankind's maturity, is worthy of religious reverence. The great conception of humanity will irrevocably eliminate that of God. It is as if Comte had tried, with this idea of humanity, to make amends for the oppressive atmosphere in which his positivist sociology moved. The positive philosophy of the state, Friedrich Julius Stahl. Notwithstanding its sinister aspects and anachronistic orientation, calling for a struggle against the ancien regime when that had already been replaced by the new middle-class regime symbolized quite clearly in the rule of the bourgeois king, Louis Philippe, Comte's positivism expressed the consciousness of an advancing social class that had fought its triumphant way through two revolutions. The positive philosophy affirmed that the course of human history pressed towards ultimate subordination of all social relations to the interests of industry and science, implying that the state would be slowly absorbed by a society that would embrace the earth. In contrast to its form in France, positive philosophy in Germany was of quite a different cast. The political aspirations of the German middle class had been defeated without a struggle. While in England and France feudalism was entirely destroyed, or, at least reduced, as in the former country, to a few insignificant forms, by a powerful and wealthy middle class, concentrated in large towns, and particularly in the capital, the feudal nobility in Germany had retained a great portion of their ancient privileges. The feudal system of tenure was prevalent almost everywhere. The lords of the land had even retained the jurisdiction over their servants. This feudal nobility, then extremely numerous and partly very wealthy, was considered, officially, the first order in the country. It furnished the higher government officials, it almost exclusively officered the army. The Restoration strengthened absolutism to such an extent that the bourgeoisie found itself hampered at every turn. The struggle against this absolutism, as against all German absolutism ever since the Wars of Liberation, had been confined to the demand upon the monarchy to grant a representative form of constitution. Eventually, a promise was wrung from Frederick William III that he would recognize some kind of popular sovereignty. This promise, however, materialized in the ridiculous reality of the provincial estates, about which one historian has made the following comment: this was an outmoded system of representing special interests, with the knights holding undisputed predominance, especially in the eastern provinces. The condition for membership in the estates was grunde gentum. Even in the provinces of the Rhine representatives of the land stood against representatives of the towns. The middle class was a hopeless minority throughout. The interests of these provincial estates paralleled their impotence, and the whole is neatly shown in their level of debate. Johann Jacobi, one of the leaders of the democratic opposition, said about them, "It would be hard to find an institution which is less popular and which the healthy sense of the people regards as a more useless burden than the provincial estates. Everyone would gladly spare us the work of proving from the records that, among all the resolutions adopted there, not a single one could be found which was of any general interest. Flagrant abuses were not removed, nor were steps taken against any bureaucratic despotism. The entire work of the numerous sessions was confined to setting up houses of correction, institutions for deaf-mutes and the insanes, fire insurance companies, and to writing laws about new roads, wagon tracks, dog taxes, and so on. When Frederick William IV's government came upon the scene, all aspirations to a liberal reform of the state made their exit. Absolutism triumphed, accompanied by a complete transformation of culture. The Prussia of von Stein's reforms, of the wars of liberation, and of Humboldt's and Hardenberg's strivings for a constitution became the Prussia of romantic monarchy, of theistic irrationalism, and of the Christian idea of the state. Berlin ceased to be the university of Hegel and the Hegelians and became that of the philosophers of the Revelation, Schelling and Stahl. The Hegelian system, which had viewed state and society as a negative totality and had subjected both to the historical process of reason, could no longer be approved as the official philosophy. Nothing was more suspect than reason and freedom to the new government that now took its cues from the Russian Tsar and Prince Metternich. It needed a positive principle of justification that would protect the state from rebellious forces and shield it, more resolutely than Hegel did, from the onslaught of society. The positivist reaction that set in Germany was, in the strict sense, a philosophy of the state and not of society. The slight breach in this development occurred when Lorenz von Stein, fusing the Hegelian tradition with the French movement, shifted the emphasis to the structure of society. Its effect on the development of social theory in Germany was negligible, however. The positive philosophy of the state continued to dominate German political theory and practice for decades. Stahl's philosophy offered a compromise to those who counseled personal absolutism and to the weak demands of the German middle class. He advocated a constitutional system of representation, though not of the people as a whole, but only of estates, legal guarantees of civil liberties, inalienable personal freedom, equality before the law, and a rational system of laws. Stahl took great pains to distinguish his monarchic conservatism from any defense of arbitrary absolutism. The import of Stahl's philosophy lay definitely in its adjusting anti-rationalist authoritarianism to the social development of the middle class. For example, he combines the labor theory of property with the feudal doctrine that all property is, in the last analysis, held by the grant of the authorities. He advocates the Rechtsstaat, but subordinates its guarantee of civil liberty to the authoritative sovereignty of the monarch. He was anti-liberal, yet he did not speak only for the feudal past, but for that period in the historical future when the middle class itself became anti-liberal. His arch-enemy was not the middle class, but the revolution that threatened this class along with the nobility and the monarchist state. His anti-rationalism served the cause of a ruling aristocracy that stood in the way of rational progress. It also served the interest of all rule that could not be justified on rational grounds. The revolution, Stahl declared, is the world historic mark of our age. It would found the entire state on the will of man instead of on the commandment and ordinance of God. Significantly enough, the principle that the state rests on the will of men was precisely what the rising middle class had asserted when it carried on its fight against feudal absolutism. Stahl's doctrine repudiated the whole philosophy of Western rationalism that had accompanied this struggle. He condemned modern rationalism as the matrix of revolution. This philosophy, he said, is in the internal, religious realm what revolution is in the external, political realm, namely, the estrangement of man from God. Since German rationalism had got its most representative expression through Hegel, Stahl concentrated his attack on the latter. he articulated the official reply of the ruling circles of Germany to the Hegelian philosophy. These circles had a far deeper insight into the true character of Hegel's philosophy than had those academic interpreters who saw it as giving unconditional glorification to the existing order. Hegel's doctrine is a hostile force, essentially destructive. His dialectic cancels the reality given, and his theory from the outset occupies the same ground as the revolution. His political philosophy, incapable of demonstrating the organic unity between subjects and the one supreme personality, undermines the foundations of the prevailing social and political system. We shall not quote more of the innumerable passages in which Stahl testifies to the subversive qualities of Hegelianism, but shall seek rather to set down the conceptions to which Stahl takes exception and on which he sees fit to heap condemnation. Stahl indicts Hegel along with the most outstanding representatives of European rationalism since Descartes, a configuration that recurs in the ideological attacks of National Socialism. Rationalism construes state and society on the pattern of reason, and in so doing lays down standards that must inevitably lead it to oppose all given truth and all given prestige. It contains, he says, the principle of false freedom and has entailed all those ideas which find their ultimate consummation in revolution. Reason is never satisfied with the truth that is given, it spurns the nutriment offered to it. Stahl saw the most dangerous embodiment of rationalism to be the theory of natural law. He summarized this theory as the doctrine that derives law and state from the nature or reason of the man. Stahl counterposed to it the thesis that the nature and reason of the individual could not serve as a norm for social organization, for it had always been in the name of the individual's reason that radical demands for a revolution had been advanced. Natural right could not be made to coincide with the given positive right, any more than Hegel's rational state could with the given form of state. Stahl took the idea of natural law in its critical meaning. He understood it to invest the individual with more and higher rights than those the positive right gave him. He therefore opposed to the thesis of natural law the view that right and positive right are equivalent concepts, and to Hegel's negative dialectic he opposed a positive philosophy of authoritarianism. We have sketched the disparagement of reason in the positive philosophy, and we have stated that the method of this philosophy implied a ready acceptance of the powers that be. Stahl's work verifies this assertion. He is a conscious positivist, motivated by the desire to save the worth of the positive, the concrete, the individual, the worth of the facts. He reproaches Hegel's philosophy for its alleged inability to explain the particular facts that compose the order of reality. Always preoccupied with the universal, Hegel never gets down to the individual contents of the given, which are its true contents. The conversion of science that Stahl advocates means a turn to positivism, a peculiar brand of it, to be sure, represented, in Stahl's view, by Schelling's positive philosophy. Schelling is lauded for having set the right of the historical against the logical, which is timeless and void of action. All that has grown in history, out of the eternal life of the nation, all that has been sanctioned by tradition, possesses a truth of its own and is not answerable to reason. Stahl interprets Schelling in terms of the Historische Schule, which had used the special authority of the given to justify the existing positive right. In the article that set forth the program of this Historische Schule, Friedrich Karl von Savigny had written, "There can be no question of a choice between good and evil, as if the acceptance of the given were good while its repudiation was evil and at the same time possible. The repudiation of the given is, rather, strictly impossible. The given inevitably dominates us, we might be mistaken with regard to it, but we cannot change it. The prevailing law and the whole gamut of rights were part of the general life of the folk with which it had grown naturally throughout history. Law and right could not be made subject to the critical standards of reason." The historical theory of Savigny rejected, as the later positivism did, the negative philosophy of rationalism, and particularly the doctrine of natural law, claiming that that philosophy was hostile to the established order. It likewise shared with the later positivist sociology the penchant for interpreting social processes in terms of natural ones. Everything in the life of society was an organism, and every organism good and right in itself. Schelling described the legal order as a natural order, so to speak, as a second nature, and he denounced all attempts to transform it in accordance with freedom's interest. The legal order is not a moral but merely a natural order over which freedom has as little power and authority as it has over sensuous nature. It is therefore not surprising that all attempts to make the legal order a moral one present themselves in their own absurdity and in the most frightful form of despotism which immediately follows from it. The claim that nature was preeminent over society was intended as an antidote against the claims of the rational will to change given forms in accordance with the interest of free individuals. Stahl embodied the principles of the naturalist schools in his positive philosophy with the express purpose of using them as principles of justification. He did not hesitate to emphasize, at the beginning of his work, that his philosophy had a protective function. For a century and a half, philosophy has founded authority, marriage, and property not on God's commandment and ordinance, but on man's will and consent. The peoples have followed this doctrine by defying their rulers and the historical order, and ultimately by rising against the just institution of property. Any philosophy that derives the natural and moral universe from human reason, that is, from the laws and attributes of thought, undermines the given order and merits extermination. The positive philosophy that replaces it will foster deference to order and to authority, such as has been invoked by God to govern men, and to all rights and conditions that have become legitimate through his will. Order and authority, the two pivotal terms of Kant's positivism, reappear in Stahl's political philosophy. He, too, offers his ideological services to the governing powers, no less persistently than did Kant. Stahl is particularly sensitive on the score of justifying property. Should we give over the question, what is property to the Proudhons, he demands. If, as rationalism had it, property is to draw its right only from man's will, it must follow that communism is right as against the philosophy of right laid down from Grotius to Hegel, and is also right as against present-day society. Property and the whole system of social and political relations must be withdrawn from any rationalist handling and must be justified on a more solid ground. Stahl's political philosophy strives to posit all the data of the prevailing social scheme as the data of a true and just reality. Its method is to bend human will and reason to the authority of those data. We shall not dwell at length on the method. Essentially, it consists in tracing, by direct and indirect means, the entire social and political order to God's ordinance. The more vital the issue in question, the more direct the derivation. The distribution of wealth is the work of God's ordinance. The institutions of society are based upon God's ordering of the world of mankind. Social inequality is God's will. There must be a different right for man, woman, and child, for the uneducated worker who is brought to law and the landlord who is free from trial. The right must differ in accordance with the vocation of the sex, age, estate, or class. The state and its authorities comprise a divine institution, and though men are free to live under this constitution or that, not only is the state as such God's command, but the particular constitution and the particular authorities everywhere possess divine sanction. The method is associated with a personalistic philosophy that is the more insidious because it embodies the progressive ideas of middle-class rationalism, interpreting them in an irrationalist context. The personality is exalted to a primordial being and a primordial concept. The created world culminates in the existence of the personality, the latter is an absolute end and the bearer of primordial right. This principle yields Stahl his notion of humanitarianism, namely, that the welfare, right, and honor of every individual, even the lowest, is the community's concern, that everyone must be considered, protected, honored, and provided for in accordance with his individuality, without distinction of descent, race, estate, gift. In the anti-rationalistic texture that is Stahl's philosophy, however, these progressive ideas take on the opposite of their original meaning. The radiance of personality puts the drab realities of the social system into shade and shows them forth only as a totality of personal relations emanating from the person of God and terminating, on earth, in the person of the sovereign monarch. State and society, which in reality are dominated by power relations and ruled by economic laws, appear as a moral right governed by ethical laws and rights and duties. The Restoration appears as a world made for the development of the personality. Stahl's premature personalism illustrates a decisive truth about modern philosophy, that the standpoint of the concrete is frequently farther from the truth than the abstract. The reaction against German idealism saw an intellectual tendency gaining momentum, to merge philosophy with the concreteness of actual life. The demand was made that man's concrete locus in existence should replace abstract concepts in philosophy and become the standard of thought. But when his concrete existence bears witness of an irrational order, the defamation of abstract thought and the surrender to the concrete amounts to a surrender of philosophy's critical motives, of its opposition to an irrational reality. Stahl offered his concrete personality theory as a substitute for Hegel's abstract universalism. The substance of the world was to be the personality in its concrete existence, and not reason. But a universalism came to the fore that was far more dangerous than Hegel's. The totality of existing inequalities and distinctions in the given social and political reality were immediately posited and affirmed in the personality. The personality had its concrete existence in the specific relations of subordination and domination that held in the social reality, while in the social division of labor the personality was an object to be governed. All these inequalities, Stahl held, belong to the nature of personality and may not be questioned. The equality of man does not exclude distinctions and grades, inequality of actual rights, inequality even of legal status. We shall indicate now only the fundamental tendencies of Stahl's positive philosophy of the state. The personalist principle in the universe implies that all domination has a personal character, that is, has the character of conscious personal authority. In the civil order, domination is vested in the many tentacles of the state organism that emanate from and center about the natural personality of the monarch. The state is essentially a monarchy. It may take the form of a representative government, but in any case the sovereignty of the monarch must stand above the various estates. Stahl accepts Hegel's separation of state from society, but renders it far less strict by interpreting all social relations as moral ones. He advocates that the state exercise a far-reaching regulation of the economy. He is opposed to unlimited freedom of trade and commerce. The state is a union of the people under authority. As a moral realm, the state has this twofold aim: on the one hand, domination as such, namely, the end that authority prevail among men, and on the other hand, the protection and advancement of men, the development of the nation, and execution of God's command. The state is no longer bound by the interest of the individual, but is a power and subject prior to and above the individual members. Authority is the force that, in the last analysis, binds the social and political relations to the whole. The entire system functions through obedience, duty, and acquiescence. All domination involves the acceptance of the ruler's thought and will in the existence of those ruled. This is a striking anticipation of the character type urged and molded by the modern authoritarian state. Hegel would have regarded such a statement as a horror. The surrender of individual thought and will to the thought and will of some external authority runs counter to all the principles of his idealist rationalism. Stahl entirely detaches the state from any connection with the autonomy of its individuals. State and society cannot originate from and depend on them. Its preservation requires a power that rests solely on ordinance, is independent of the will of individuals, nay, is opposed to it, and compelling it from without. Reason is displaced by obedience, which becomes the primary and irremissible motive and the foundation of all morality. The liberalist philosophy is relinquished even before the social and economic ground of liberalism has become a fact. Whereas the French social economists could look upon the progress of industrial capitalism as a challenge calling for the transformation of existing social and political relations into an order that might develop individual potentialities, men like Stahl had to concern themselves with the salvation of a system oriented to the past and to some eternal and immutable hierarchy. When Stahl, therefore, criticizes the prevailing labor process, for example, when he appears shocked by the calamity of the factory system and machine production, and makes reference to Sismondi, he is nevertheless far from drawing any consequences. State and society remain bound by divine command and historical tradition. They are as they ought to be. The people is a community stronger than all class stratification. Volksgemeinschaft is a fact, the community, not the individual, is the final subject of right. Only the Volk possesses the unity of Lebensanschauung and the germ of creative production. Tradition and custom ingrown among the people are the source of right. The individual's quest for freedom and happiness is diverted by being referred to the irrational community, which is always right. That which has germinated and become preserved in the natural growth of history is true in itself. Man is not an absolutely free being. He is a created and limited one, hence dependent upon the power that gave him his existence and on the given order of life and the given authorities through whom this power led him into existence. The authorities, therefore, hold full power over him, even without his consent. In all its aspects, the philosophy of Stahl stands out as having deserted the progressive ideas that Hegel's system had attempted to save for the society in which they had originated and in which they were later betrayed. Reason is superseded by authority, freedom by submission, right by duty, and the individual is put at the mercy of the unquestionable claims of a hypostatized whole. Stahl's philosophy of right gathers together some of the fundamental conceptions that later guided the preparation of National Socialist ideology. Such are the implications of the positive philosophy which claimed to supplant the negative philosophy of Hegel. The transformation of the dialectic into sociology, Lorenz von Stein. There still remains for consideration the important influence exerted by the Hegelian philosophy on the social theory of Lorenz von Stein. Stein's works were well known to Marx and Engels and received criticism in their writings prior to the Communist Manifesto. Some controversy has arisen as to whether and how far they took over Stein's conceptions in their own theory. This problem does not interest us here, however, for the question seems irrelevant in view of the fact that the structure and aims of the Marxian theory are quite different from those of Stein's sociology. The influence of Stein's work on the development of social theory was slight. He was deemed a historian of the French Revolution and of French social theories, rather than a theoretician. The first edition of his Der Sozialismus und die Kommunismus des heutigen Frankreichs, published in, gives little indication of his sociological concepts. The edition of, however, published in 3 volumes under the title, Geschichte der sozialen Bewegung in Frankreich von bis auf unser Tage, gives full elaboration of these. The long introduction treats the concept of society and the laws of social movement. It represents the first German sociology. We are here using the term sociology in its exact sense, to designate the treatment of social theory as a special science, with a subject matter, conceptual framework, and method of its own. Social theory is taken as the science of society, investigating the particularly social relations among men and the laws or tendencies operating in these. This implies that such social relations can be distinguished from physical, economic, political, or religious ones, though in reality they might never occur without these. Sociology as a special science, though concerned with the general study of society, gives over a great number of social problems to other specialized sciences for treatment. Thus problems such as the production and distribution of wealth, the tariff and international trade and investment are handled by economics. Other groups of social problems are turned over to other special sciences, for example, to political science and education, and, above all, sociology is severed from any connection with philosophy. The emancipation of sociology from philosophy must not be confused with the negation and realization of philosophy, as it occurs in Marxian social theory. Sociology does not negate philosophy, in the sense of taking over the hidden content of philosophy and carrying it into social theory and practice, but sets itself up as a realm apart from philosophy, with a province and truth of its own. Kant is rightly held to be the inaugurator of this separation between philosophy and sociology. It is true that Kant and other thinkers in the same tradition made a formal equation between their social theory and philosophy. Thus, John Stuart Mill outlined his logic of social science within a comprehensive general logic, and Spencer made the principles of sociology part of his system of synthetic philosophy. But these thinkers changed the meaning of philosophy, to make it quite different from the philosophy that originally gave birth to social theory. Philosophy to these men was merely a synopsis of the fundamental concepts and principles employed in the specialized sciences, with Kant, mathematics, astronomy, physics, chemistry, biology, and sociology, with Spencer, biology, psychology, sociology, and morals. The synoptic study of these sciences was philosophical by virtue of its general positivistic character, its refutation of all transcendental ideas. Such philosophy thus amounted to the refutation of philosophy. The anti-philosophical bent of sociology is of great significance. We have seen that, with Kant, society became the subject matter of an independent field of investigation. The social relations and the laws governing them were no longer derived, as they had been in Hegel's system, from the essence of the individual, still less were they analyzed according to such standards as reason, freedom, and right. The latter now appeared unscientific. Sociological method was oriented to describing observable facts and to establishing empirical generalities about them. In contrast to the dialectical conception, which viewed the world as a negative totality and was therefore intrinsically critical, the sociological method was intrinsically neutral, viewing society in the same way physics viewed nature. Ever since Kant, sociology has been patterned on the natural sciences. It has been held a science precisely in so far as its subject matter was amenable to the same neutral treatment as that of the exact sciences. John Stuart Mill's characterization of the science of society remains typical for its subsequent development. Mill said, "This science stands in the same relation to the social, as anatomy and physiology to the physical body. It shows by what principles of his nature man is induced to enter into a state of society, how this feature of his position acts upon his interests and feelings, and through them upon his conduct, how the association tends progressively to become closer, and the cooperation extends itself to more and more purposes, what those purposes are, and what the varieties of means most generally adopted for furthering them, what are the various relations which establish themselves among men as the ordinary consequence of the social union, what those which are different in different states of society, and what are the effects of each upon the conduct and character of man." According to this description, the science of society is, in principle, not to be distinguished from natural science. Social phenomena are exact to a lesser degree and more difficult to classify than natural phenomena, but they can be subjected to the standard of exactness and to the principles of generalization and classification. For this reason the theory of society is a real science. Sociology, moreover, has this in common with the other exact sciences: it proceeds from accumulating facts to classifying them successfully. This is the principle of its procedure. All knowledge that is not systematized according to this principle must be ruled out of the science of society. The very principles, however, that make sociology a special science set it at odds with the dialectical theory of society. In the latter, generalization and classification of facts was at best an irrelevant undertaking. How could such procedure have any bearing on the truth, when all facts were regarded as constituted by the unique structure and movement of the social whole, in which the changing directions of human practice throughout history played an essential part? The dialectical theory of society emphasized the essential potentialities and contradictions within this social whole, thereby stressing what could be done with society, and also exposing the inadequacy of its actual form. Scientific neutrality was incompatible with the nature of the subject matter and with the directions for human practice derived from an analysis of it. Furthermore, the dialectical social theory could not be a special science among other sciences, because it considered the social relations to embrace and condition all spheres of thought and existence. Society is the negative totality of all given human relations, including relations to nature, and not any part of these. For these reasons, the dialectic was a philosophical and not a sociological method, one in which every single dialectical notion held all of the negative totality and thus conflicted with any cutting off of a special realm of social relations. Any attempt at sociology first had to refute the dialectical claim, as Stahl did, or to detach it from its philosophical ground, as did von Stein, who transformed dialectical laws and concepts into sociological ones. Von Stein called his work the first attempt to set up the concept of society as an independent concept, and to develop its content. Hegel's philosophy of right had exposed the destructive antagonisms within civil society, as inevitable products of this social order. To be sure, the Hegelian emphasis weakened the force of the social contradictions by interpreting them as ontological ones. Nevertheless, Hegel's dialectic had set up no inexorable natural law of history, but had quite clearly indicated that the path of man's historical practice lay in the direction of freedom. The dialectical movement of civil society in the work of von Stein appears much more as the movement of things, capital, property, labor, than as the movement of men. Social development is governed by natural laws rather than by human practice. Von Stein regards the state of affairs not as the product of capitalist reifications but as the natural state of modern society. Reification is understood as a universal law, with which social theory and practice need perforce comply. The dialectic becomes part of an objective and impartial study of society. Owing to the circumstances in which von Stein's work originated, however, these neutralizing tendencies were considerably counteracted. Stein was, after all, guided by his study of social struggles in post-revolutionary France and paid close attention to French social critics and theorists of the period. This concrete historical approach induced him to say that the economic process was basic to the social and political process, and that the class struggles were the true pivotal content of society. He saw and admitted for a time that the irreconcilable contradictions of modern society were the motor of its development, thus aligning himself with Hegel's dialectical analysis of society. But this focusing upon the antagonisms within the economic process had to be abandoned if sociology was to be secure as an objective science. Hence, von Stein himself renounced his own earlier position. As early as he forswore the attempt to base social theory on political economy. It is well known that the entire science of society originated from a study of the economic antagonism that exploitation and competition have induced between the Fourth Estate especially, or labor shorn of capital, and the owners of capital. This fact has led to a conclusion which, evident as it seemed, necessarily brought great jeopardy to the deeper foundations of this science. The author of these lines cannot deny that he himself contributed greatly to the acceptance of this conclusion. For, he assumed that since the present form is essentially conditioned by the economic relations, the social order as such could not be other than a print, as it were, of the economic order. From this opinion, then, followed the other that the entire movement of society is also exclusively governed by these laws which determine economic life, in such a manner that the whole science of society is eventually reduced to a mere reflex of the economic laws and developments. This statement professes that establishing sociology as a real science requires the abolition of its economic foundation. Stein's sociology henceforth set out to uphold social harmony in the face of the economic contradictions, and morality in the face of social struggles. In Stein published his Gesellschaftslehre. The first book began the construction of a social ethics and the last concluded with the principles of social harmony, showing that the various orders of society and its classes are linked together so that they supplement and fulfill one another. In place of dealing with von Stein's final system of sociology, we shall limit ourselves to a brief summary of the foundations of his sociology as expounded in the introduction to the Geschichte der sozialen Bewegung in Frankreich. The preface to the edition of advances the assumption basic to the new science of society, that social dynamic is governed by a necessary law which it is sociology's task to discover. This law, Stein says, can be expressed in its most general form as the struggle of the ruling class to obtain full possession of state power and to exclude the other class from possessing such. The social process consists at root in the class war between capital and labor for state control. The antagonism between state and society is the basic idea of Stein's sociology. The two materialize two entirely different principles. Society is the organic unity of human life as conditioned by the distribution of wealth, regulated by the organism of labor, moved by the system of wants, and joined to succeeding generations by the family and its right. We can recognize Hegel in this definition, as well as the early French socialists. Stein clothes the skeleton conception that he took over from Hegel with the material got from the French critical analysis of modern society. In essence, society is class society. The general and inalterable relation in society is that between a dominant and a dependent class. The existence of classes is an inevitably given fact originating in the process of labor. Those who possess the material of labor as property herewith possess what those who have no property need in order to acquire it. In the utilization of their labor power, the latter are dependent on this prerequisite, namely, the material, and since this material is property which cannot be worked on without the consent of the proprietors, it follows that all who possess nothing but labor power are dependent on those who possess property. The social order is thus necessarily a class order. Its prime feature is self-seeking, a general penchant of each to acquire the means for his own independence and the means for making others dependent. In contrast to society, the state is the community of all individual wills elevated to a personal union. The principle of the state is the development, progress, wealth, power, and intelligence of all individuals without distinction, positing all individuals as free and equal. The state preserves the common interest, reason, and freedom, from the conflicting private interests of society. Of utmost significance for the evolution of sociology is the manner in which Stein's separation of state and society disposes of the actual problem of modern social theory. In the first place, class antagonism is declared to be the general and unalterable law of society, and accepted as an inevitable fact. Despite the retention of Hegelian terminology, Stein succumbs to the positivist, affirmative tendencies of early sociology. Secondly, he neutralizes the basic contradictions of modern society by distributing them between two different domains, those of state and society. Freedom and equality are reserved to the state, while exploitation and inequality are delegated to the society, thus turning the inherent contradiction of society into an antagonism between state and society. Modern society is released from any obligation to fulfill human freedom. The responsibility belongs to the state. The state, on the other hand, exists only as the prize of the classes in struggle and is incapable of withstanding the power and the claims of society. The solution of the social antagonisms thus seems to revert to society again. Stein declares that the process of enslavement and of liberation is, in entirety, a social process, and that bondage and freedom are sociological concepts. Liberty means social independence, or the ownership of sufficient means to enable one to fix the conditions of another's labor. Liberty is necessarily connected with bondage. Society is a class order and hence incompatible with freedom. Stein is thus faced with the following problem: the state is the true field of realization of human community, but it is impotent before class society. The latter, the actual field in which men fulfill themselves, cannot be free, owing to its principle. The possibility of progress, therefore, must be sought in a factor that stands above state and society and is more powerful than both. This ultimate factor, Stein decides, is the personality and its destiny. The personality is more powerful than state or society. It is the foundation and springboard for the development to freedom. This conception marks Stein's volte-face from the economic foundations of social theory and its achievements. He comes out with an idealist ethics. Not only is society, unfree in its very principle, discharged from the responsibility for freedom, but the state, which inevitably must come under the sway of society, is similarly discharged. The process of transforming philosophical into sociological concepts finally yields man's historical existence to the inalterable mechanisms of the social process and reserves his destiny and goal to his moral personality. The coast is clear for treating social problems in the manner of wordfree science. We have seen that Stein views the social process as a struggle between state and society, or as a struggle on the part of the ruling social class for state power. The state's principle is to elevate all individuals to perfect freedom, the principle of the society, to subjugate some individuals to others. History is in reality the constant renewal of this conflict on different levels, and the progress of history takes place through the changes in social structure that result. Stein proceeds to establish the natural laws of this change. We have already mentioned the first law, that the ruling class strives to make possession of state power as exclusively its own as it can. As soon as this goal is reached, a new dynamic begins, consisting in attempts to use the state power in the positive interest of the ruling class. There are different historic stages of this use and, consequently, different degrees of social domination or bondage. The first stage is characterized by absolute triumph of society over the state, or the complete identification of the ruling class with the idea of the state. Stein calls this absolute society. It begins with class appropriation of the means of labor and is accompanied by an increasing subjugation of the class deprived of these means. Hence, the development of all social order is a movement toward bondage. Just as the class structure of society is necessarily the source of bondage, it is also as much the source of a development in the direction of freedom. The process sets in wherever the capitalist class has completed its organization of society in its own interest. We know that freedom is a social concept, dependent on the acquisition of those goods required for the individual's growth. It follows that the subject class will strain towards getting possession of the wherewithal to gratify its cultural as well as material wants. This class will demand general and equal education and material freedom, that is, the opportunity to acquire property. The latter demand will conflict with the interest of the established order, the vested interest of the ruling class. In the last analysis, the possessor class aims to satisfy its wants and desires without labor. The possessor class, then, is a non-laboring class, and the opposition between property and lack of property is really one between unearned income and labor. Since labor alone makes property a right and a value, and since unearned income is a dead weight that cannot resist the onslaught of labor, it follows that the working class will increasingly become the master of all value, that is, will increasingly acquire property in the means of production and finally take over the place of the former non-laboring class. When this occurs, the legal and political structures, which have been modeled on the interests of a non-laboring ruling class, will openly conflict with the actual new power relations and controls in society. Transformation of the established system of right becomes an intrinsic, soon also an extrinsic, necessity. Two kinds of transformation are possible: political reform and revolution. In the first case, state power would have to yield to the demands of the dependent class and sanction the fact of social equality by recognizing legal equality. The major changes in history, however, have all been effected by revolution. The upper class does not grant the demand of the lower class, nor does it allow for a legal reorganization that would conform to the new distribution of social wealth. Revolution under such conditions is inevitable. Stein places heavy stress on the fact that revolution contains in its principle a contradiction that at once determines the course it will take. Every revolution proclaims general equality for the whole class hitherto excluded from power, but actually establishes equal right only for that part of the class that has already got possession of economic wealth. When the class is victorious in its revolution, then, it splits into two conflicting strata. No revolutionary movement is able to avert this contradiction. According to its inalterable nature, every revolution uses a social class whose interest it will not and cannot serve. Every revolution, as soon as it is complete, thus encounters an enemy in the person of the very mass that helped achieve the result. In other words, every revolution issues into a new class conflict and a new form of class society. The privileges of unearned income are abolished, and property based upon labor becomes the foundation of the new social order, but this same property, in the form of capital, soon stands against the potential of acquisition, labor power. The earning power of capital comes to oppose capital-less labor. Although this condition seems perfectly harmonious and an adequate result of the process of free acquisition, it turns out to be the fountain of a new form of bondage, for in reality, labor is excluded from acquiring capital. The social position of the capitalist is a function of the aggregate of his capital. The growth of capital depends on the value of the product over and above its production cost. The competition of capitals requires a struggle for lower production costs and thus leads necessarily to constant pressure on wages. This is of the essence of capital. The interest of capital conflicts with the interest of labor, the original harmony is dissolved into contradiction. Stein emphasized that the mechanisms of the revolution operate in the form of unalterable natural laws, that moral indignation or similar evaluations are hence entirely out of place. Moreover, Stein knows that the contradictions he has just analyzed are distinctive of a society based on free labor and acquisition, and that the same may not be applied to other forms of social organization. It is precisely the activity of property owners that, taking the form of competition, renders it impossible for those who do not possess property to acquire it. He goes one step further to declare that the proletariat will need its own revolution to overthrow this society. The proletariat is the class that the middle-class revolution has deprived of all acquisitive power. Little wonder, then, that it claims the right to seize that power and to reorganize society on the pattern of real social equality. This proletarian act would constitute the social revolution as distinguished from all preceding revolutions, which were political revolutions. At this point, Stein's sociology veers from its dialectical direction and follows the ideas of positive sociology. The proletarian revolution would be a disaster, and the victory of the proletariat, the triumph of bondage. The reason is that the proletariat is not the stronger or the better part of the social whole. Moreover, it lacks the right to seize the state because it does not possess the material and intellectual goods which are prerequisite for true supremacy. The idea of proletarian rule is, therefore, a contradiction in itself. The proletariat is incapable of maintaining any such supremacy. The old ruling class will soon take revenge upon it and clamp down a dictatorship of violence. The successful revolution always leads to dictatorship. And this dictatorship, setting itself above society, proclaims itself an independent state power and takes the right mantle and halo of such. This is the end of social revolution. But is it likewise the end of social process? The personality, exalted to the position of the decisive factor in social development, has prepared Stein's sudden departure from critical analysis. The acquisitive society preserves personality, for it establishes the principle that free personal development demands the universal opportunity to earn. If the opportunity has been restricted in the actual course capitalism took, it may still be restored by proper social reform. In modern acquisitive society, capital expresses man's mastery over his external life. The quality of personal freedom here is therefore to be found in the fact that the most inferior grade of labor power is able to get possession of capital. Also, Stein recalls his critical analysis of the contradictions inherent in middle-class society. He asks whether it is at all possible in an acquisitive society so to organize the labor process that work alone achieves a possession corresponding to its amount and kind. The answer he gives is affirmative, resting on an appeal to man's true interest. Man requires freedom and will have it. It is particularly in the interest of the possessing class to work for social reform, through all social forces, and with the aid of the state and its power. Lorenz von Stein thus turned the dialectic into an ensemble of objective laws calling for social reform as the adequate solution of all contradictions and neutralized the critical elements of the dialectic. 3. Conclusion. The end of Hegelianism. British neo-idealism. Hegel's philosophy held to the progressive ideas in Western rationalism and worked out their historical destiny. It attempted to light up the right of reason, and its power, amid the developing antagonisms of modern society. There was a dangerous element in this philosophy, dangerous to the existing order, that is, which derived from its use of the standard of reason to analyze the form of the state. Hegel endorsed the state only insofar as it was rational, that is, insofar as it preserved and promoted individual freedom and the social potencies of men. Hegel attached the realization of reason to a definite historical order, namely, the sovereign national state that had emerged on the continent with the liquidation of the French Revolution. In so doing, he submitted his philosophy to a decisive historical test. For any basic change that might take place in this order would have to alter the relation between Hegel's ideas and the existing social and political forms. This means, for example, that when civil society develops forms of organization that deny the essential rights of the individual and abolish the rational state, the Hegelian philosophy must clash with this new state. On its side, the state will then also repudiate Hegel's philosophy. One final test exists for this conclusion, that to be found in the fascist and national socialist attitudes to Hegel. These state philosophies exemplify the abolition of the rational standard and the individual freedom on which Hegel's glorification of the state depended. There can be no meeting ground between them and Hegel. And yet, ever since the First World War, when the system of liberalism began to shape into the system of authoritarianism, a widespread opinion has blamed Hegelianism for the ideological preparation of the new system. We quote, for example, the dedication to L.T. Hobhouse' important book, The Metaphysical Theory of the State. In the bombing of London I had just witnessed the visible and tangible outcome of a false and wicked doctrine, the foundations of which lay, as I believe, in the book before me. With that work began the most penetrating and subtle of all intellectual influences which have sapped the rational humanitarianism of the 18th and 19th centuries, and in the Hegelian theory of the God-state all that I had witnessed lay implicit. We shall later note the curious fact that the official defenders of the National Socialist state reject Hegel precisely on the ground of his rational humanitarianism. To decide more fully who is right in this controversy, however, we must sketch the role of Hegelianism in the later period of liberalist society. In Germany, the representative social and political philosophy of the last half of the 19th century remained anti-Hegelian or, at best, indifferent to Hegel. There were, however, apart from the employment of Hegelian philosophy in the Marxian theory, two great renaissances of Hegelianism, one in England, the other in Italy. The British movement was still connected with the principles and philosophy of liberalism and for this very reason lay much closer to the spirit of Hegel than did the Italian. The latter movement was drawing nearer to the approaching current of fascism and was therefore becoming more and more of a caricature of Hegel's philosophy, especially in the case of Gentile. At first glance, the tendencies in the British and Italian Hegelianism seemed to bear out Hobhouse's interpretation. The political philosophy of the British idealists seized upon the anti-liberal ideas in Hegel's philosophy of right. From Th. Green to Bernard Bosanquet the crescendo of emphasis fell increasingly upon the independent principle of the state and on the preeminence of the universal. The social interests of free individuals, on which the liberalist tradition had relied for its construction of the state, were disregarded. The state, according to Green, is based on an ideal principle of its own, and the common good, which the state embodies and guards, cannot result from the free play of individual interests. There are no individual rights separate from the universal right represented by the state. To ask why I am to submit to the power of the state, is to ask why I am to allow my life to be regulated by that complex of institutions without which I literally should not have a life to call my own, nor should be able to ask for a justification of what I am called to do. Green comes much closer to the inner motives of Hegel's philosophy when he attempts to understand this universal as a historical force that operates through the deeds and passions of men. In the state, the actions of men whom in themselves we reckon bad, are overruled for good, made to depend not on individual passion and motive but in some measure on the struggle of mankind towards perfection. The tendencies in Green to reify the universal as against the individual are counteracted by his adherence to the progressive tendencies of Western rationalism. He insists throughout his work that the state be submitted to rational standards, such as imply that the common good is best served through advancing the interest of free individuals. He grants men the right to dispute laws that violate their just claim to determine their own will, but he demands that all claims against the existing order must be founded on a reference to an acknowledged social good. Far from being an apology for authoritarianism, Green's political philosophy can, in a certain sense, be designated as a superliberalism. The general principle that the citizen must never act otherwise than as a citizen, does not carry with it an obligation under all conditions to conform to the law of his state, since those laws may be inconsistent with the true end of the state as the sustainer and harmonizer of social relations. Green thus grants to every individual, qua citizen, the liberty to assert an illegal right provided that its exercise should be contributory to some social good which the public conscience is capable of appreciating. He has no doubt that there is such a thing as a public conscience, always open to rational conviction and always willing to permit truth to progress. The material arena in which the common good has to be realized is not the state as such, but this or that particular state, which might, perhaps, not fulfill the purpose of a true state and, therefore, have to be swept away and superseded by another. Hence, there is no ground for holding that a state is justified in doing whatever its interests seem to require. In contrast to Hegel, Green holds war, even just war, to be a wrong against the individual's right to life and liberty. And in opposition to Hegel's fundamental concept of supreme sovereignty of the national state, Green envisages an overarching organization of mankind, which, through an increase in the free scope of the individual and an expansion of free trade, will make the motives and occasions of international conflict tend to disappear. The point has sometimes been made that the development of British idealism from Green to Bosanquet was one in which the rationalist and liberalist ideas of earlier days were slowly abandoned. We might venture to add to this a corollary: the more Hegelian in wording this idealism became, the further it removed itself from the true spirit of Hegel's thought. Bradley's metaphysics, notwithstanding its Hegelian concepts, has a strong irrationalist core that is entirely alien to Hegel. Bosanquet's philosophical theory of the state has features that make the individual a victim of the hypostatized state universal, so characteristic of the later fascist ideology. The average individual is no longer accepted as the real self or individuality. The center of gravity is thrown outside him. Outside him means to Bosanquet outside his own private interest and amusement, outside the sphere of his immediate want and desire. From its beginnings, this renaissance of idealism showed a definite anti-materialist tendency, a quality it shares with the tendencies accompanying the transition from liberalism to authoritarianism. The ideology accompanying this movement prepared the individual for more labor and less enjoyment, a slogan of the authoritarian economy. Gratification of individual wants had to give way before duties to the whole. The duties, as they came, were found to jibe less and less with any rational standard, and the more true the situation became, the greater stress was laid on the doctrine that the individual's relation to the whole was a relation between two ideal entities that overrule his empirical existence. We see that there is a meaning in the suggestion that our real self or individuality may be something which in one sense we are not, but which we recognize as imperative upon us. Liberty for the individual can be realized only through obedience to that imperative. It is vested in the state which, as the guardian of our real self, is the instrument of our greatest self-affirmation. The juxtaposition of a real and an empirical self is an ambiguity. It might refer to a significant dualism, to the actual distress of men in their empirical reality as against a real self that demands fulfillment for need and a remedy of distress. On the other hand, the same conception may signify a deprecation of the empirical life in favor of an unconditionally ideal life of the state. Bosanquet's political philosophy runs from one to the other of these two poles. He adopts Rousseau's revolutionary principle of compulsory education towards freedom, but in the course of discussion, the goal, freedom, dissolves before the compulsory means. Force, automatism, and suggestion are the very conditions for progress in intellect. In promoting the best life, these aids must be employed by society as exercising absolute power, viz. By the state. The realization of the best life is the end set by state and society, but that end is so far overshadowed by the element of force involved in its attainment that the state must be defined as a unit, recognized as rightly exercising control over its members through absolute physical power, or recognized as a unit lawfully exercising force. Hobhouse replies to this definition that it can properly fit into the scheme of any authoritarian absolutism. The question may now be answered how far the political theory of these British neo-idealists constitutes a genuine resumption of the Hegelian philosophy. One original motive of German idealism they certainly retained, namely, that true liberty cannot be achieved through the mindset and daily practice of isolated individuals in the competitive vortex of modern society. Freedom is rather a condition to be sought beyond, in the state. The state alone fulfills their real wills and their real selves. Hegel thought that the particular kind of state that could serve this purpose was the one that retained the decisive achievements of the French Revolution and incorporated them into a rational whole. When the British idealists elaborated their political doctrine, it was at least obvious that the historical form of the state that had come upon the scene was by no means the realization of freedom and reason. The great merit of Hobhouse's book lies in its exposure of the incompatibility between Hegel's conception and the material basis of the existing state. He points to the fact that Bosanquet's philosophy yields the individual into the clutches of a society as such, or to the state generally, whereas in reality the individual always has to carry on his life in some particular historical form of society and state. This central fallacy is of the utmost importance, for in it is implied the confusion between contingent power relations and moral obligations. State and society as they are cannot claim the dignity of being reason's embodiment. When we think of the actual inconsistencies of traditional social morality, the blindness and crudity of law, the elements of class selfishness and oppression that have colored it, we are inclined to say that no mere philosopher, but only the social satirist, could treat this conception as it deserves. To those who hold abstractly to Hegel's political philosophy, Hobhouse replies that the very fact of class society, the patent influence of class interests on the state, renders it impossible to designate the state as expressive of the real will of individuals as a whole. Wherever a community is governed by one class or one race, the remaining class or race is permanently in the position of having to take what it can get. To say that institutions of such a society express the private will of the subject class is merely to add insult to injury. In place of concern for the universal, Hobhouse puts concern for the actual welfare of the individual, in place of the Weltgeist, the infinite number of human lives irretrievably lost. If the world cannot be made incomparably better than it has hitherto been, then the struggle has no issue, and we had better strengthen the doctrine of the militant state and arm it with enough high explosive to bring life to an end. Insistence on man's claim to universal happiness, which is always happiness for each, so frequently found in the pages of Hobhouse's book, renders it one of the great documents of liberalist philosophy. The happiness and misery of society is the happiness and misery of human beings heightened or deepened by its sense of common possession. Its will is their wills in the conjointment result. Its conscience is an expression of what is noble or ignoble in them when the balance is struck. If we may judge each man by the contribution he makes to the community, we are equally right to ask of the community what it is doing for this man. The greatest happiness will not be realized by the greatest or any great number unless in a form in which all can share, in which indeed the sharing is for each an essential ingredient. But there is no happiness at all except that experienced by individual men and women, and there is no common self submerging the soul of men. There are societies in which their distinct and separate personalities may develop in harmony and contribute to a collective achievement. Hobhouse is of course right as against the neo-idealists, just as liberalism is right as against any irrational hypostasis of the state that disregards the fate of the individual. On the other hand, the demands that Hobhouse advances are in line with the abstract principles of liberalism, but they conflict with the concrete form that liberalist society took. Hegel once defined liberalism as the social philosophy that sticks to the abstract and is always defeated by the concrete. The principles of liberalism are valid. The common interest cannot be other in the last analysis than the product of the multitude of freely developing individual selves in society. But the concrete forms of society that have developed since the 19th century have increasingly frustrated the freedom to which liberalism counsels allegiance. Under the laws that govern the social process, the free play of private initiative has wound up in competition among monopolies for the most part. An era of cutthroat competition, followed by a rapid process of amalgamation, threw an enormous quantity of wealth into the hands of a small number of captains of industry. No luxury of living to which this class could attain kept pace with its rise of income, and a process of automatic saving set in upon an unprecedented scale. The investment of these savings in other industries helped to bring these under the same concentrative forces. In the free competition of manufacturers preceding combination, the chronic condition is one of overproduction, in the sense that all the mills or factories can only be kept at work by cutting prices down towards a point where the weaker competitors are forced to close down, because they cannot sell their goods at a price which covers the true cost of production. Bosanquet's philosophical theory of the state appeared when this transition from liberal to monopolistic capitalism had already begun. Social theory was faced with the alternative either of abandoning the principles of liberalism so that the existing social order might be maintained, or of fighting the system in order to preserve the principles. The latter choice was implied in the Marxian theory of society. The revision of the dialectic. The Marxian theory, however, had itself begun to undergo fundamental changes. The history of Marxism has confirmed the affinity between Hegel's motives and the critical interest of the materialist dialectic as applied to society. The schools of Marxism that abandoned the revolutionary foundations of the Marxian theory were the same that outspokenly repudiated the Hegelian aspects of the Marxian theory, especially the dialectic. Revisionist writing and thought, which expressed the growing faith of large socialist groups in a peaceful evolution from capitalism to socialism, attempted to change socialism from a theoretical and practical antithesis to the capitalist system into a parliamentary movement within this system. The philosophy and politics of opportunism, represented by this movement, took the form of a struggle against what it termed the remnants of utopian thinking in Marx. The result was that revisionism replaced the critical dialectic conception with the conformist attitudes of naturalism. Bowing to the authority of the facts, which indeed justified the hopes of a legal parliamentary opposition, revisionism diverted revolutionary action into the channel of a faith in the necessary natural evolution to socialism. The dialectic, in consequence, was termed the treacherous element in the Marxian doctrine, the trap that is laid for all consistent thinking. Bernstein declared that the snare of dialectic consists in its inappropriate abstraction from the specific particularities of things. He defended the matter-of-fact quality of fixed and stable objects as against any notion of their dialectical negation. If we wish to comprehend the world, we have to conceive it as a complex of ready-made objects and processes. This amounted to the revival of common sense as the organon of knowledge. The dialectical overthrow of the fixed and stable had been undertaken in the interest of a higher truth that might dissolve the negative totality of ready-made objects and processes. This revolutionary interest was now renounced in favor of the secure and stable given state of affairs that, according to revisionism, slowly evolves towards a rational society. The class interest recedes, the common interest grows in power. At the same time, legislation becomes increasingly more powerful and regulates the struggle of economic forces, governing increasingly more realms which were previously left to the blind war of particular interests. With the repudiation of the dialectic, the revisionists falsified the nature of the laws that Marx saw ruling society. We recall Marx's view that the natural laws of society gave expression to the blind and irrational processes of capitalist reproduction, and that the socialist revolution was to bring emancipation from these laws. In contrast to this, the revisionists argued that the social laws are natural laws that guarantee the inevitable development towards socialism. The great achievement of Marx and Engels lay in the fact that they had better success than their predecessors in weaving the realm of history into the realm of necessity and thus elevating history to the rank of a science. The critical Marxist theory the revisionists thus tested by the standards of positivist sociology and transformed into natural science. In line with the inner tendencies of the positivist reaction against negative philosophy, the objective conditions that prevail were hypostatized, and human practice was rendered subordinate to their authority. Those anxious to preserve the critical import of the Marxian doctrine saw in the anti-dialectical trends not only a theoretical deviation, but a serious political danger that threatened the success of socialist action at every turn. To them the dialectical method, with its uncompromising spirit of contradiction, was the essential without which the critical theory of society would of necessity become a neutral or positivist sociology. And since there existed an intrinsic connection between Marxian theory and practice, the transformation of the theory would result in a neutral or positivist attitude to the existing societal form. Plekhanov emphatically announced that without dialectic, the materialist theory of knowledge and practice is incomplete, one-sided, nay more, it is impossible. The method of dialectic is a totality wherein the negation and destruction of the existing appears in every concept, thus furnishing the full conceptual framework for understanding the entirety of the existing order in accordance with the interest of freedom. Dialectical analysis alone can provide an adequate orientation for revolutionary practice, for it prevents this practice from being overwhelmed by the interests and aims of an opportunist philosophy. Lenin insisted on dialectical method to such an extent that he considered it the hallmark of revolutionary Marxism. While discussing the most urgent practical political matters, he indulged in analyses of the significance of the dialectic. The most striking example is to be found in his examination of Trotsky's and Bukharin's theses for the Trade Union Conference, written on January. In this tract Lenin shows how a poverty of dialectical thinking may lead to grave political errors, and he links his defense of dialectic to an attack on the naturalist misinterpretation of Marxian theory. The dialectical conception, he shows, is incompatible with any reliance upon the natural necessity of economic laws. It is furthermore incompatible with the exclusive orientation of the revolutionary movement to economic ends, because all economic ends receive their meaning and content only from the totality of the new social order to which this movement is directed. Lenin regarded those who subordinated political aims and spontaneity to the purely economic struggle to be among the most dangerous falsifiers of Marxian theory. He held against these Marxists the absolute predominance of politics over economics. Politics cannot but have precedence over economics. To argue differently, means forgetting the ABC of Marxism. Fascist Hegelianism. While the heritage of Hegel and the dialectic was being defended only by the radical wing among the Marxists, at the opposite pole of political thought a revival of Hegelianism was taking place that brings us to the threshold of fascism. The Italian neo-idealism was from the outset associated with the movement for national unification and, later, with the drive to strengthen the nationalist state against its imperialist competitors. The fact that the ideology of the young national state looked to Hegelian philosophy for its support is to be explained by the particular historical development in Italy. In its first phase, Italian nationalism had to contend with the Catholic Church, which regarded the Italian aspirations as detrimental to Vatican interests. The Protestant tendencies of German idealism provided efficient weapons for the justification of a secular authority in the struggle with the Church. Furthermore, Italy's entry among the imperialist powers brought in an extremely backward national economy, with a middle class split into numerous competing groups, hardly fit to cope with the growing antagonisms that accompanied the adaptation of this economy to modern industrial expansion. Croce as well as Gentile emphasized that a petty positivism and materialism held sway which made people feel satisfied with their small private interests and unable to understand the far-reaching sweep of nationalist aims. The state had to assert its imperialist interest under frequent opposition from the middle class. Also, it had yet to achieve what other national states had already achieved, an efficient bureaucracy, a centralized administration, a rationalized industry, and a complete military preparedness against the external and internal enemy. This positive task of the state made Italian neo-idealism lean towards the Hegelian position. The turn towards Hegel's conception was an ideological maneuver against the weakness of Italian liberalism. Sergio Panunzio, the official theoretician of the fascist state, has shown that ever since Mazzini, Italian political philosophy was predominantly anti-liberal and anti-individualist. This philosophy found in Hegel a congenial demonstration of the state as an independent substance, existing vis-a-vis the petty interests of the middle class. Panunzio endorses Hegel's distinction between state and civil society and with it his remarks on the corporation, saying that those writers are right who relate so many aspects of the fascist state to Hegel's organic state. Italian idealism, however, was Hegelian only where it confined itself to expounding Hegel's philosophy. Spaventa and above all Croce made essential contributions to a new understanding of Hegel's system. Croce's logic and aesthetics were attempts at a genuine revival of Hegelian thought. In contrast, the political exploitation of Hegel renounced the fundamental interests of his philosophy. Moreover, the closer Italian idealism drew to fascism, the more it deviated from Hegelianism, even in the field of theoretical philosophy. Gentile's main philosophical works are a logic and a philosophy of mind. Although he also wrote a Riforma della Dialettica Hegeliana, proclaiming the mind as the only reality, his philosophy, when judged by its content and not its language, has nothing to do with Hegel's. The central conception of the theory of mind as pure act, might remotely resemble Kant's notion of the transcendental consciousness, but this resemblance, too, is in the wording rather than the meaning. We shall in our discussion limit ourselves to this work. Though it appeared long before the triumph of fascism, it shows most clearly the affinity between Italian neo-idealism and this authoritarian system and provides a lesson as to what happens to a philosophy that fosters such affinity. One important truth applies to both Gentile's works and to the later utterances of fascist philosophy: they cannot be treated on a philosophic level. Comprehension and knowledge are made part of the course of political practice, not on any rational grounds, but because no truth is recognized apart from such practice. Philosophy is no longer declared to hold its truth in opposition to an untrue social practice, nor is philosophy supposed to agree only with such practice as is directed towards realizing reason. Gentile proclaims practice, no matter what form it may be taking, to be the truth as such. According to him, the sole reality is the act of thinking. Any assumption of a natural and historical world separate from and outside this act is denied. The object is thus resolved into the subject, and any opposition between thinking and doing, or between mind and reality, becomes meaningless. For, thinking, which is making, real doing, is ipso facto true. The true is what is in the making. Recasting a sentence from Guillaume Battista Vico, Gentile writes, "Vera me te fieri convertuntur." And he sums up, the concept of truth coincides with the concept of fact. There can be few statements more remote from Hegel's spirit. Despite his many assertions about the reality of mind, Gentile can be considered neither a Hegelian nor an idealist. His philosophy is much closer to positivism. The approach of the authoritarian state seems to announce itself in an attitude that submits all too readily to the authority of matters of fact. An integral part of totalitarian control is the attack on critical and independent thought. The appeal to facts is substituted for the appeal to reason. No reason can sanction a regime that uses the greatest productive apparatus man has ever created in the interest of an increasing restriction of human satisfactions, no reason except the fact that the economic system can be retained in no other way. Just as the fascist emphasis on action and change prevents the insight into the necessity of rational courses of action and change, Gentile's deification of thinking prevents the liberation of thought from the shackles of the given. The fact of brute power becomes the real god of the time, and as that power enhances itself, the surrender of thought to the fact shows forth the more. Lawrence Dennis, in his recent book Defending Fascist Policy, shows the same abdication of thought when he advocates a scientific and logical method, the governing assumption of which will be that facts are normative, that is to say, facts should determine rules, being paramount to rules. A rule which contradicts a fact is nonsense. Gentile discards the fundamental principle of all idealism, namely, that there is an antagonism and strain between truth and fact, between thought or mind and reality. His whole theory is based upon the immediate identity of these polar elements, whereas Hegel's point had been that there is no such immediate identity but only the dialectical process of achieving it. Before we outline some of the implications of the new philosophy of mind, we must review the factors that brought to Gentile the reputation of being an idealist philosopher. We shall find them in his use of Kant's transcendental ego. According to Gentile, the statement that the pure act of thinking is the only reality, does not apply to the empirical but only to the transcendental I. All the qualifications of mind, its developing unity, its identity with its immediate manifestations, its being free and the principle of space, etc., refer only to its transcendental activity. The distinction between empirical and transcendental ego, and the description of the transcendental point of view follow Kant's pattern with fair accuracy. But the use to which Gentile puts the conception destroys the very meaning of transcendental idealism. The latter had assumed that a reality is given to consciousness but cannot be resolved into it. The reception of sense data is the condition for the spontaneous acts of pure understanding. Hegel, too, although he rejected the Kantian notion of a thing in itself, did not abandon the objective foundations of transcendental idealism. His principle of mediation retained them. The realization of mind was the continued working out of a process between reason and reality. Gentile, on the other hand, claims to have got rid of the illusion of a natural reality. We do not suppose as a logical antecedent of knowledge the reality which is the object of knowledge. We cancel that independent nature of the world, which makes it appear the basis of mind, by recognizing that it is only an abstract moment of mind. Kant's transcendental ego was distinguished by its unique relations to a pre-given reality. When this reality is cancelled, the transcendental ego must, despite all assertions to the contrary, remain a mere word that obtains a certain meaning only by a generalization from the empirical ego. With the destruction of the objective barrier, man is delivered into a world supposedly his own, real only as his own act and doing. The individual is the real positive and all that is posited by us. To be sure, it is positive only in so far as we oppose it to ourselves, recognize it not as our work but that of others. But the opposition will dissolve as soon as we see that the individual, by virtue of the transcendental consciousness, is also the universal. The individual makes itself and the universal is the self-making of the universal. Behind this rather confused heap of words, a significant process is working itself out, a process of breakdown for all rational laws and standards, an exaltation of action regardless of the goal, a veneration of success. In a sense, Gentile's philosophy retains the slight traces of the liberalist scheme in which idealism originated, especially in its insistence that the individual is the only positive. But this individuality, oscillating between the meaningless transcendental and the empty concrete, has no other content than action. Its entire essence resolves into its acts, which have no supra-individual laws to restrain them and no valid principles to judge them. Gentile himself calls his doctrine absolute formalism. There is no matter apart from the pure form of acting. The only matter there is in the spiritual act is the form itself, as activity. Gentile's doctrine that true reality is action justified in itself clearly enunciates and glorifies the conscious and programmatic lawlessness of fascist action. The mind itself, in its actuality, is withdrawn from every pre-established law, and cannot be defined as a being restricted to a definite nature, in which the process of life is exhausted and completed. From the Hegelian dialectic, Gentile borrows the idea that reality is a ceaseless process, but the process, detached from any pattern of universal reason, produces a wholesale destruction rather than any construction of the rational forms of life. True life is made one by death. Hegel's philosophy weaves the transitory nature of all historical forms into the world historical web of reason in progress. The content of the transitory is still present at the final inauguration of freedom. Gentile's actualism is entirely indifferent to reason and greets prevailing evil and deficiency as a great good. Our mind's real need is not that error and evil should disappear from the world but that they should be eternally present, for there is no truth without error and no good without evil. Notwithstanding, then, the paradoxical interpretation of reality as mind, Gentile accepts the world as it is and deifies its horrors. Finite things, whatever and however they may be, are always the very reality of God. The philosophy that eventuates exalts the world into an eternal theogony which is fulfilled in the inwardness of our being. This inwardness, however, is no longer a refuge from a miserable reality, but justifies the final dissolution of all objective norms and values into the disorder of pure action. All its fundamental motives show Gentiles to be the strict opposite of Hegel's philosophy, and it is by virtue of its being the opposite that it passes directly into the fascist ideology. Identification of thought with action, and of reality with mind prevents thought from taking a position opposed to reality. Theory becomes practice to such a degree that all thought is rejected if it is not immediate practice or immediately consummated in action. Gentile's theory of mind praises anti-intellectualism, foreshadowing the typically relativistic traits of fascist philosophy, to be noted in the repudiation of all fixed programs that go beyond the requirements of the immediate situation. Action sets its own aims and norms that may not be judged by any objective ends and principles. The Foundations of Fascism, published by Gentile, announce the abolition of all programs to be the very philosophy of fascism. Fascism is bound by no principles, change of course, to keep step with the changing constellations of power, is its sole unchanging program. No decision is valid for the future. The true decisions of the Duce are those which are simultaneously formulated and executed. The statement discloses one essential attribute of the authoritarian state, the inconsistency of its ideology. Gentile's actualism asserts the totalitarian rule of practice over thought, the independence of the latter disappearing once and for all. Loyalty to any truth that lies outside or beyond the practical aims of fascist politics is declared meaningless. Theory as such and all intellectual activity are made subservient to the changing requirements of politics. National Socialism versus Hegel. We cannot understand the basic difference between the Hegelian and the fascist idea of the state without sketching the historical foundations of fascist totalitarianism. Hegel's political philosophy was grounded on the assumption that civil society could be kept functioning without renouncing the essential rights and liberties of the individual. Hegel's political theory idealized the Restoration state, but he looked upon it as embodying the lasting achievements of the modern era, namely, the German Reformation, the French Revolution, and idealist culture. The totalitarian state, on the other hand, marks the historical stage at which these very achievements become dangerous to the maintenance of civil society. The roots of fascism are traceable to the antagonisms between growing industrial monopolization and the democratic system. In Europe after the First World War, the highly rationalized and rapidly expanding industrial apparatus met increasing difficulties of utilization, especially because of the disruption of the world market and because of the vast network of social legislation ardently defended by the labor movement. In this situation, the most powerful industrial groups tended to assume direct political power in order to organize monopolistic production, to destroy the socialist opposition, and to resume imperialist expansionism. The emerging political system cannot develop the productive forces without a constant pressure on the satisfaction of human needs. This requires a totalitarian control over all social and individual relations, the abolition of social and individual liberties, and the incorporation of the masses by means of terror. Society becomes an armed camp in the service of those great interests that have survived the economic competitive struggle. The anarchy of the market is removed, labor becomes compulsory service, and the productive forces are rapidly expanded, but the whole process serves only the interests of the ruling bureaucracy, which constitutes itself the heir of the old capitalist class. The fascist organization of society requires a change in the entire setting of culture. The culture with which German idealism was linked, and which lived on until the fascist era, accented private liberties and rights, so that the individual, at least as a private person, could feel safe in the state and in society. The total surrender of human life to the vested social and political powers was prevented not only by a system of political representation, legal equality, freedom of contracts, but also by the alleviating influence of philosophy, art, and religion. When Hegel divided man's social life among the family, civil society, and the state, he recognized that each of these historical stages had a relative right of its own. Moreover, he subordinated even the highest stage, the state, to the absolute right of reason asserted in the world history of mind. When fascism finally demolished the liberalist framework of culture, it in effect abolished the last field in which the individual could claim his right against society and the state. Hegel's philosophy was an integral part of the culture which authoritarianism had to overcome. It is therefore no accident that the National Socialist assault on Hegel begins with the repudiation of his political theory. Alfred Rosenberg, official keeper of National Socialist philosophy, opened the drive on Hegel's concept of the state. As a consequence of the French Revolution, he says, a doctrine of power, alien to our blood, arose. It reached its apogee with Hegel and was then, in a new falsification, taken over by Marx. This doctrine bestowed upon the state, he continues, the dignity of the absolute and the attribute of an end in itself. To the masses, the state came forth as a soulless instrument of force. The ideological attack of National Socialism upon the Hegelian conception of the state contrasts rather squarely with the Italian fascists' seeming acceptance of it. The difference is to be explained in the different historical situations that the two fascist ideologies had to meet. In contrast to Italy, the German state had been a powerful and firmly established reality, which even the Weimar Republic had not shaken in its foundations. It was a Rechtsstaat, a comprehensive rational political system with distinctly demarcated and recognized spheres of rights and liberties that could not be utilized by the new authoritarian regime. Moreover, the latter could discard the state form because the economic powers who stood behind the National Socialist movement were long since strong enough to govern directly, without the unnecessary mediation of political forms that would have to grant at least a minimum of legal equality and security. Consequently, Rosenberg, like all the other National Socialist spokesmen, turns against the state and denies its supreme authority. Today we view the state no longer as an independent idol before which men must kneel. The state is not even an end, but is only a means for preserving the people, and the authority of the Volkheit is above that of the state. He who does not admit this fact is an enemy of the people. Carl Schmitt, the leading political philosopher of the Third Reich, likewise rejects the Hegelian position on the state, declaring it incompatible with the substance of National Socialism. Whereas the political philosophy of the last century had been based upon a dichotomy between state and society, National Socialism substitutes the triad of state, movement, the party, and people, Volk. The state is by no means the ultimate political reality in the triad, it is superseded and determined by the movement and its leadership. Alfred Rosenberg's statement sets the stage for the National Socialist rejection of Hegel's political philosophy. He says Hegel belonged to the line of development that produced the French Revolution and the Marxian critique of society. Here, as in many other instances, National Socialism reveals a far deeper understanding of the realities than many of its critics. Hegel's state philosophy held to the progressive ideas of liberalism to such an extent that his political position became incompatible with the totalitarian state of civil society. The state as reason, that is, as a rational whole, governed by universally valid laws, calculable and lucid in its operation, professing to protect the essential interest of every individual without discrimination, this form of state is precisely what National Socialism cannot tolerate. This is the supplementary institution of economic liberalism that had to be crushed as soon as that form of economy went under. The Hegelian triad of family, society, and state has disappeared, and in its place is the overarching unity that devours all pluralism of rights and principles. The government is totalitarian. The individual championed in the Hegelian philosophy, he who bore reason and freedom, is annihilated. The individual, so we teach today, has as such neither the right nor the duty to exist, since all rights and all duties derive only from the community. This community, in turn, is neither the union of free individuals, nor the rational whole of the Hegelian state, but the natural entity of the race. National Socialist ideologists emphasize that the community to which the individual is completely subordinate constitutes a natural reality bound together by blood and soil and subject to no rational norms or values. The focusing upon natural conditions serves to divert attention from the social and economic basis of totalitarianism. The Volksgemeinschaft is idolized as a natural community precisely because and insofar as there is no actual social community. Since the social relations demonstrate the lack of any community, the Volksgemeinschaft has to be set apart in the dimension of blood and soil, which does not hamper the real play of class interests within society. The elevation of the Volk to the position of the original and ultimate political entity shows once again how distant National Socialism is from the Hegelian conception. According to Hegel, the Volk is that part of the state that does not know its own will. This attitude of Hegel's, though it may seem a reactionary one, is closer to freedom's interest than the popular radicalism of the National Socialist utterances. Hegel rejects any notion that the people are an independent political factor, because, he maintains, political efficacy requires the consciousness of freedom. The people, Hegel said time and again, have not as yet achieved this consciousness, they are still lacking the knowledge of their true interest, and constitute a rather passive element in the political process. The establishment of a rational society presupposes that the people have ceased to exist in the form of masses and have been transformed into an association of free individuals. National Socialism, in contrast, glorifies the masses and retains the people in their pre-rational, natural condition. Even in this condition, however, the Volk is not allowed to play an active political role. Its political reality is supposed to be represented by the unique person of the leader, who is the source of all law and all right and the sole author of social and political existence. The German idealism that culminated in the Hegelian teaching asserted the conviction that social and political institutions should jibe with the free development of the individual. The authoritarian system, on the other hand, cannot maintain the life of its social order except by forcible conscription of every individual, regardless of his interest, into the economic process. The idea of individual welfare gives way to the demand for sacrifice. The duty of sacrifice for the whole has no limit if we regard the people as the highest good on earth. The authoritarian system cannot considerably or permanently raise the standard of living, nor can it enlarge the area and means of individual enjoyment. This would undermine its indispensable discipline and, in the last analysis, would annul the fascist order, which, of its very nature, must prevent any free development of productive forces. Consequently, fascism does not believe in the possibility of happiness on earth, and it denies the equation that well-being equals happiness. Today, when all the technical potentialities for an abundant life are at hand, the National Socialists consider the decline of the standard of living inevitable and indulge in panegyrics on impoverishment. The total victimization of the individual that takes place is encouraged for the specific benefit of the industrial and political bureaucracy. It therefore cannot be justified on the ground of the individual's true interest. National Socialist ideology simply states that true human existence consists in unconditional sacrifice, that it is of the essence of the individual's life to obey and to serve, service which never comes to an end because service and life coincide. Ernst Krieg, one of National Socialism's representative spokesmen, devoted a considerable portion of his writing to a repudiation of German idealism. In his periodical, Volk im Werden, he published an article called Der Deutsche Idealismus zwischen den Zeitaltern, in which the following sweeping declaration occurs: German idealism must be overcome in form and in content if we are to become a political and active nation. The reason for the condemnation is clear. German idealism protested the wholesale surrender of the individual to ruling social and political forces. Its exaltation of mind and its insistence on the significance of thought implied, National Socialism correctly saw, an essential opposition to any victimization of the individual. Philosophic idealism was part and parcel of idealist culture. And this culture recognized a realm of truth that was not subject to the authority of the order that is and of the powers that be. Art, philosophy, and religion envisioned a world that challenged the claims of the given reality. Idealist culture is incompatible with fascist discipline and control. We live no longer in the age of education, culture, humanity, and pure spirit, but in the necessity for struggle, for political visions of reality, for soldiery, national discipline, for the national honor and future. It is, therefore, not the idealist but the heroic attitude which is demanded of men as the task and need of life in this epoch. Kriek makes no attempt to point to any specific sins in the thought structure of German idealism. Although a philosopher and holding Hegel's chair at the University of Heidelberg, he finds difficulty in coping with the simplest philosophical idea. We must turn for specific statements to those who by profession are still engaged in philosophical work. Franz Bohm's Anti-Cartesianismus, which offers a National Socialist interpretation of the history of philosophy, contains a chapter on Hegel und wir. Hegel is here made the symbol of all that National Socialism abhors and rejects. The emancipation from Hegel is hailed as forerunner of a return to a true philosophy. For a century, Hegel's universalistic conception buried the motivations of the German history in philosophy. What is this anti-German orientation in Hegel? First, his stress on thought, his attack on action for action's sake. Bohm gets to the center of Hegelianism when he criticizes its humanitarian ideals. He recognizes the intrinsic connection between the notions of reason and mind and the universalistic conception of humanity. To view the world as mind, he says, and to measure existing forms according to reason's standard is tantamount in the end to transcending contingent and natural distinctions and conflicts among men, and passing beyond these to the universal essence of man. It is tantamount to upholding the right of humanity as against the particular claims of politics. Reason implies the unity of all men as rational beings. When reason finally fulfills itself in freedom, the freedom is the possession of all men and the inalienable right of every individual. Idealistic universalism thus implies individualism. The National Socialist critique harps on the tendencies in Hegel's philosophy that contradict all totalitarianism. By virtue of these tendencies it declares Hegel to be the symbol of a centuries-old, superseded past and the philosophic counter-will of our time. Bohm's criticism recurs in a somewhat milder and more elaborate form in another representative document of the National Socialist philosophy, Hans Heise's Idee und Existenz, which declares Hegel the source of all liberal, idealistic as well as materialistic philosophies of history. The National Socialists, in contrast to many Marxists, take the connection between Hegel and Marx seriously. The fact that the development towards authoritarian forms was an about-face from Hegelian principles, rather than any consequence of these, was recognized within and outside of Germany as early as the period of the First World War. Muirhead in England declared at that time that it is not in Hegelianism, but in the violent reaction against the whole idealist philosophy that set in shortly after his death, that we have to look for the philosophical foundations of present-day militarism. The statement holds with all its implications. The ideological roots of authoritarianism have their soil in the violent reaction against Hegel that styled itself the positive philosophy. The destruction of the principle of reason, the interpretation of society in terms of nature, and the subordination of thought to the inexorable dynamics of the given operated in the romanticist philosophy of the state, in the historical school, in Kant's sociology. These anti-Hegelian tendencies joined forces with the irrational philosophies of life, history, and existence that arose in the last decade of the 19th century and built the ideological framework for the assault on liberalism. The social and political theory responsible for the development of fascist Germany was, then, related to Hegelianism in a completely negative way. It was anti-Hegelian in all its aims and principles. No better witness to this fact exists than the one serious political theorist of National Socialism, Carl Schmitt. The first edition of his Begriff des Politischen raises the question of how long the spirit of Hegel lived in Berlin, and he replies, in any case, the school that became authoritative in Prussia after preferred to have the conservative philosophy of F. J. Stahl, while Hegel wandered from Karl Marx to Lenin and to Moscow. And he summarizes the entire process in the striking statement that on the day of Hitler's ascent to power Hegel, so to speak, died. Supplementary epilogue written in Epilogue. The defeat of fascism and National Socialism has not arrested the trend toward totalitarianism. Freedom is on the retreat, in the realm of thought as well as in that of society. Neither the Hegelian nor the Marxian idea of reason have come closer to realization, neither the development of the spirit nor that of the revolution took the form envisaged by dialectical theory. Still, the deviations were inherent in the very structure which this theory had discovered. They did not occur from outside, they were not unexpected. From the beginning, the idea and the reality of reason in the modern period contained the elements which endangered its promise of a free and fulfilled existence, the enslavement of man by his own productivity, the glorification of delayed satisfaction, the repressive mastery of nature in man and outside, the development of human potentialities within the framework of domination. In Hegel's philosophy, the triumph of the spirit leaves the state behind in the reality, unconquered by the spirit and oppressive in spite of its commitment to right and freedom. Hegel accepted civil society and its state as the adequate historical realization of reason, which meant that they were not the ultimate realization of reason. The latter was relegated to metaphysics. Hegel concluded the encyclopedic presentation of his system with Aristotle's description of the nous as theos. At the beginning and at the end, Western philosophy's answer to the quest for reason and freedom is the same. The deification of the spirit implies acknowledgement of its defeat in the reality. Hegel's philosophy was the last which could dare to comprehend reality as manifestation of the spirit. The subsequent history made such an attempt impossible. Hegel saw in the power of negativity the life element of the spirit and thereby of reason. This power of negativity was in the last analysis the power to comprehend and alter the given facts in accordance with the developing potentialities by rejecting the positive ones. It had become a barrier to progress in freedom. Reason is in its very essence contradiction, opposition, negation as long as freedom is not yet real. If the contradictory, oppositional, negative power of reason is broken, reality moves under its own positive law and, unhampered by the spirit, unfolds its repressive force. Such decline in the power of negativity has indeed accompanied the progress of late industrial civilization. With the increasing concentration and effectiveness of economic, political, and cultural controls, the opposition in all these fields has been pacified, coordinated, or liquidated. The contradiction has been absorbed by the affirmation of the positive. When the wars of national liberation had ended, Hegel exhorted his students against the business of politics and the state which had swallowed up all other interests into its own, to uphold the courage of truth, of thought, the power of the spirit as the highest value. Today, the spirit seems to have a different function. It helps to organize, administer, and anticipate the powers that be, and to liquidate the power of negativity. Reason has identified itself with the reality. What is actual is reasonable, although what is reasonable has not yet become actuality. Has the Marxian attempt to redefine reason suffered a similar fate? Marx believed that industrial society had created the preconditions for the realization of reason and freedom, while only its capitalistic organization prevented this realization. Full maturity of the productive forces, mastery over nature, and a material wealth great enough to fulfill at least the basic needs of all members of society at the attained cultural level were the prerequisites for socialism, and these prerequisites had been created. However, in spite of this substantive link between capitalist productivity and socialist freedom, Marx thought that only a revolution and a revolutionary social class could accomplish the transition. For in this transition, far more was involved than the liberation and rational utilization of the productive forces, namely, the liberation of man himself, abolition of his enslavement to the instruments of his labor, and thereby the complete transvaluation of all prevailing values. Only this more would turn quantity into quality and establish a different, non-repressive society, the determinate negation of capitalism. These new principles and values could only be realized by a class which was free from the old and repressive principles and values, whose existence embodied the very negation of the capitalist system and therefore the historical possibility of opposing and overcoming this system. Marx's idea of the proletariat as the absolute negation of capitalist society telescopes in one notion the historical relation between the preconditions and the realization of freedom. In a strict sense, liberation presupposes freedom. The former can be accomplished only if undertaken and sustained by free individuals, free from the needs and interests of domination and repression. Unless the revolution itself progresses through freedom, the need for domination and repression would be carried over into the new society, and the fateful separation between the immediate and the true interest of the individuals would be almost inevitable. The individuals would become the objects of their own liberation, and freedom would be a matter of administration and decree. Progress would be progressive repression, and the delay in freedom would threaten to become self-propelling and self-perpetuating. The decisive importance of the relation between the pre-revolutionary and post-revolutionary proletariat has been demonstrated only after the death of Marx, in the transformation of free into organized capitalism. It was this development which transformed Marxism into Leninism and determined the fate of Soviet society, its progress under a new system of repressive productivity. Marx's conception of the free proletariat as the absolute negation of the established social order belonged to the model of free capitalism, a society in which the free operation of the basic economic laws and relations would increase the internal contradictions and make the industrial proletariat their principal victim as well as the self-conscious agent of their revolutionary solution. When Marx envisaged the transition to socialism from the advanced industrial countries, he did so because not only the maturity of the productive forces, but also the irrationality of their use, the maturity of the internal contradictions of capitalism and of the will to their abolition were essential to his idea of socialism. But precisely in the advanced industrial countries, since about the turn of the century, the internal contradictions became subject to increasingly efficient organization, and the negative force of the proletariat was increasingly whittled down. Not only a small labor aristocracy but the larger part of the laboring classes were made into a positive part of the established society. It was not simply the overflow of productivity into a rising standard of living which caused this transformation. When Engels died the living and working conditions of the laboring classes in the advanced capitalist countries had shown a long-range tendential improvement far above the level described and anticipated in Marx's Capital. Still, Engels saw no reason for a fundamental revision of the Marxian prediction. Engels' emphasis on the growing legal parliamentary power of organized labor seems to indicate that he counted on a further improvement in the condition of labor, as the direct result of growing working class power within the functioning capitalist system. Nor did the trend seem to refute the Marxian conception. The super-profits of the monopolistic period could serve as an explanation for the rise in real wages, at the expense of super-exploited groups and regions, and at the cost of recurrent war preparation and wars. Not just impoverishment, but impoverishment in the face of growing social productivity was supposed to make the proletariat a revolutionary force. Marx's notion of impoverishment implies consciousness of the arrested potentialities of man and of the possibility of their realization, consciousness of alienation and dehumanization. But then the development of capitalist productivity stopped the development of revolutionary consciousness. Technological progress multiplied the needs and satisfactions, while its utilization made the needs as well as their satisfactions repressive, they themselves sustain submission and domination. Progress in administration reduces the dimension in which individuals can still be with themselves and for themselves and transforms them into total objects of their society. The development of consciousness becomes the dangerous prerogative of outsiders. The sphere in which individual and group transcendence was possible is thus being eliminated, and with it the life element of opposition. Here we can indicate only a few of the principal factors which enabled late industrial civilization to absorb its negativity. The increase in the apparatus of production and distribution outgrew individual and group control and generated a hierarchy of public and private bureaucracies, with a high degree of neutralization of responsibility. Even at the top of the hierarchy, where responsibility is identifiable and final, the specific individual and group interest can assert itself only within the overriding interest of the preservation and expansion of the apparatus as a whole. The latter is indeed the incarnation of the general will, the collective need. Since it keeps, at least in the advanced industrial countries, society going under improving conditions and with better satisfaction of needs, the rationality of opposition appears even more spurious, if not senseless. Considering the given facts and tendencies, there is no reason to assume that further progress demands the destruction of its present basis. This reconciliation of the opposition was operative long before the First World War revealed the extent to which the objectively revolutionary classes had been integrated into the national interest. The tremendous rise in the productivity of labor within the framework of the prevailing social institutions made mass production inevitable, but also mass manipulation. The result was that the standard of living rose with the concentration of economic power to monopolistic proportions. Concurrently, technological progress fundamentally changed the balance of social power. The scope and effectiveness of the instruments of destruction controlled by the government made the classical forms of the social struggle old-fashioned and romantic. The barricade lost its revolutionary value just as the strike lost its revolutionary content. The economic and cultural coordination of the laboring classes was accompanied and supplemented by the obsolescence of their traditional weapons. The consolidation of the capitalist system was greatly enhanced by the development of Soviet society. This development influenced the situation of the Western world in two ways. The failure of the Central European revolutions after the First World War isolated the Bolshevik Revolution from its anticipated economic and political base in the advanced capitalist countries and led it on the road of terroristic industrialization by virtue of its own resources. What Marx had branded as the repressive and exploitative features of capitalist industrialization was thus reproduced, on a new basis, in Soviet society in order to obtain as rapidly as possible the achievements of Western industrialization. Compared with the Marxian idea of socialism, Stalinist society was not less repressive than capitalist society, but much poorer. The image of freedom which Marxism had upheld against the prevailing unfreedom seemed to have lost its realistic content. In the Western world, communism came to be identified, not with a higher but with a lower stage of the historical development, and with a hostile foreign power. As against this power, the national cause also appeared as the cause of freedom. Then the Soviet state grew into a highly rationalized and industrialized society, outside the capitalist world and powerful enough to compete with the latter on its own terms, challenging its monopoly in progress and its claim to shape the future of civilization. The Western world answered with total mobilization, and it was this mobilization which completed national and international control over the danger zones of society. The Western world was unified to an extent unknown in its long history. The common interest, which had already successfully organized the internal contradictions, now proceeded to organize the external ones. The international coordination in turn helped to intensify the national coordination. Conformity becomes a question of life and death, not only for individuals but also for nations. The tendencies which were here just enumerated have been often and amply described in terms of mass democracy, popular culture, etc. Such terminology lends itself easily to a wrong focus, as if these tendencies were due to the rise of masses, or to the decline of certain cultural values and institutions. They rather seem to grow out of the historical structure of late industrial society once this society had succeeded in controlling its own dialectic on the ground of its own productivity. Nor are these tendencies confined to any specific cultural or political area. The preconditioning of the individuals, their shaping into objects of administration, seem to be universal phenomena. The idea of a different form of reason and freedom, envisioned by dialectical idealism as well as materialism, appears again as utopia. But the triumph of regressive and retarding forces does not vitiate the truth of this utopia. The total mobilization of society against the ultimate liberation of the individual, which constitutes the historical content of the present period, indicates how real is the possibility of this liberation.